You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, literally, she said something about like, I admit that there's no evidence for my deism, but I was in a hangout and somebody actually, you know how people take a clip from a Google Plus hangout? So they
Yep.
took a clip from that and they completely ignored the fact where she admitted that in the hangout and they talked about something else afterwards. And I'm like, why are you giving her a pass? And in that hangout, like I said, what's the guy's name? I don't remember the guy's name. He's a popular guy, but anyway, I said, why are you seem to be giving her a pass just because she's pretty or something like that? And then he said, you answered your own question.
You notice I have my hand over my face. This is so when Shanna sees this video, she won't come hunting me down with a shotgun after that comment. I wasn't here. Shanna. I had nothing to do with this. Leave me out of this.
I've never heard her speak. I've only sat and watched her idol, but I did chat and tell her she had beautiful eyes in the side window. If that tells you anything.
I rag on her about that, and she hates when I do it now because I probably have overdone it a bit. But you know what? So I can save my own skin here. She actually is very, very intelligent. And I think the reason that she gets a pass, honestly, I don't think it's because she has pretty eyes. I think she gets a pass for the same reason that I think, for example, Gabrielle gets a pass, and that is neither one of them are trying to push their religion on anybody else. Mm-hmm. It works for them, and this is their belief. And I don't have an issue with that. So I think that's a lot of times why they get what seems to be a pass in these conversations. They don't get jumped all over because they're not trying to say that that whatever their reasons are should be good enough for you too.
Yeah. But and also, like I said, well spoken. I mean, as long as you're well spoken, it doesn't really matter what your actual position is. It just sounds right. Well, if you look at the universe, you just say it, but it doesn't really matter. And
I think you're right. I mean, to some extent, I think like when I talk to Osmandius, right? He's exceptionally well spoken and intelligent, and sometimes it is hard. I've got to force myself to really listen to what he's saying to see if I agree with it. Because you're right. There's sort of this. It's like listening to Sean Connery when he's James Bond, right? It just feels right. You just kind of go with it.
Yeah, and some people are real nice too, like nice, well-spoken. You don't want to. I mean, you obviously don't want to bash somebody like that because they're not bashing you anyway. Like they take the time to say, oh, and they take the time to cover their steps and put disclaimers before everything and all that. But I'm just saying that doesn't mean that the point. Like if we're in a debate. The core belief never gets attacked, and the belief itself should still get attacked, even if you're a nice person. And I mean, the word attack is not really. I don't like that word because
I don't know. Reuven's over here telling me he wants to push his religion on others. He wants me to be kind.
Yeah, I can't do it.
Why should I be kind, Reuven? Why should I be kind?
Yeah, Rob is mad today. He
started the other day. He started using more profanity and just being, not himself. And he's going even farther down the rabbit hole today.
He's headed for an aneurysm.
Somebody should go in there and tell him he's feeding the wrong wolf.
Actually,
I told him that in chat, and he swore at me.
We told him. I actually like this new Rob, though. I really do. I think he should have been pissed off before, but
Well, the other night, in the middle of the night here, for me anyway, I couldn't stay in the room, but I did monitor some of it, and then I downloaded it afterwards, and some of the funniest stuff I've ever heard was the conversation, if you want to call it that, between he and Sty.
Oh, God.
It's kind of the irrepressible force meets the immovable object.
That Sty's a real putz, man.
Well,
he's a hateful mother.
It was still funny.
The first time I met Sty, he just jumped all over my shit.
Oh, yeah.
For nothing. I didn't even say anything. I think he was a little drunk, but he kind of just, yeah. I don't know what to talk about anymore now that Nadia's, haven't seen her around in a little bit.
She's been in Nephilim's Hangout.
Oh, has she?
Last night, the night before.
Well, somebody posted just show you how much is on my mind. Somebody posted this thing about the transatlantic railroad, and I was thinking like transatlantic was like the Pacific Ocean after it changed the water. Never mind. You got to think about that for a while. But
So is Nadia having a hangout right now or something?
No, I don't think so. I don't believe so. I haven't seen her in about a week.
Oh, she was in a hangout a couple of days ago with myself and Doug.
Oh, okay.
So she's still around.
Good. I'm glad she's doing okay.
Yeah, I mean, as good as she could possibly do.
And speak of the devil herself.
Speak of the devil.
There she be. Okay, Nadia, did you get the job? We're talking about you.
No.
What? Is it official you didn't get it?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. You're not looking very pleased. I don't blame you. That's a bitch. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't talked to Rob in a while. He's
It's going to get really interesting here in the next couple of days.
I think Rob is in the other hangout talking to himself. When he doesn't have like a captive audience, he'll just talk to himself for about 4 hours straight.
Really? That's kind of bizarre, isn't it?
Well, he records it so it goes online. So it's not totally without an audience, just without an audience at the direct moment.
Huh.
I did feel really bad for him today, though. I went and looked on Amazon and looked up his books. And if you've done that...
I have.
Not nice.
Read the reviews, the 4 that are there.
I know. I actually tried reading through the book. I tried. And I had to stop after a while.
Yeah.
I think it's for me, it's just more personality type, right? It's like, I'm not dismissing out of hand the fact that what he says is wrong, but it's like if you're going to say something that contravenes virtually everybody else that has expertise in that field, you gotta freaking provide some evidence and some support and some references, and you can't just expect people to go, oh yeah, well, yeah, I can see why those 10,000 other historians would be wrong, and you might be right,
What's the name of his book? So I can look this
I don't
up.
remember. No, he doesn't. It's not a book. It's a it's a self-published. It's just a document online.
If you search for just that single word on Amazon, you should find it. I don't remember the exact title, but
Which word?
over there in the chat.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
Put it in quotes because it's got special characters in it, so you might. But here, I'll just find it for you.
Yeah.
The boob. Good. God.
My big plot for a book was, I guess, continued fractions and infinite determinants, or
Did you write a book?
non-standard limiting processes.
Did you write a book?
No, I was researching one though.
You should write a book, Nadia.
Yeah. Well, I lost all my research, but anyway.
There you go. There's the link.
Start again. Who is LEG? She looks like she's on Rob's Hangout there. I've never seen her before.
What is this thing called? Good.
Look at the reviews and read them. It's brutal.
Hey, here's something I don't get, right? If I was gonna, and maybe this is just my personality, right? If I was gonna write a book, I would want to write something that I thought at least somebody would respect and find interesting, right? Even if they didn't necessarily agree with my conclusions. But it actually seems like, when people put stuff out there, like you said, those 4 reviews they are really brutal. And I'm like, why would you put that book out there? I mean, it seems like you would have to realize that that's the kind of response you would get.
That was my initial response. I was like, if I had friends and family and my wife, and I guess he doesn't work right now, his wife works, and if I put a book up and it had been up there for like a year or so, and there was 4 reviews and they were that bad, I would feel ashamed of myself.
Yeah, I would take it down and either get out of the writing business or start again.
I think the thing is he thinks that people that don't accept his views are in denial to a certain extent.
You're right. That's exactly what he thinks.
Is it? Let's see. And I'm not in denial, but you got to convince me with real. You can't just make assertions that everybody else is wrong and prejudice and in a conspiracy. I mean that doesn't.
Well, there's a darker element of conspiracy to it.
What's that, Nod?
Well, that's the big trouble that he's proposing that the Jewish Pharisees are the, I don't know, dark, influential force behind, I guess, all the calamities of history.
Well, yeah, and and that's the thing. I'm okay with that, but then convince me. Show me why that's true. Don't just, there's that. Remember that there was that book preview. I've got it on an old blog of mine. It's by a guy named an author named Chaim Jacoby, and he writes on was Paul a Pharisee, and the book basically goes through and shows why he believes that he was not. But even the review is like 15 paragraphs long, and he puts a substantial amount of information in there, and it's not necessarily absolutely convincing, but he raises some very interesting points, that at least would make you consider the fact that he might be onto something here. Yeah, I'd buy if Rob would do that. I'd listen, but.
Well, at the same time, I also think that even if what Rob Beasley was writing about was like, backed up by credible stuff, I don't think he's really ever going to get much of an audience for his works anyway, because what he's writing about is frankly just so incredibly obscure and just, it's so arcane that I can't imagine there would be like more than 100 people in the entire world who would be interested in what he's got to say. And it's just so irrelevant.
I agree. He's fairly intelligent. If he wrote something on a more general basis, I think he might actually have an audience.
I think at the same time he's probably not the best writer. I mean, I think he's probably got some good ideas and just some good research skills up there. But it's just how it all comes together on the paper when he's writing it that is probably going to be a problem too. He might do well to get somebody else to write his work for him.
Yeah, get a ghostwriter, get somebody to help you with that. And, yeah. Oh yeah, I'm just looking at his thing here. It's going. He's got quite a few people.
The 2 wolves are, of course, another.
I'd like to shoot those 2 wolves. Let's make a carpet.
Which wolf will you feed?
Yeah,
Neither.
Yeah.
I should totally make a final decal and put it on my refrigerator back there with my spaghetti.
Save the cute fluffy bunnies. Shoot both the wolves.
You could make a whole storyline about Romulus and Remus, right? And the 2 wolves they were raised by, and
Wasn't it only just one wolf, and they were raised together?
Was it one wolf, or was it just a mother wolf that raised the 2 of them?
Yeah, I think it was just a mother wolf.
Oh, that's no fun then. Maybe it was a wolf with multiple personalities. We could a little poetic license there.
That sounds like a lot of the people in these rooms.
Yeah, no, this room. You're right. That's probably me. I could do that.
Well, we've got Benny here, and he's drawing a picture of you right now.
Is he drawing what?
He's pretty good at it.
Oh man, thanks. Could we make the stomach just a little bit smaller? Just a little. But that's actually thank you. There you go. That's cool. That's beautiful. Just like no, you don't have to make me like, okay, give me an arm back though, please. Give me my arm back. I want my arm.
Well, there's always
That's actually a good picture. I like that. I'm taking a snapshot of that. Hang on.
Yeah, he drew my spider in the
Print
previous.
screen. Okay, I got that. I'm
Okay.
saving that baby.
You can use that to calculate your BMR, and from
That's
there, just count calories to arrange your deficit.
it's
Really?
it's not, at least it's not what Chaz usually draws on me, so that's good.
Really?
Yes.
Pretty soon we'll all be using Benny avatars.
The
Hey!
future. It's the future.
Hey Benny, could you put the one up that you drew of mine so I can actually use it?
We could change his name to Benatar. Okay, Benny Avatar.
David Benatar?
Like Pat Benatar. Yeah, right?
Oh, David Benatar is a different person.
Oh, we can do it. All right.
Do you have the spider as well, Benny? So I could put my spider up too. I mean, I don't know if you save all of these, but
I think he does.
well, if you if you've got the spider, like put it up so I can set it as my picture. Yes, here we are.
Very nice.
Oops.
You know, has anybody else noticed that we have a general lack of theists running around?
Yep.
Or at least ones that are fun to talk to.
I don't know. I've been hanging out with Calvinists lately.
Doug and
Have
me.
you?
Yeah.
Hold on, Benny. I didn't have time to get the spider. How do I save the picture?
Just print
Do
screen. And
And
then
then paste it into a paintbrush or something. Yeah.
Okay, hold on.
Hit print screen, then go to paintbrush and
Yeah, got it.
Control
Thanks.
V and yeah.
There's a link to a Wikipedia article about David Benatar.
David Benatar. Oh, professor of philosophy and head of the department of philosophy, University of Cape Town, South Africa. Is this any? There was a hangout on antinatalism the other night, and I got invited, but I was too late. I wanted to go to that.
Yeah. Unfortunately, hasn't been one recently. The host has had a busy work schedule.
I mean, not to be mean, but shouldn't all the antinatalists, if they're going to be true to their philosophy, shouldn't they really just commit suicide?
The Church of Euthanasia has suicide as one of its pillars, and save the planet, kill yourself as its motto. But actually, they say that preventing suffering also includes.
Well, I'm just thinking if your main complaint is that the world is overpopulated, it's kind of hard to bitch about that and keep sucking in the air at the same time.
Benny, put him down about like half.
So what are we doing here? Oh, wait a minute! What the hell? Oh my God! Okay, I gotta save another one.
Euthanasia. Hang on.
I'm looking at the damn the artist, our artist in our midst here, Picasso himself. All right, I'm saving that one. That's funny too. I'm sorry, those are actually pretty good too.
Yeah, Church of Euthanasia has 4 pillars.
Oh my God!
Wait a minute, Nadia. Hold on, Nadia. You gotta look at that picture. There's the 2 wolves. I like that.
Oh dear. Yeah.
Which wolf will you feed?
You need to put a little bubble up there that says that, right? Yeah.
They're both chewing on my arms.
I like that. That's funny.
No,
Good Lord.
I'm so glad we've got people like Benny in here to really like lighten up the mood. It wouldn't be the same without him.
I know. I have no.
Speaking of lightening up the mood, check out that Church of Euthanasia, churchofeuthanasia.org.
Churchofeuthanasia.org. They can't even get a real domain. Yep. Okay.
They've got 4 pillars: suicide, abortion, cannibalism, and sodomy.
There's a Church of the Highlands. That's not it. Church of Euthanasia.
I put a link to it.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just typed it in. Okay, I didn't see the link. Sorry. Oh, God. Okay, let's see. Church of Euthanasia, the one that thou shalt not procreate, suicide, abortion, cannibalism, and sodomy. Well, how does sodomy? Well, okay, never mind. I got it. No, yeah. Okay, I'm going to sound stupid if I keep talking. Okay, so. Yeah.
They have ways of, I don't know, being humorous or being tongue-in-cheek and so on.
Well, since it's the Church of Euthanasia, and not to be really crude here, but what the hell, right? I would think, how like the Catholic Church, the Pope will beatify, people as saints, that lived long ago and did miracles and all that stuff. They're not going to like try and make a saint out of Robin Williams, are they? They're not going to beatify, Just had to ask.
I don't think he's
Maybe they'll
performed
make
any miracle.
castration their fifth pillar.
Well, no, but since one of their pillars is suicide, I was thinking maybe just, Okay, that wasn't. It's too soon. Never mind. Although I think Robin would like that. He would have had a better one. But
I think too soon is Gilbert Gottfried's take on 9/11. But
oh well, Gilbert Gottfried was. Yeah, he was like that. Was like the quintessential too soon joke.
What did he say?
Okay. Oh God, that was like right after 9/11. I forgot how it was like days after 9/11, and he was making these really crude jokes about 9/11. About flying to New York and shit.
I made a picture. Reuven will know. Reuven saw this. I think I posted it on his Facebook, but I made a picture. He had a picture of the beheading, the guy that got beheaded, right?
Yeah.
And the ISIS guy, instead of having a knife, he has a bucket of ice. It's like the ice water challenge. So I made one, and let me find it real quick, and I'll link it to you guys. But
it's kind of like everybody on the Titanic had to do that.
I am not a fan of the too soon thing, but dark humor is never too soon.
Yeah, well, I guess it depends how dark you want to make. Yeah, but you're right. You're right.
I mean, obviously, I wouldn't want a family member of his to see that I wouldn't be linking them up on this. But.
Yeah, no, I hear you. I saw the last episode of I saw my last episode of True Blood tonight. I was very disappointed with that. What a way to leave, well, it wasn't actually much of a cliffhanger. I guess I'll take it back. As long as there's a season 7.
There you go. There's the link. Tell me if you like my take on it.
Oh my God, I'm afraid to look. All right. Yeah. Actually, not bad.
Well, every time I get a Great Clips to get my hair cut, they always tell me, well, it says here in our system that we used a number 4 last time. So I was like, you know what?
That just seems like something absolutely that you definitely just do not need software to tell you. I remember well, of course they didn't have computers, but right? I mean, I never went to the barber and he said, well, let me go look in my book and see what we took off last time.
Well, that's because there's no real barbers in this town anymore. I mean,
well, that's true. There are no real barbers.
My shop was one of the last real barber shops here before I converted into a computer shop. So.
Yeah. Yep.
I cut my own hair. I don't
have any hair to cut, so it's pretty easy. I can do it myself now.
Yeah, I don't know. I just stick with haircuts.
Oh, you should have hair, Nadia. Jeez. I don't even have that. I couldn't cut my hair. Oh, I could, but, I mean, right? I could, with nothing, I could use toenail clippers to cut my hair.
Very fortunately, I was
You're blessed
not
with
really going to get
hair.
male pattern baldness or anything like that.
No, I don't believe you have to worry about that.
Not anymore.
Wait. So does transitioning with gender eliminate the possibility of male pattern baldness?
Well, it comes from DHT as a byproduct of testosterone.
Right.
So the anti-androgens would do it for those doing more standard regimens, and I.
But it won't undo it. It won't undo it, will it?
No, but
So there's no
went
hope.
surgical, so there's really no question of it ever happening now.
Cool.
Finasteride can counter the effects of DHT.
Is that John May?
Sorry.
Is that John May?
Is
Join.
what John May?
Is that guy just joined? Johnny May?
Yes.
Johnny May?
Oh, man. Okay.
Whatever you have.
Who's the man in the picture?
Rob Beasley.
Reuven, what happened? You started such a nice hangout, Reuven. What the hell?
Which one?
You're feeding the wrong wolf.
You're feeding the wrong thing, too.
Oh man. Wolf is chowing down.
Oh man.
Where's Benny? We need him to redraw something.
How does he change his profile picture so quickly?
He's using
Benny?
He's not really sharing it. He's screen sorry, he's not really changing his profile picture. He's screen sharing.
Oh.
Minicam lets you set. It's like a virtual webcam. You can set a video or a picture to be your source.
Hmm.
So I put a link up to an ad, which might raise a few eyebrows. An advertisement.
Oh.
Which? Oh no. Okay. Well, what do we? Let's see. Oh, I gotta watch something here. Hang on. Hot Pockets. Yes, they suck.
Yeah. We have
What's with the
advertisement
stick,
for
Karlton?
What's that?
What's with the stick?
Nothing. I stuck a little magnet in it so I could do stupid things like, pick up a spoon without having to reach over there. Whatever.
The definition of lazy.
Oh, come back here, babe. There you go. It's got away from me there. Oh, it didn't get away from me. The magnet fell out. Yeah, I haven't glued it in yet. There we are. All right, I'm still watching. On Subway, guy, girl, little boy. I can't hear the vocal. I don't have my speakers on. That would be why. Okay.
Yeah.
Do I need audio, or can I figure it out from video?
You need audio.
Oh. Crap. Okay, I'll
The
save
whole
it for
content of
later.
the conversation. Yeah.
I'll save it for later then. All right. Do 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 do. La da 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 da.
Yeah, you would have loved to have been hanging around those people though. They've been going on about free will for like a week.
Well, who has?
These anti-natalist people.
And no one invites me. No one invites me to these things. It's my favorite topic. There is no free will. Bite me.
That's one of the biggest problems with Rob's whole theory. He doesn't even address that issue.
Well, what? And what part of his theory?
The two wolf thing, choosing to feed one wolf versus the other, like, as if you have a choice.
There you go. See, you don't.
Determinism.
Yeah. Well, one of the tricks though is that there's a bit of preaching to the choir that goes on until actual opposition arrives.
Yeah, you gotta, Nadia. Next time you're in an anti-natalism thing, yell at me and I'll come. I wanna be in on one of those.
Well, it's almost unanimous against free will. We have to wait for actual opposition.
Oh,
But,
so
yeah.
there's no free willers there? Damn.
Nope. But they go hunting them down and
hunting them down, do they?
and they debate them. Yeah.
Whose beliefs can we destroy today?
It kind of what was that stupid thing with John Cleese and oh, come on.
Is that what was it? Meaning of Life or whatever? Where
No.
they have the like French Revolution thing, or some kind.
No, it was the Catholic Church. It was the Inquisition thing.
No one expects the Spanish Inquisition.
Yes, that's the one. Yeah, exactly.
Okay, I was thinking it was the I'm not dead yet. Yes, you are. Shut up.
Oh, Monty Python and the Holy Grail.
Oh, that was the Holy Grail. Okay.
That was Holy Grail. Yeah.
That was the Bring Out Your Dead.
Bring out your dead. Dong. Bring out your dead.
Yeah, with encouraging euthanasia, but every sperm being sacred might not hold up.
I met somebody the other day, and they were about 40 years old, give or take, and we were talking in just conversation, casual. This person has never, in their whole life, ever, not once, not ever, not even a trailer, nothing. They have never seen any episode of any of the Star Trek series. How do you get to be 40 years old and grow up in the United States and not see any Star Trek ever?
Fundy or?
No, they weren't funny at all. That's made it even a little bit more bizarre.
Wow.
Yeah. I mean, even fundies, right? There's got to be a good Captain Kirk and Picard analogy for the pulpit, on Sunday mornings.
Really? I've not heard them, but okay.
I'm sure there was. Don't fight your way out of everything. Be like Captain Picard and think, or don't sleep with every green-skinned woman that you come across. There's got to be some. There's got to be some good analogy there for the pulpit.
I will have to paint my skin green.
There, Nadia, this may be what you've been missing out on.
Yeah, I'm told I cackle like the Wicked Witch of the West under certain circumstances.
I met the Wicked Witch of the West once. She's actually the coolest lady. She's really sweet.
I married the Wicked Witch.
Okay, somebody send his wife a link to the Hangout. I want to see that.
She'll probably want half of that, too.
Yeah, well, we'll say I'm allergic to swimming pools.
Did anybody else notice that there's a lot more Calvinists now these days than there on Google than there, I think, ever were? It seems like all the people that were Christians that have come into Google that really couldn't spell Calvinist or Arminian and didn't have any clue what they were, now that they're being explained to them, they're all kind of becoming Calvinists because it's like the easiest port in a storm when they're arguing with atheists, because now they can just be a pre-sup and a Calvinist and don't have to answer any questions anymore.
I don't know. Calvinism kind of does solve the problem of evil by dropping omnibenevolence and does abandon free will, which is just garbage. So. Yeah, but I think I haven't convinced the Calvinists that preterism is more defensible than futurism, or that theistic evolution is more defensible than creationism.
Do you mean that preterism is more defensible contextually from the Bible, or that it's how do you mean that?
Well, not necessarily contextually from the Bible, but rather
more likely to be real.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if you kind of bring the claims down to earth and then make some kind of claim that happened in the past already, you have a better shot of having, I don't know, some standing for evidence of your religion or whatever than you do if you say, well, these things are going to happen and they're pretty fantastic and defy all physical laws and stuff.
And they're going to happen really soon, according to Jesus.
Yeah, they were going to happen really soon 2,000 years ago.
Yeah. Oh, 1,000 years is as a day, right? That's always a nice way around that, too. This is kind of getting quiet.
Yeah.
Can we not go find a theist here somewhere? I mean, I know there are some theists in the room, but an annoying theist. Can we go find one of those someplace?
I also argue that annihilationism is more defensible than whatever the eternal burning in hell is.
Well, I don't think. Well, defensible. You mean in terms of making God out not to be such a bad guy?
Right.
Okay.
I guess I can make the assumption that you can basically read anything into the Bible you want, no matter what you're reading something into it. So.
Who was it, G-Man? Was it G-Man or was it Vecco? It doesn't really matter. They're the same, right? One of them was telling me the other day that stoning somebody to death really shouldn't be considered torture because you die so fast from being stoned. Somebody really needs to get a rock and go to his house.
What?
And see how many times you got to pick it up and throw it at him until he,
Well, we have modern day
disagrees.
observations from Iran, I think.
Well, no, but I think it should be him because I think because then you would say, well, he got hit in the head once and he's now so far out of it that he can't feel any pain, and who knows
That's
what.
the standard polish they always try to put on that turd. Oh, it wasn't as mean. Oh, slavery was just like indentured servitude, and
Yeah, well, I've heard those, but I've actually never heard anybody try and convince me that stoning somebody to death was not um, being mean to them. That was a merciful form of punishment. And I'm like, no. Because he goes, well, they didn't have electric chairs back then. I'm like, well, I need an electric chair. They had a sword to chop your head off. If it's a choice, I would far and away take the sword and chop my head off than stoning me to death. Yeah. I think you could make a case that that would be more merciful than stoning somebody to death.
Okay, let's see.
You're staring at me, Nadia. Why? Very intently.
Seeing if this article actually says how long it takes.
Oh, you're looking at an article. Okay. It's like you're looking at me like like a hawk looks at a squirrel on the ground. It's kind of like
it's love. It's love.
It's love. Okay, that's nice. It's nice to be loved. It is nice to be loved.
Love is in the air.
Yes. Da-dum-ba-da-dum.
How people meet over the internet, Carl.
So my survey the other day, right? What mythical creature would you, if you could turn into a mythical creature, which one would you turn into? I don't know if anybody looked at that, and it doesn't matter.
Dragon.
That was the top answer, believe it or not. Not by much, but
I believe it.
It was
Medusa.
the top answer.
She may have
Nope.
been ugly, but at least she's a woman.
Well, this is how it went, top to bottom, right? Dragon, vampire, elf, nymph, mermaid, werewolf, wyvern, succubus, unicorn, goblin, and troll.
Mm.
The Liger didn't even make.
I get to be hot and a woman. There we go.
There you go. No, well, wyvern. I thought that was kind of odd because that's basically half a dragon anyway, or it looks like a dragon. But so I suspect if that wasn't there, dragon would have been even farther, preferred. So. Yeah, unicorn is down at the bottom. But you know what my theory here is if you had asked the same question like 20 years ago, vampire would have been at the bottom of the list because the only reference we would have had for vampires would have been Dracula, and I think unicorn would have been up near the top of the list. I think TV.
You have to push that back to 30 years because Anne Rice is.
Okay, well, yeah, Anne Rice. Okay, you're right. Okay, 30 years. Yeah, we've sort of romanticized vampires so much now that they're at the top of the list.
Well, they kind of always were, but still.
Because they're sparkly.
Sparkly. Hey, I like my elf vampire crosses from True Blood. Those are cool.
Right, you get to live forever and ever. You get to be a teenager forever. So what do? You go back to high school every fucking year, over and over and over.
I'd go back to high school.
Fuck curing cancer. Fuck that. No, I'm going to high school every year.
Just to kill some more people, It might upset Reuven's goal here for me to be nice, but.
Okay, let me see.
Now, you know what? One of the answers I thought was really bizarre, though, is way more people would prefer that their son or their daughter be gay and marry somebody their own age than they would that they be heterosexual and marry somebody with a large age difference.
Really?
Really?
Found
How
out.
big age difference? How many people? Or what percentage?
I'll tell you. There were 4 possibilities, which would you prefer? That your 40-year-old son marries an 18-year-old woman, that your 18-year-old daughter marries a 40-year-old man, that your 25-year-old daughter marries a 26-year-old woman, and that your 25-year-old son marries a 26-year-old man. Almost by double. Most of the people wanted their kids to be gay than they wanted them to marry somebody that was that much older or younger.
All right.
And we had an even split of men and women, which was interesting. Now here's the other one, Nadia. You'll might find this one interesting too. Oh, I thought this was cool. If you were adopted and your parents had been gay, who would you have preferred raised you? And the answer was the options were 2 females, 2 males, or single parent only. Which way do you think that one went?
2 males.
It is. How did you guess that?
Well, the gender gap in wages.
Yeah, I guess wages. Somebody else brought up wages. Maybe that was. Or maybe they just didn't want to have 2 women fighting constantly in the house.
I think television shows might have influenced that.
Principal, lesbian, bad death, or something like that. I don't know.
I don't know. So, anyway.
I like how we went from scientific kind of like the wage gap to just women are bitches.
Yeah, yeah. I'm sure that really was why we don't want two women in the house. Good night. I'm sorry. But yeah, the age gap one, that really did surprise me. And you know what else surprised me? That of the two where your son is 40 and he marries an 18-year-old woman, or your daughter's 18 and she marries a 40-year-old man, they both had an even number of selections. I would have thought people would have much preferred that their 40-year-old son marries a young woman than they would their young daughter marries an old man. That was weird. Anyway.
That's surprising to me too.
Whoa! Why is 40 old?
Oh, it's not old, but it's older. It's relative age here.
Well, let's just face it. Like, if my son brought home an 18-year-old girl and he was like 40, I'd be like, yeah.
That's what I thought most people would react. Yeah, but they didn't.
When their son brought me home, they were like, "What is that?"
Most people would rather their son brought home another guy than they would that he brought home an 18-year-old daughter, an 18-year-old girl.
My son brought
Isn't that bizarre?
If my son brought home another dude, I'd be like, "Fucking get out of my house, mate!" and I'd smack him.
Oh no! Be nice now. Be nice now. Well, no, but you know what I think? You know what I think the reason is though. I think because. No, I don't know. I think because I'm going to guess that it's because homosexuality is basically become sort of a norm. No, that people don't think of it anymore. So really, the only question in their minds here was just age difference. Maybe what they were really saying was they just prefer somebody to be married to somebody their own age. I don't know. That would be an interesting. Where's a statistician when they need one? Anyway, all right.
I think I thought I heard a poll today that it was like 56% are in favor of gay marriage in the United States. So.
Well, that's 100 million foaming at the mouth fundamentalists to convince, plus who knows what the other 50 million are.
I put another one in here today, but everybody told me I had too many options because I wanted them to rank their favorite space-based TV series. But I have like, how many answers do I have? I don't know. On a lot, it looks like about 15 or 18, and people couldn't rate that many.
Was Buck Rogers on the list?
Buck Rogers in the 25th century was there. I forgot Blake Seven. I didn't get Blake Seven. Okay. I got. Well, hold on. Let me sort them by. Let me sort them by. Oh, come on. How do I do this? Damn this! I hate this stupid thing. Never mind. So anyway, they had. I can just glance it. Looks like Star Trek Next Gen was actually first, which is kind of weird. But anyway, so I had Star Trek Original, Next Gen, Voyager, Deep Space Nine, Enterprise, Babylon 5, Crusade, Battlestar Galactica, Galactica 1980, Battlestar Galactica, must be another newer one, or a later one, Caprica, Stargate SG-1, Stargate Universe, Stargate Atlantis, Farscape, Firefly, Doctor Who, just the one with Tom Baker, Lex, Buck Roger in the 25th Century, Red Dwarf, Space 1999, Earth 2, Lost in Space, Futurama, Bodacious Space Pirates, Space Above and Beyond, Cowboy Bebop, and Duck Dodger.
I think I've seen a few episodes of Lex.
Yeah, I did too.
I haven't seen any.
Lex wasn't bad. Oh, I did all the Doctor Who's. Who's your favorite? Come on, Nadia, you're 1 for 1. You want to take a stab at this one?
Trying to think who is the hottest. I'm thinking like Matt Smith.
Yep, wasn't Matt Smith, but he did get a couple votes. Actually, it was David Tennant got the most votes. 2 votes for No Idea. I've never watched an episode of Doctor Who.
Eccleston was hotter than Tennant.
Eccleston, yeah. Who else is in here? Let's see, he's got Hartnell, Troughton, Pertwee, Baker, Davison, Colin Baker, Sylvester McCoy, Paul McGann, Eccleston, Tennant, Matt Smith, Peter Capaldi, and nobody.
Didn't they have like a one-off doctor in the Christmas special or something?
Yes, and I don't think I put his name in here. I just took him by. I took him off Wiki. But I did see that there was an anniversary special one. Been different.
Yeah. Oh well. And well, if we need topics, vegetarianism.
I really think I'm going to do a survey tomorrow, and I'm just going to list all the worst guys on Google that I know, and then just say who do you hate the most, who would you least like to be in a hangout with, and just see who, we'll put Math Bow and Shanny as me, and G-Man and Bethel, and
who would you like to see disappear forever from Google Hangouts? That's
you might as well throw me in there too.
Ooh, okay, let's throw Nadia in there. Be careful what you ask for, Nadia.
I'll win.
It might be one of the few things that you win. No, you wouldn't win that. Sorry, you wouldn't win that contest. We got way too much competition there. I don't know. Who would I like to see disappear? You know what? Anybody that I would put on that list of who I'd like to see disappear, I care so little about. It's almost not worth offering them as a choice. I don't know. If G-Man disappeared,
no harm done to him. They just never come back to Google Hangouts.
G-Man. It could be G-Man. It could be Rancam. It could be Raw. It could be a whole list of people. It could be Shanny as me. It could be Pillbox. Yeah, I don't know. I do wish sometimes I do wish the Christians were right though, because I think the world would be a better place after the rapture.
Yeah, tell me about it.
Have you ever had Rancam throw that pitch on you about how atheists are really the saviors that are going to come out at the end of the world?
No, I haven't heard that one yet.
So his pitch is, we all sit here and we learn the Bible so much to become accurate atheists that when the rapture comes, we are perfectly guided to gear ourselves into high gear and get whipped into shape so that we can go to heaven too.
You're serious?
Because we could be the actual evangelists to the people that need saved during the rapture.
Yeah. Okay.
Now, think about that for a second, though. It's actually an interesting idea, right?
I suppose it is, right? Yes. Then we'll be all the ones that'll realize it was. Oh my God, it was true. Yeah. Not happening.
And vegetarian chili.
Ooh. Really?
Most importantly, no trans fat.
I'm not even going to touch that joke.
No flavor.
I'm working on it.
Okay. Trans fat would be fat after the meat's cut off. to keep with the analogy.
Well, what did Beatles say? 2 out of 3 ain't bad.
There you go. I'm saying. I pat myself on the back. That was actually a good one. Okay. Sorry. Anyway, so
I'm glad Nadia has a sense of humor.
Nadia's got the best sense of humor. She does. So we're losing people here. Is this because I'm talking too much, or what's the deal?
I might be scaring them away too.
Okay, Reuven's there. Reuven, you're still there. Okay, that's good. Joe's still here. John's here. Grant's there. Okay. Excuse me. Pardon me, man. One more week. Dragon Con starts. Well, I was looking through some of my pictures because I got some old pictures that I don't know who they are, and I was going to take them to Dragon Con. Then I was looking through them. I realized that most of them are from Phantasm. They weren't from Dragon Con. And so...
Was Phantasm based on the Phantasm movie?
No. Phantasm, the asm was came from orgasm, I would wager, and fantasy, fan from fantasy. No, it was more of a alternative bondage, orgy, drunken, fest. Hotel fest, yeah. So
where was that?
That was in Atlanta. It was held in March, though. Usually, last year. Actually, it turns out last year was the last year they shut it down after last year. So.
Oh, shame.
It is a shame because it was a lot of fun. It was much smaller than Dragon Con, but it was still about 1,500 people, so it was still, decent size.
Yeah, I could have had fun there. But...
You would have had a blast. You would have really had a blast there. Ooh, excuse me. Man, I'm tired. Pardon me, guys.
There's a Big Apple Anime Fest that shut down in New York after I went to it.
Did it?
It was 2003 or 2004.
Hello, Lindsay.
Howdy, howdy.
How are you doing this fine evening?
I'm not feeling too well, but I'm sick.
I'm sorry to hear that. Well, welcome. We'll try and cheer you up. Lycos.
You're going on about Phantasm and Dragon Con.
Phantasm and Dragon Con. Yeah, so Phantasm is actually where I think I've got more of my memories from, but that's okay. Because what you know what it was? It was, I think, my first event was a Dragon Con, but at the Dragon Con there were a lot of people there that were also part of the group from Phantasm, and so, but what they would do is they would do Dragon Con by day, and then at nighttime they would have private room parties, which were basically the Phantasm room parties, on a smaller scale. And then I found out about that through John Allman, the guy that I used to work with, who'd been doing these things for years. And then he says, well, Carl, if you like that, you should come to Phantasm. And then he kind of got me going there. And they tried to get me going on this con sweep of the country. And I'm like, no, I can't afford that. But there were some people at the cons that's all they did. They just went to every single con. They bought all the booze. They had room parties. They obviously, had money to burn. And we were really glad they were there. But no, there were some good parties there.
Must be nice life. Shame I can't have such. Oh, well.
I know. I wish I had it too. Let's see. Green's watching a movie.
Vegetarian chili.
And you're welcome, Lycos.
Now we have black pepper and hot sauce.
Go for it. Ooh, yeah, my stomach would be, wouldn't be so good.
Sriracha.
Yeah, sriracha. Yeah. Somebody said that they were shutting that down or stopping manufacturing that or something.
They'll never shut that down, man. That product has grown like 20% every year since it's been introduced.
Yeah, okay, cool.
The guy that made it's actually an awesome guy. There's a really good movie documentary that was made on it.
Good product.
Yeah, sriracha was big when I went to New York. Whatever. Because I don't know, people put it on everything.
What's that, Nadia?
People put it on everything.
Oh yeah.
Helps get my stomach acid up far enough to make sure things all get through my stomach.
I think it'll pretty much dissolve anything.
Yeah, they call it bezoars when things don't quite make it all the way. Diet Coke is actually one of the things they recommend to treat it, but I also have the caffeine motive for that.
True.
Well, actually, I don't say diet per se, but the carbonated beverages.
Yep.
And
it was nice listening, but my cat's taking over my screen, so I gotta go.
Okay, Lindsay.
Okay.
Hope you feel better.
Thank you. Have a nice day.
You too. Ciao.
And I guess conferences I went to were a bit drier in their subject matter.
What conferences?
Ottawa Linux Symposium, and I think Predator WestCon, but it was Kernel Summit too. And basically all Linux stuff.
Yeah, that is a bit drier. There's not too much nakedness going on there, probably.
Well, at least not as an organized aspect of it.
No.
I don't know. There was this Welsh guy from
Wales.
EMC. Yeah.
Just guessing there.
It was like Usenik 2000 or something. From Cardiff.
Cardiff.
Yeah, that was a fun plane.
Cardiff.
And I don't know. Actually, that was one of the few times anything happened. Still.
Gretchen. We have a Gretchen in the room now? Where's Gretchen at?
She left.
Gretchen was a squirrel.
Oh, was she here?
Yeah.
That was fast.
Well, the Eastern Orthodox.
Whatever.
They're just that way.
All right. Grant, whose posts is it that you love?
Gretchen's. She has some very insightful views on the Google Plus page every day.
What did she say today?
I couldn't tell you off the cuff, but every time I smile about something, I look and see, and it tends to be her posts.
I see Prescott is over there with Rob Beasley at the moment.
I've actually been thinking about going over there and seeing at what stage in the meltdown he's in.
And Benny, it's full at the moment, so don't. You won't be able to get in.
Going into overdrive. I should have stayed in there.
I have no idea why, but I keep getting invites to that Hangout.
Huh. They haven't invited me. That's fine. I see we got Brent Keane is back doing some stuff again. What else we got?
I always give Rob too much shit about tools.
Yeah, that drives me nuts. Anyway.
It's oversimplified. It's too dichotomous. Blah, blah, blah.
It's
one-dimensional.
It's one-dimensional. Really? That would be... Oh, no, one-dimensional wolf would be kind of cool.
I just disagree with the whole philosophy.
Of the two wolves feeding the things?
Yeah, it's like... We're not all Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, Everything is shades of gray.
That's true.
Well, Gretchen said she's having trouble staying online.
So sorry, go ahead.
Well, that's kind of the same problem I have with the anti-natalists. They're, they make it too dichotomous and fair. It's like, oh well, there shouldn't even be a next generation, not one version of it, etc. And I'm like, hey, things are always on a sliding scale. Maybe you should tighten up the standards by convincing people, higher standards of family planning are in order, but anyway. I was even trying to promote designer babies.
Yeah, designer babies.
Yep, you can make sure they don't have Tay-Sachs or Huntington's or whatever.
Well, making sure they don't have any defects is fine. What people always go, snowball it to is, oh, I want a baby with blonde hair, blue eyes, perfect tits, and it's a guy.
There you go. I'm like the other way around. I think I'm the opposite. I would have no problem with we want blonde hair, blue eyes, even perfect tits. That works for me. But I think eliminating diseases in a weird way is kind of silly because, people, we all respond differently to our environment, and there are people that have come out of, because of those very things, have accomplished some incredible things that maybe they wouldn't have had they not had to go through that. And I'm not saying that we should inflict it on them, intentionally, but I think if it's already there, I'm not so sure, that we're doing ourselves a favor as a society by eliminating all of that. I don't know. I could be wrong there.
My favorite.
No, you're completely right. But it's not just diseases. It's also, the fact that maybe they're taller or something like that. You become what your flaws are. So
yeah,
you adapt to them, and they become who you are.
I agree.
So you're going to tell people with Huntington's and MS and type 1 diabetes and Tay-Sachs and so on. Well, it's all just for the greater good.
I'd say any advantage you can get is a good thing. Existence is basically an arms race against extinction.
Yeah, I think I'm torn, Nadia. I really am. I understand the concept, right? That we should try to give people the best lives that we can, and eliminate suffering where we can. But then there's another side to me that's sort of like what Lycos was saying, that, and I think, and Grant, I think it was Grant who was just saying. Sorry, I wasn't looking. That I think we become what we are. We incorporate all that into our persona, and if we eliminate that from everybody, from society as a whole, and no one has to suffer with any kind of diseases or sicknesses or illnesses, then what is that going to produce? To me, I don't know. It scares me that it's going to produce some homogeneous slush where everybody's basically the same, because we don't have anything to differentiate us anymore.
And that makes the sufferer of all these different diseases
I know.
happier, or the gigantic economic burden of.
I know.
Look at
Six
some
of
of
one,
the,
half a dozen the other. I mean, would you have
type 1 diabetes with economic duress?
But would you have cured Beethoven's deafness?
Exactly.
And what would the results have been? And
Or
is that
even Tesla had some kind of social disorder? If we eliminate those, would it?
Yeah, I think there's a
Well,
sort
those
of.
are hypogenetic markers
What,
that are reliable.
I think there's a sort of hubris there to start deciding what life is worth living and what life is not worth living.
Well, it's not a matter of that. It's a matter of what conditions are worth inflicting on people.
But you're not inflicting, and I think there's a danger there, because that's the implication. But that in fact is not what's happening. We are not inflicting it. I would not make a case for inflicting a disease on someone, but I'm not so sure that allowing nature to take its course is the same thing as inflicting.
95% of all life on this planet has died, extinct.
Yeah. So regardless. Just because it's an omission rather than commission doesn't make it any less the same sin.
Well, I'm not sure it's a sin. But see, you're begging the question there. I'm not sure that there's anything wrong. I'm not sure that we're obligated to intervene in somebody else's life.
But you are intervening.
No, I'm not. No, don't change the word definitions. No, passively not doing anything is not intervening. No.
To create a person in the first place, you are.
Well, I'm not creating it. Well, yes, but that's fine. But they're two different acts. It's not intervening because, and the reason it's not intervening to create the person is because if I didn't have sex, there wouldn't be a person there. I am not intervening in an already ongoing natural process. I am initiating a natural process, and that again, it's different.
Yeah, intervening is assuming that no matter what, the child in question would have been born.
Yeah, that there's some process there that I'm going to adjust, differently than it would if I didn't adjust it.
If you draw that distinction, then the PGD with IVF is the same initiation, just
sorry, you have
more
to
carefully.
Undo the initials for me.
Pre-implantation genetic diagnosis, and IVF is in vitro fertilization.
Okay.
Those are essentially a more careful initiation rather than intervention by your standard.
Yes.
Yeah, but that's not really affecting the child still. That isn't really affecting whoever's going to be holding the child.
You think, you think the child isn't affected when they have Tay-Sachs, or you think the parent isn't affected when their child is, an enormous medical financial burden as well as...
I'm sure the parent is affected, but it's not their life. And I think, wait a minute, let me finish that thought. Okay, because I'm going to use Robin Williams here as an example. All right, people will argue that this is terrible. How could he do this to his wife? How could he do this to his children? How could he do this? And I think the difference here is he didn't do this to cause them pain. He did this because he wanted to control his own life. The fact that it caused pain was a byproduct of that, but he's not obligated to live his life for somebody else. And I think it's the same argument. Even though it causes a parent pain, if that child has a disease, I don't think that child's life should be manipulated to please the parent. It's not the parent's life. It's the child's life.
Oh, so you think it isn't for the benefit of the child as well?
Well, I don't know, and that's what I said. I'm not sure. I think the easy argument is to say that it's for the benefit of the child, but I think that if we do that, I'm not sure what we're going to lose in the process, and that's what frightens me. I can't tell you what it is we're going to lose, but I suspect if we could get rid of all kinds of suffering like that, I suspect that we would, unfortunately, be maybe poorer in some respect. And I'm not trying to weigh them in a balance scale. You're more what?
You seriously arguing amor fati?
Who?
Amor fati. Love of one's fate.
Not fate as much. I don't know. Let me.
If we're so grand in character building to leave nature to its own devices, why would we have modern medicine at all?
Let me use you as an example, Nadia. You suffered in early part of your life, right? And the details aren't important for the example, but you went through suffering, and that suffering, for better or for worse, turns you into the person that you are now. It's part of who you are now. Now, I like who you are now, and so I'm not sure. There's two arguments to be made there. There's like, well, maybe we could have made Nadia's life better earlier on in her life if someone had intervened and done something to change how events flowed. On the other hand, I say, and we would have lost the very person, the very individual that now exists. That person wouldn't be anymore. It would be a different person. And I'm not sure that we can ever. I think it's short-sighted to say that we're going to stick our hands in to correct something because we can, when we do not fully or even close to fully understand the repercussions of doing that in the long term.
So it's an obligation to society to suffer such things.
I don't know.
If I may actually take it down a different path, we're talking about affecting, how a child's going to come out before the child's even born. Nadia, you had brought up, why do we even have, modern medicine? Well, modern medicine is seeking to solve a problem. For example, the Ebola virus, that is a problem. Modern medicine is trying to solve that. So if we change it and alter things, we're being proactive, so we're solving a problem before it's a problem, so we don't even know if there's going to be a problem yet.
And
for example,
we do that all the time. We do things to prevent car wrecks. We do things to prevent transmission of diseases. We quarantine.
Well, that's only because we actually already had the problem.
We already have the problem.
But isn't it? Well, I don't know. So isn't it a genetic disease? I mean, we can certainly identify there's certainly a genetic problem that's going to cause this disease. So isn't that still a problem to be fixed? I'm flipping sides here, I know, but I'm just asking.
No, you do have a point, and with everything, like I had mentioned before, everything has different, shades. With something like this, if it's a definite genetic defect that you can isolate it and fix it, boom, you have a problem, boom, you have a solution, now you don't really have to worry about that. Would you really want the child to go through that genetic defect when you can stop it?
I don't know.
But, but trying to curb all diseases when you don't even know that the child might even get those diseases.
Well, you do know. That's what the pre-implantation genetic diagnosis is for. You did a test, you find it has a disease, and that embryo has a disease.
Well, what if it develops a brand new disease, and you're trying to stop that? That's what I was trying to, bring up.
Well, and here's my problem is right. So Gattaca, right, the movie, for this, right. I mean, even in Gattaca, it wasn't necessarily, to Lycos's point, it wasn't necessarily that they had genetic diseases as much as it was now they were dealing with, well, there's a percentage or a likelihood. And so now we're manipulating because there's a 60% chance that Carl's going to have heart disease when he grows up. So let's muck with his genetics, so that's not there anymore. Well, that's not really, it's not a problem yet. It's a percentage. There's also a 40% chance that it would have been just fine had you not done anything. And so then on what basis do you decide when it's, is 51 the sort of the number? When you cross over 50% chance, then we mess with it?
Well, in principle, you would evaluate the risk to the person to be created in terms of their life outcomes. You would say higher risks are, poorer life outcome prospects.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just uncomfortable with this. Right? I was talking to somebody the other day, and they have MS. And I was asking them. I said, well, yeah, and I asked them. I said, well, if you could have not had MS, right? If you could flip back the clock right now and not have MS, would you do it? And their answer was no. In spite of the fact that it causes them suffering and pain, they like the person that they are, and they would not want to change it, even if they could. So if they equivocate on this themselves, how much more shaky ground is it for somebody else to make that decision for them?
Well,
you might
honestly,
need to do a broader survey. You might need to do a broader survey.
Oh, it's possible. But even if one person says that, I think that still makes it a legitimate question to ask. That if it's even possible that a person might be perfectly happy with a defect that they have, even if it shortens their life. We're all going to die. But if they're comfortable with it, right? I think I think it's easy enough to find people that are. Then I think it's, for me at least, it's scarier than for somebody to make that decision for somebody else.
But there isn't a somebody there yet until they're created.
Yes, I know. This is like the abortion case. I know. I'm not on one side or the other. I'm really just floating here in the middle. I don't know what I would do if I could do it.
Like everything, it is subjective depending on what the circumstances are.
You know what?
Don't we even have a legal obligation too?
Yeah. You know what?
Doctors, some of the Adventists refuse to do.
Do you know why I wouldn't?
Scientists, whatever.
Do you know why? Do you know why I think I wouldn't do it? If I had a child right now, and we conceived and they did an amniocentesis and they said, okay, this child is going to have disease X, right? But we can fix it. I think the reason I'm scared of doing that, in part, is because no matter how much I would like to protest otherwise and say, oh, I'm doing this for the benefit of the child, the truth is I'm doing it to be selfish because I don't want a child that has that disease, and I don't think that that's my right to make that decision.
The PGD process works rather differently. It rather is using in vitro fertilization, that is a petri dish, to create a large batch of embryos. From those, genetic screening is done, or on those, genetic screening is done, and, well, from there, you pick the best of the lot.
Okay, so here's my problem with that. There's a great video on YouTube, and I'll find you the psychiatrist's name, but it's a TED Talk, and he's talking about the difference between artificial happiness and real happiness. Real happiness being what we experience when we get what we want, and artificial happiness being what we make when we don't get what we want. And one of the sets of experiments that they do, and without repeating the experiments, the outcome of it was it demonstrated to them that when people are, first of all, it demonstrated that synthetic happiness and real happiness are equal things. One is not of an inferior quality to the other. But it also demonstrated that when given a lot of choices, people ultimately are less happy with the thing that they do choose. So not only do they sometimes choose incorrectly, but because they had choices, they continually second guess how they would have felt had they chose differently, and that process, in fact, makes them unhappy with the thing they did choose. And so the point there being that if you now do that with a petri dish and you give parents the option to say, well, here's 10 children or 50 children or 100 children and their various characteristics, pick one, literally setting them up to be unhappy with whatever they choose. And I'm not sure that that's a good scenario for family.
Assuming they're not religious and they said, well, God actually chose it, we just were thinking.
Oh, I'm going to find that video real quick because Nadia, I want to just pass that on. Give me a second here.
Well, as someone who suffers from a few different, well, if not genetic, then I guess prenatal issues, you can add a second person to your survey. And I'd rather have been the embryo that was not chosen.
Yeah, but I think, even that, Nadia, even if the person is on the other side and they're not happy with how they ended up, that's, again, it's not something that I think a third person can predict with any kind of certainty one way or the other. And so I think that ultimately they are making a decision, a selfish decision for them. It's not really some sort of an altruistic decision for the child.
I dare say otherwise. I dare say that the suffering inflicted by these things is objective, and that there's no merit to suffering. There's no amor fati affair where somehow it chase people into some kind of greater and grander thing is by no means the case. It hobbles them. It hobbles me. It hobbles, well, of course, makes them quite unhappy with various things. And
well, tell me what you think.
It's a drag on society as well.
Tell me what you think of this when you get a chance, Nadia. This is one of my more favorite videos. I call it happiness video. That's not really what it's called. Dan Gilbert is the psychiatrist. It's called Why Are We Happy? Why Aren't We Happy? And when I first thought, I'm like, oh God, another one of these. But he's not. He's actually very engaging. And he talks about why we make bad decisions and how we do that, and what plays into that. And like I said, one of the interesting things about it is the more choice we have, the less likely we are to be happy. And whereas when we're stuck with something, we synthesize our own happiness, but it is every bit as real as when we get what we want. It's an interesting video. Anyway, I'll let you, whenever you get a chance, watch that. I'm gonna go. I have to go get something to eat or drink, guys. My mouth is super dry. So.
Hello, Green. How are you?
Good. I'm doing all right.
Awesome.
How you been?
Pretty good.
I guess we're live, so I can't show my face right now when we're live because I'm doing stuff. So, how you guys been?
You're doing stuff?
Yes, I'm doing stuff.
Yeah.
Yes, I have a...
What's his or her name?
Say again?
What's his or her name?
His or her name? No, it's a thing in my name. So what was the topic? Whoa!
Designer babies.
Find the babies?
Designer babies.
Designer babies.
Oh, designer babies. Oh, interesting.
You want Yves Saint Laurent or Christian Dior? Michael Kors? Yves Saint Laurent, Christian Dior, Ralph Lauren.
I would rather have Banana Republic.
That's not really a designer. Okay, Vera Wang it is.
Okay.
You want a Louis Vuitton baby?
Well, it just kind of reminds me of the movie Gattaca.
We were just talking about that.
Yeah, Gattaca, like, I think that's a very interesting topic.
Yeah. And people are literally arguing against disease prevention. Wow, that's stunning. People are literally arguing against disease prevention.
Yes, but I think the baby still needs to be born. I know there was a topic called genetic counseling, where, you know, they will give you, you know, what's going to happen to the baby, you know, after it's born, and they decide to. I'm against it, in the sense that, you know, I think we have diseases for a reason.
You're going to argue
And
Amor Fati too.
I'm going to argue what? I'm sorry?
Amor Fati as well. Oh, geez.
Yeah, so definitely.
If you wanted to let nature take its course, I wouldn't be here to even talk to you.
Well, this is the thing. It's not that, in the sense that, let's say, if the baby was going to be born with Down syndrome, now is it the rights of the parents to let that baby live? Contingent on how long, you know, what stage are the babies in?
The discussion was not during gestation, but rather in vitro fertilization, basically the embryos in a petri dish, and pre-implantation genetic diagnosis. Basically, do the gene testing before it even enters any kind of uterus, leaves petri dish or whatever.
Oh, that's fine. That's cool.
Okay, well in that case.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah,
okay, then you're busting it. Okay. Prevent all the diseases you want, just don't implant it yet. Okay.
Exactly. No, it's fine. I'm talking, you know, basically natural things. When a couple comes in, you know, now, should genetic testing or genetic counseling be mandatory for couples? That was another question. I said no. I don't know what you guys think about that.
I think it's a good idea actually, and I think to at least know what the hell you're doing.
I think it's a good idea, but I don't think it should be mandatory.
So people can just choose to remain ignorant and inflict whatever they want on the whatever person they end up creating.
Well, definitely, I think it should be encouraged, and I think there should be some benefits for genetic counseling in order for people to reinforce that. But when it's weird when you try to enforce something on couples. It just sounds a little draconian, even though it has a good purpose towards it. So
yeah.
Well, how about saying that the fertilization process I brought up that would do all this fertilization in the petri dish and genetic screening it inside the petri dish, and the only things that make it into a uterus or implanting in a uterus are the products of that. How about that being mandatory?
Well, those are a little different because you're requiring a whole process there. I'm talking more of a couple naturally meeting each other and then deciding to marry and then wanting to have a child, and then it has to be mandatory that they go into genetic counseling. That's my issue.
Actually, it's not that speculative, but okay.
Yeah, it's, you know, that itself, what you were talking about before, that's a little different, I think.
Yeah, designer babies are kind of already happening, as far as I know.
Mandatory genetic counseling?
No. Designer babies, basically, doing this kind of, they call it PGD, pre-implantation genetic diagnosis, and so on.
When do you think, though, like, if this happens a lot, I'm talking about, you know, couples, you know, saying, hey, you know what, I want a blonde-haired, blue-eyed baby. I want my baby to be good in sports. I want my baby to, and they'll start, you know, injecting these genes into, or these genetic qualities into the baby. Don't you think that we might come up with another issue? I'm talking about ethics. Like the whole movie with Gattaca.
Well, I see it as, well, frivolous, but largely harmless.
Well, I guess
the things that have any kind of weight as far as, or urgency to do, in my mind, would be disease prevention, right? So you don't come out with some horrible disease and
Well,
and
I'm going
suffer from
on.
it your whole life and so on.
Well, you know that it's going to come up with something where it's not going to just come up with disease prevention. It's going to come up with like intelligence, kinesthetic abilities and stuff like in that nature. So that's the thing. It goes beyond that now.
Well, well, what's wrong with enhancing our life with some kind of greater capability?
No, there's nothing wrong with it. I'm just saying that don't you see like another problem manifesting because of this?
Right, and then there'd be another problem when you start
Why is it a problem?
making things that aren't natural, to where the abilities of the fetus are just not even human anymore.
Well, that's a bit beyond that's science fiction, but as far as say, an enhanced capability, why would that even be a problem? Yeah. Okay. Well, you've thrown another bones to the quality of life with some kind of, marketable skill or whatever.
But don't you see like what's going to happen? And I'm just taking out this movie because this movie actually was very prevalent back in '99, where Gattaca, that movie, they actually discriminated against the people who were born naturally, and the people who were actually born with these special qualities that were genetically engineered, had the high-paying jobs, were leaders of industry, and you have people who were born naturally just being on the wayside, being janitors. Isn't that possible?
They would be the poor people of the world.
Exactly. So anyone who...
Well, why bother giving birth to them at that point?
But this is what I'm saying. This is the ethics that we're talking about. The people who are being born naturally, who actually... They're not going to get that opportunity because they were not genetically engineered with these special qualities.
Yeah, because let's face it, poor people are not going to be able to afford this.
And that's another aspect to it.
And why would you bring a child into a life of poverty and misery?
Because you want a child.
That's pretty damn selfish. You inflict poverty and misery upon a child just to satisfy your own.
That's fine that you have that. No, Nadia, that's fine that you have that view, but understand that most people are going to break that view if they want to have a child. So it doesn't really matter if you think the view is wrong, it's going to happen.
People do have, a thing called self-determination, self-efficiency, even if their financial status is not as great as others. So this is what I'm saying, is that people have the will to do better in life, and for a woman especially, it is to have a child. It's what makes her, one of the great qualities of being a woman. And it's also for a man as well, to have a child.
And the lesbians of the world aren't women.
Well, I'm not talking about, prefer of genders, but I'm talking about, people in general, that they have a will to procreate, and it's a natural thing that happens within us.
And so what? I mean...
Well, finance
is... Huntington's disease and type 1 diabetes and all those kinds of things, and, it was the course of nature, those people should die.
Well, basically,
we don't let nature take its course there.
Well, I'm sorry to say, but what you're advocating is social Darwinism.
Social Darwinism?
Yeah, social Darwinism. I'm not talking about evolution, but I'm talking about social Darwinism, which is not going to be... I don't think in the long run is going to help society in general. It's going to create some type of, some Mad Max state somehow, because I think it's self-destructive, actually. I don't know what you guys think, but I don't know. I'm just looking at the ethics.
It isn't self-destructive to inflict all kinds of genetic diseases on people.
We have disease for reasons. I'm not saying not to cure them, but I'm talking about just genetic engineering babies. What type of baby you want.
Well, how else do you prevent genetic disease?
Excuse me?
how else do you prevent a genetic disease?
By curing them. But it depends.
There's no cure to a genetic disease.
Well, this is the thing. It depends how we go about it, because we have to look at the ethical implications of it. You know, I'm not advocating for like curing diseases. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that it goes a step beyond sometimes, in the sense that, you know, people will want to have smarter babies, will have blonde hair babies or black hair babies or taller babies, you know, and this is when it starts getting kind of crazy. And we have to take a step back and say, look at the ethics about this. In the long run, would this help us?
What's crazy about it, and how is it going to hurt us?
What I just said before.
You have not yet provided any kind of adequate demonstration that I've heard.
Like I said before, when you have...
We talked about the class differences of people that will have perfect babies and the ones that don't, and the perfect people versus the people that are not genetically modified. So that's one right there, Nadia.
Thank you, Joseph. I had a lot of popcorn in my mouth.
I'm eating popcorn too, man.
I want to deal with class differences and subsidize.
Now, what was that?
I said if you want to make a class neutral, then subsidize it.
Well, keep in mind, you're not going to stop, you know, two people from having sex and having a child. That's never going to happen.
No, what we're saying is that child that's born versus one that's been modified to be even better would have a huge disparity in life. And eventually it would get so bad that all your natural childbirths, they would be the poor people of the world. I mean, Nadia's saying, well, subsidize it then. I don't know.
And keep in mind, like what Thomas has been saying in the chat room, you know, we're only looking at how a person's going to develop, you know, before they're even born. Nurture is a great importance, if not more important, than just what you are genetically given.
That's true. I definitely agree with that.
So, you know, like with people just relying on a test tube baby, okay, that's great, but what if somebody has actually been taught, you know, by their parents to do better, to think better, and are actually more skilled than those who are just genetically gifted?
How's that working down in the south of the United States right now?
I don't know. I don't live there. We don't talk about the South.
Yeah, I mean, the
Unless we're
original
asking for biscuits and gravy.
original motive cited was preventing and alleviating the suffering of people who have genetic diseases. Right. So.
Yeah, but that's just really the start, Nadia.
Sorry?
That's just really the start, and it sounds great, but you really got to think, where is it going to end? Like, you know, this genetic disease, personally, I think we should wait until we have technology enough where we can do it when the person is already born. That way, you know, the ethics are taken out. Well, I know it's very hard, but I'm just saying, eventually technology may get to the point where that's possible.
But it makes sense too, because you're still developing, and the genes are still, you know, developing with it. There's a thing called epigenetics, and you know, genetic behaviorism, where, you know,
that's a stunning sort of question to even ask when the genes affect the development process itself. You wait till they've already developed, it's too late.
Well, they go hand in hand. They could go hand in hand because, you know, while they're developing, you could still try to modify the genes itself, and there's been proven, you know, there's been proven studies that it could be done. Right now, we do need the technology. We do need the knowledge in order for us to really, you know, perfect it. Not just perfect it, but, you know, refine it, if you say.
An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. If not far more so.
But if you definitely look at evolution, you know, diseases could,
You're right.
you know, self-adapt.
What? Team Science reunion, and then everyone just trying to compete with each other. It's totally a shootout, like, Jesus Christ. And then, yeah, that ended. Ooh, can't wait for the next episode.
What on earth?
I love the Cerberus dog.
Yeah. Thought I'm convinced.
Lycos, do you want to mute?
I thought I did. I did not hit that button. I'm sorry.
That's all right.
It sucks when you have a white background and you don't notice it.
I mean, the matter, as I at least posed it, was to pick the most disease-free embryo of the lot out of a petri dish.
All right, the conversation is just migrated to further along the line.
Yeah, I'm not against it, but I thought of scenarios, I guess.
I'm trying to think of why wouldn't you just, if you can cure it out right before the child's born, then why would you do that versus waiting until later?
Yeah, even the curing process can be quite painful. And
Right. If you can do it beforehand, then why would you do it after?
I mean, you know what Tay-Sachs does, right? Do you?
What was that?
Do you know what Tay-Sachs does?
What?
Tay-Sachs disease.
No.
Oh dear. Yeah. Genetic diseases get pretty bad.
I'll look it up.
Shit, my keyboard died. But in the meantime, yeah. So, assuming you can't cure it, well, even the time until cure is quite a bit of suffering to inflict. Well, most of the discussions actually have revolved around enhancing intelligence, whatever, and I see that as, well, combination of nebulously feasible and also not entirely worthy. I mean, preventing diseases, that's worth something.
So Green, is Sunday your last day of your vacation?
No. Wednesday.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. Hey, Rob just lied to me. He said that was his room. That was not his room. That was TheIdolSmasher's room.
It was Rob's room.
It was Rob's?
Pretty sure, unless he moved out of it and then went to another one.
Oh, so it's Rob's room. Okay, I'll just wait. Sorry.
I wonder if Rob ever blew up. He's been getting angry.
Oh, he's been blowing up for a long time.
Wait, Rob gets angry?
No, I mean he's actually cussing and using the F word, and he's getting there, man. He's getting there.
He's gonna.
You mean he's turning human?
The bad wolf is coming out.
Yes. And he'll admit it. He said he's tired of not getting any quick results, and
Is there a Doctor Who thinking about the bad wolf?
All right, about to explode. Well, whatever. I'm just drinking. Whatever.
the other day he said he's tired of these ISIS guys over there, and you got all those Christians stuck on top of that hill. And he was trying to figure out, like, the best way, well, what are you going to do to go in to save him? And he was saying we should try to get the Muslim leaders to tell...
Oh, he wanted me to make a phone call.
Yeah, he was fired up, dude.
Yeah,
so
like,
you know what he was saying, right?
Okay, so let me go call Abdullah right there and just let him know that, hey, what you're doing, guys, is pretty bad. So
right, you're not going to get any sex in heaven. You know, that's what he wants. Specifically that line. He was stuck on that line for like 2 hours.
There's no sex in heaven.
No sex in heaven. You got to tell them all this. And I'm like, Rob, they're extremists. You really think they're going to care? I mean, really?
Yes, because that's assuming we have the leaders of ISIS on speed dial.
Well, he's saying if you get in contact with the leaders of the Muslim world over there, that it would trickle down, and I'm like, I don't think it would work as quick as you would hope it would.
Okay, try telling the leaders of Christians that there is no heaven. They're not going to believe you.
Yeah, and try convincing their leaders that yeah, something you've been telling for thousands and thousands and thousands of years is wrong.
Yeah, I mean, it's true as it is that I guess the worst religious problems out there are Muslim. I mean, still, the vast majority just, okay, yeah, I'm that, ho hum, going about my day.
Green, what denomination are you?
I'm Muslim.
Yeah, I thought so. I wasn't completely sure though.
It's Sufi, right?
Correct.
Yeah, Greensoulsufi was a big hint.
Yeah. Sufi's awesome. There's a lot of Sufi that smokes weed. There's like a event in Pakistan that happens, and they smoke up like I never seen anything like it. Wow.
Good night, Karlton.
Hey, Karlton. Have a good night.
Is your wife Muslim too?
Oh yeah, she is.
Yeah. Thanks all. Yep. My wife says it's time for bed. So.
Take it easy.
Well,
right, guys.
The one guy that could have saved the conversation.
Designer babies had a way to go. Okay.
All right, guys. We'll pick that up tomorrow. Ciao.
All right. See ya. Yeah, dude, my whole family, man.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Oh dear.
So did Rob start to give you flack, or does he respect you?
I have no idea. He's having a psychotic break.
Yeah,
I'm serious.
Not the best time to judge his judgment. Yeah.
Having a psychotic break. So the best thing to do is just step back and just enjoy the show. Hopefully it doesn't get too crazy. Huh?
Right.
I don't know, I've done too many one-on-ones with Rob lately.
Well, yeah, he needs somebody to talk to, and I'm glad that you're talking to him. Yeah.
I'm not.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, I got stuck with it. Last one out's the rotten egg. I'm the rotten egg.
Yeah, well, I've been talking to him too, and I actually spoken to his wife too, and it's a big problem. So I'm a little worried, but I'm just hoping that it ends, nicely. And I think I don't know how this is going to end. Maybe this is the last throws, but for his sake and for his family's sake, I hope everything goes well.
He mentioned today, I think it was today or last night, he said something about he was about ready to give up and just find a whole other group of people to hang out with or something like that.
Well, I'm afraid about which type of people he's going to find.
Yeah, right.
Because they have to agree with him 100% in order for him to hang out with him. They have to be in agreement. And if you're not in agreement with him, it's a problem. Because you believe and you don't have knowledge. And this is the dichotomy that he lives through. And it's not, I don't think it's healthy.
Yeah, it's not a great idea. On so many fronts. I mean, the false dichotomy is he's just right with them.
Yeah, he's right with them. He contradicts himself, and he makes outrageous statements like telling me to call the ISIS guys to get together and talk to them. That doesn't sound very rational. I just said, okay, let me just leave you alone, and hopefully you're okay, and call me when you're fine.
Like, Sufism is like the more liberal strain. I mean, and if it's being
Sometimes. Well, sometimes it depends on which group. Sufism is a misnomer. The actual word is tasawwuf. That's actually means purity, purifying oneself. And usually, a lot of Sufi groups are very, open-minded and very liberal, and they, but some are not. Some are, it just depends on what part of the world you're at.
Okay, true.
Yeah.
It's more regional than national.
Yes, I think so. I think it's more regional. Yeah. It goes for anybody who follows any religion. Yeah. So. I feel, Rumi, like his poetry, and I fell in love with it. So definitely, it's something that I like to participate in, and I talk to people within that framework, and I have a good time. It's been 13 years already, so it hasn't really. I didn't become like indoctrinated or. These 72 virgins and things like these stories are very weird, but we don't take things like that so literally, and it's really about the relationship with your fellow man is what's important, and just enjoy the ride and learn. Religion, love, if you want to call it. And it's a belief. So there's no, trying to prove anything to anybody. It's a belief. And I call it for what it is. As you well know.
Are you making more popcorn there, Green?
No, it's actually rain.
Oh, I was wondering. We had some heavy storms here tonight.
Oh, the thunder, man, is awesome. I love thunder, man.
People could actually hear it through my headset from outside, and I was like, wow.
Yeah, it's I love the rain. That's why I'm actually out on the porch.
I love making love in the rain, so
Oh, that too. That's awesome.
Yeah, it's awesome. Or bareback.
I thought you said bareback. How bad?
I don't have that big a thing about barebacking.
Put this face. Not yet. Oh my god.
What?
No, as soon as I said bareback, you could put this face on like, oh, disgust.
Yeah, I mean, it's just...
Okay, no, don't worry about it.
Less risky.
Okay.
You see my new sticker, Green, on my...
Oh, Joseph, that was you? I didn't even know that was you.
You didn't even know it was me.
I did not know
It
that
is.
was
I have a vinyl cutter, so I made some up. So I have quite a few.
Definitely, I need to get it in my car. I actually believe in the Flying Spaghetti Monster. You should have a book like the Flying Spaghetti Monster Bible. Do they have it? I'm sure they do.
They have the commandments and the. Let me look here.
The Church of Euthanasia has at least 4 pillars.
The who?
The Church of Euthanasia has 4 pillars.
Oh, that's... I want to convert some people in that religion.
Green, if you come up with a logo for your hangout and your society there, and I'll make you up some decals and send them to you.
Oh, okay.
It's 7-year vinyl, so you can stick it to your car or whatever. It'll stay on there for years and years.
So the clinical.
The 4 pillars are cannibalism, abortion, suicide, and sodomy. Their commandment, they only have one, is thou shalt not procreate. And their motto is save the planet, kill yourself.
So Joseph, do you have a symbol, Nadia? Because Joseph would create it.
I think it's the woman licking the Twin Towers.
Wow. That could piss off a lot of people with that one. Okay. Yeah, I want to create a logo for my clinical behavior analysis community.
I can actually make you a logo too, but
I gotta think of one.
right.
And I'll send it to you by next week.
All right, that'll work.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, vinyl decals have to be like simple, right? So they almost have to be like 2D. You've got one or two colors in them, and that's it.
Oh no, I'm not going to be sending you like calligraphy or something like that.
Right, but your actual logo could be more complicated. But that gives you something to think about. Like, well, when you design a logo, even if you want a low-res version, then
no, definitely it's going to be much simpler than that one.
Right.
Much simpler. I like simple logos. So logos that, you know.
Back in like '94, I had a button of theirs that said "Save the planet, kill yourself."
Are you trying to convert me, Nadia? So today I am drinking a Samuel Adams.
What kind?
It's actually, I should have never got this one, but I'm enjoying it anyway. It's a Latitude 48 IPA. It's hoppy, those hoppy beers. They're very strong, but next time I think this goes for like a special occasion, but next time I'm just going to get the amber one.
Yeah, I like IPAs. Dragonfly is one of my favorite, and Sun King, which is actually made in Indianapolis.
You see what I've got?
Mm-hmm. Smirnoff.
Smirnoff Ice Screwdriver.
Oh, just give me 2 minutes. I'll be right back.
All right.
Yeah, darn it! I thought designer babies were such a good idea. Now everybody's coming at me with Gattaca.
Well, you know, at some point it'll be taken out of control, I guess, is the thing. As long as it doesn't end up causing huge disparity between people, I don't know.
Well, make it equally available to everyone. Yeah, I think though, you know, preventing like so many diseases at once is just like amazing. It's like potential so far beyond any vaccination.
Hey, how you doing, Cerberus?
Oh, not too bad right now.
Is this the flat earther or the Aryan Rhino?
Ryan is the flat earther.
Okay. Not the Aryan Rhino. Okay.
Welcome, Ryan.
Hey, how you doing, Ryan?
Hey,
So my question is, how can you like go up maybe like 50, 70 floors in a high-rise building and like see the horizon and not know the Earth is round?
Wait a minute, hold on. Before.
No, leave me out of it. I'm just chilling.
Yeah, before that. Hey, Ryan, you look like this actor that I know. He was actually in that movie Gattaca. Jude Law.
He doesn't look that much like Jude Law.
No, I don't know. He looks a little bit like Jude Law.
A little bit, but not much.
I think it's a haircut. If he cuts his hair like Jude Law, I guarantee he'll look like.
Well, he kind of already has, but still.
Okay. Hey, James, how you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you doing, sir?
I'm doing good. Doing good. Unfortunately, we're live, so I cannot be showing myself on a live feed.
Yep, we've got designer babies and the flat Earth. Or
I don't think Ryan
flat.
wants to debate the flat Earth at the moment. He just wants to, yeah, he just wants to chill out.
I know he did bring up geocentrism. Are you a geocentrist too, Ryan?
Look, just to let you guys know, I am not a debater, so I do not debate. I just listen and I talk about things, and that's basically it.
Hey, Cerberus, by the way.
Oh, hey.
I'm half geocentricist. I'm like half geocentricist, the other half Galilean, I guess. I mean, it
How
doesn't
is he-
matter. In my opinion, it really,
Geocentrist doesn't make any sense at all.
The reason why it doesn't make the reason why is that I don't see how it makes any bit of a difference to anybody on the planet. I really don't see what difference it makes. I think one has about as much validity as the other one.
It doesn't make any. It doesn't affect you because it's not true, because the science proves the other is true, which does affect us and how we make different technologies, if that makes any sense.
I mean, it's fairly easy to tell which one's true. I mean,
right?
My father got me a telescope when I was 7, and you could chart with that telescope the movement of the planets around the sun.
That could all be moving around us. The thing is, it doesn't really matter.
No, it's really not. You can tell me.
The sun still rises in the east, okay? It sets in the west.
No frame of reference is privileged.
Hey, Ryan.
We are the frame of reference. If we are the frame of reference, then geocentrism makes perfect sense. I think they're both very valid. The sky moves above us. You know, we don't really have the perspective of looking in on the universe and watching all the intricacies of it work. We can we can test that. We can that's why I don't deny that geocentrism isn't the way. I'm just saying that doesn't really matter.
You don't think that, like, standing on Earth watching the moon go around the sun and then standing on the moon watching the Earth go around the sun makes any sense?
Okay, fine. All right, look.
Hey, Ryan, hold on.
The sundial is how we began to measure time. Now, that would mean that the sun would have to be very constant in proportion to our position from our perception on Earth. However, all of the modern theories, or modern in lack of a better term, since the 1500s, which, anyways,
pseudo-modern.
The sundial as your first form of telling time as a clock would mean that the sun would actually have to be pretty precise, not elliptical, not. No, look, I don't want to talk every time. I just wanted to see if you guys talk about it.
Ryan, I'm sorry, Ryan. This happens to you every time you go to Hangout? They start talking about this? Is this what happens to you?
It's hard because so many people are so very passionate about both sides of this.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
No, I don't think so.
You're going to leave it alone.
But maybe like two
he's the one that
truths in the world. This guy and Lord Stephen Christ.
He's the one that typed in geocentrism instead of flat Earth.
Yeah, I was gonna say everyone attacks me on flat Earth. Let's maybe discuss if you even want to go there, which I don't even know why we have to, just because I came into this hangout. But if you want to go there, what about the idea that the Earth was round was also invented at the same time that it was also heliocentric universe, which I still find very ironic for lack of.
Well, it's easier. Ellipses around the sun give you more accurate predictions of, I guess, orbits and so on of the planets, and that's all I make. The difference between earlier attempts and that was ellipses instead of circles.
I mean, the geocentric model doesn't really explain retrograde motion. Retrograde motion makes no sense if everything goes around the Earth.
No, but the ages make sense. Our sense of time, the months, a year, makes perfect sense from a geocentricist position.
Well, yeah, because you still have, the sun moving. It still is going to look all the same.
If you don't look at it in a geocentric mind frame, the sun is not the center either. Therefore, you have no other frame of reference but the geocentrism, but to tell time.
Now, typically you use a center that is convenient for providing simpler calculations. And then you translate to whatever center you care to observe from. In the
I
case
don't
of
know if I
geocentrism,
understand what you're saying, Nadia.
How about this?
I'm sorry.
I apologize if it offends anybody. There's no reason for you to try and, we could talk about the theories of thermodynamics. We could all pretend that we're, extreme advanced time, space physicists. Let's talk about something else.
well, do you care to take the Lagrangian and the Ricci scalar? You'll see that G equals 8 pi t follows from it.
Hey, John, what's up?
No more Rob, huh?
Yeah, no more Rob.
Did he blow up, John? I want to be there when he blows up.
Dude, he was
Oh
cool
no,
as hell.
I lost my connection, so I figure I only try to get to this hangout. So.
How you doing, John?
I'm doing good.
Hey, John, what's up?
We were about to change the topic, or Nadia was just bringing up a topic or something, so you came at the right time.
Cool. What's the topic?
Flat Earth or geocentrism?
That's
No,
a big topic.
no. We're not doing that today.
Okay.
Okay, actually, I have a topic. I actually recently got into a discussion in a YouTube video, and I brought it up to my mother, who's actually in child development. At what age is it okay for a child to change their gender?
Define gender, because I've heard some crazy definitions of past
Okay,
2 weeks.
well, here's the situation. You have a 17-year-old boy, not 17, yeah, a 7-year-old boy, that's 07, who believes he is a girl, and his parents allow him to begin the process of becoming a girl at age 7.
That boy don't know what a girl is. He don't know what that shit's for. He does not know what it's for. He does
That's
not know
exactly
what
what
giving birth is
myself
about.
and my mother are saying.
That
What do you
my
guys
son came to me recently and said he thought he wanted to be a woman. I said, you're gonna be a lousy one. I said, you know that woman in the other room sleeping? She gave a birth to your little sister that you play with every day. That's what a woman does. What are you gonna do? Play act? What the hell does he know about being a girl anyway? He's 7 flipping years old, and you're gonna whatever. What is the process of conversion? That's the one I want to know. He's not even fully developed
taking
yet.
hormones to stop the development of testosterone or something like that.
I think
Anti-androgens.
Yeah.
Largely spironolactone.
Put him over there with the people who don't believe in vaccines.
This kid is not even fully developed yet. He hasn't even gone through his own hormonal changes yet. He hasn't even gone through puberty.
That's what desperately needs to be prevented, actually.
Well, during the early adolescence, there's a lot of people who are confused about their sexuality during that time period.
Mm-hmm.
I should also say that I'm talking about it in the past tense. This has already happened, and this person, I don't know how old they are, but they are living their life as a girl. I don't know if they're going through traumas or whatnot, but the fact is they started at 7.
How old are they now?
I have not checked, but I believe they're in their teens.
I can tell you the kind of traumas it prevents when you intervene early like that. One is cartilage development of the face. Testosterone induces. And requires tremendous amount of surgery and money to reverse.
Okay, but what do you think is more important, though, Nadia? Since you have a little more insight on this than us, what do you think is more important, though? A 7-year-old that might be mistaken their identity, and naturally by the age of 12 or 13, they would have found out, well, that was just a phase I was going through, versus somebody that's actually past puberty and knows for certain, hey, I want to be a woman. So if you made
by the time it's past puberty, it's too late. That's why puberty blockers are used.
But okay,
and
but
puberty
so
blockers,
then what do
all you have to do is stop them if they regret it, and they can undergo the quote-unquote male puberty or whatever.
Sure, but think about what you're doing, though. What if the 7-year-old was wrong?
And they just chose to have their puberty later.
There's irreversible effects, though, for that too later, right? they're gonna have, like you were saying, you know.
There are two different aspects.
Yeah.
Okay. The first is that testosterone is a one-way street. The second is that the puberty can basically be undergone pretty much anytime you choose. I mean, people have late puberties anyway. They can have it too.
But you were already talking, what, cheekbone structure? So you're not going to reverse that, right?
Eyebrows, jawline, hairline, nose.
Right, so you're not going to reverse that, right? So if this 7-year-old decides later...
Testosterone is one-way street. Okay, the reversal issues are what testosterone does is very difficult to reverse, requiring like tens of thousands of dollars of surgery to the face. This is just the face. What it does to the hands and feet can't be reversed at all. What it does to the hips can't be reversed at all. So in any event, you can pretty much just delay puberty until they can make a rational decision, age consent, whatever, and they're fine.
But at that point, you've already like warped the rational decision, you know? You've already modified the way that they're going to think about it. I don't know.
Well,
what do you guys think?
It's not even the way they're going to think about it. You're not going to reverse, you know, 8 to 13 years of development. I don't care how many drugs you take.
This is the thing. If, let's say, the child is exhibiting, like, wants to be a woman or wants to be the opposite sex or what have you, they should basically test the child, I guess, psychologically to see where his mental faculties or her mental faculties are, and definitely medically, too, and see if there's a hormonal issue before a decision like that could be made. There's a lot of things that go into it.
Yeah, there's a hormonal issue. There's the wrong hormone being made by testosterone that will get a lot worse during puberty and cause irreversible damage. And other damage up to the damage that is reversible is extremely expensive to reverse.
Well, this sounds more like a medical issue than a psychological.
Yeah, it is a medical issue, yes.
To answer the question, my opinion would be, well, I guess let's just make it an adulthood right, just like whatever culture or society norm that you live in, whatever age you can vote or be a quote adult at that time, then you have the ability to make your own choice. Before then, you're not.
If you don't prevent, you will have a number of things that are irreversible on top, things that are tremendously costly to reverse.
Yeah, but the problem with that is you could say all sorts of horrible things, and I would still say it's an adult decision.
Well, that's why the protocol is to delay puberty until essentially adulthood.
Is there something wrong with my mic? Am I too loud or trying not to be?
No, actually, I turned you up so we could hear you. You're good. Speak. You gonna say something?
No, I was gonna wait until I thought somebody else would interject before I would speak. It's tough in these group conversations. You have to try and be courteous and wait.
I got something to say.
Yeah, despite Kim Petra or whatever, the actual protocol is delay puberty till adulthood, then everything else happens there.
I think it'd be a lot easier if people, and this is shameless self-promotion, and I'm sorry guys, but I gotta be who I gotta be. If we had the Torah to go by, we would know early on, as parents, as children, before we even got to having our own children, that when the soul descends from heaven, if you will, it's metaphorical. I'm being very metaphorical. It comes down in pairs. And just because you're born with a male body doesn't mean you don't have a female soul. I personally think I have a female soul. Sometimes women get male souls, and yet they have a female body. In the Torah, in Judaism, we learn to deal with that early on at childhood. It's not something that, because I think we have such a horrible point of view when it comes to sex in our Western world. We need to embrace things like that early on. It needs to become part of the context that not every male has a male soul. That you might be male, and it might not be good for you to spill your seed all the time because of prostate cancer. Huh? I'm sorry, what?
I said, fuck embracing that. I'd rather be dead than live in the world as you would have it.
Why?
Why? Why?
Yeah,
I'm curious. I don't see what
my
you're
body's
saying.
fucking deformed.
Well, that I didn't know I was going there.
If we're going to be harsh about it, I would rather have you not be here than let children make lifetime decisions at this age of 7.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah. I mean, I liked New Kids on the Block when I was 7. That doesn't make it right.
And if you are saying making lifetime decisions at the age of 7, you don't understand the protocol. Protocol is delay puberty until they reach majority.
Delaying puberty is like delaying a natural progress, which I don't
That is maturity. That's a sign of maturity.
Delaying puberty until the age of consent is a ridiculous option.
I agree.
And you never know,
Well,
maybe
the American
because they're
Psychological
going through.
think it's so ridiculous. The American Psychological Association think it's so ridiculous, and neither does the rest of Europe or anyone else. Anywhere else.
The American Psychological Association changes their mind to tons of shit all the time.
Yeah, and Europe apparently hasn't.
Topic? Huh?
You're quoting the society that called I don't know how you feel about your body a mental disorder not that long ago. So.
And the trend has been consistent, and frankly, there is a physical ailment that needs to be treated.
Well, that's not what they
albeit not psychological.
I don't think you're going to get that many people to go along with allowing somebody that young to make a decision like that, even if it is a delay in their progress of growing up.
They want to be a girl. Okay, well, so they want to be a girl. That doesn't mean you have to interrupt an already working process, because it was the natural process that led him to want to be a woman. To interrupt, to interfere with that is to interfere with that which brought him to the realization in the first place. It's illogical. Just support the kid, and love him. When he turns 13, he might change his mind. At 13, he might know good and damn well. When I'm 18 and I got or whatever, maybe he could talk with a doctor how he could develop into it.
Hey.
Yeah, 7 is early, man.
Can I interject for a second?
No,
Yeah, exactly. What if this young kid was molested as a kid, and so then they grow up with a distorted perception of reality, and it takes some time for them to really grow and understand themselves to make a decision that's irreversible too early. So.
At that point, they would probably not pass the psychological screening, but in any event.
Well, what is a psychological screening? I mean, I hate the idea of multiple choice, like these fixed tests that are supposed to define us. I mean, come on. I always thought that was... You can only measure someone by their own talents, and not every test is going to measure someone. Anyways, never mind.
It wouldn't just be psychological tests. Like Green was saying, there's other testing as well, but, I mean, how confident could you possibly be? I don't know.
I was confident enough to...
Yeah, but that was you.
Make a pretty serious attempt to carry out surgery on myself.
Right, but that was you, and you're not the same as every other 7-year-old out there that might want to explore the possibility of becoming a female. I mean, it's just...
And some of them are more certain and actually succeed in surgery. And so
right.
I did.
Hey, I'll be right back. I think I'm in the Matrix, so let me just
we need your input, Green.
No, I think I just did a weird deja vu just happened. I had this conversation before, and I'm like freaking out. So let me just.
Really?
I'm just going to use the bathroom and just shake things up a little bit, and then come back. I'll be back.
Sufi, the answer's coming. That's just a sign to get you aware.
I know.
He's gonna go to the bathroom and grab his dick and make sure he wants to be a man for a minute.
Am I still a man? Am I sure I want to be a man?
Sorry, Green. It sounded funny.
Honestly, when I first brought it up to my mother, she was like, "At 7, I wanted to be a unicorn."
Yeah, right.
What about those kind of kids? Do we surgically graft a horn to their head?
Yeah.
That's not what the treatment is, and that's also...
You know what I mean. It's like you can't, you're not fully developed enough to
I know what you mean. What you're meaning is a characterization of what the entire protocol and process is.
Yeah, that's not what he's saying at all. What he's saying is that a 7-year-old can't make good decisions.
Doesn't know jack shit about fuck. I've had
And
one, I
that's
got
literally
blown away. They don't know jack shit about
and
fuck.
that's why it's a process of delaying puberty and not say,
Delay the decision. Let nature take its course.
Inducing the other one.
Yeah. Yeah, well, maybe we should just all be sterile until we're at a point in age, would be what you're saying, Nadia, which I would still disagree. Look, I mean, come on. At what point do you have, what if, all right, here, let's flip the tables. The parents have a choice. They have to decide by the time you're 7 years old if you're going to stay a boy or stay a woman, and they make the choice for you. So is that more rational or irrational than the choice of a 7-year-old thinking he has the, or she has the ability to understand her sex? Anyways, what about the idea of vaccinations? I'd rather, I think it's kind of messed up, the rise in autism and vaccinations. I think there's a very real argument there. The Italian courts have proved it, and now we're up to like what, 1 in 88 in autism, and we're still vaccinating for polio, and now we have the new ice bucket rituals with the because of ALS. I mean, come on. I heard.
Wait, did you just call it a ritual? Really?
Well, first you draw the pentagram, then you get the arm ready.
It's not just an act because it's a couple parts. So yeah, I don't think it's unfair to call it a ritual because there's a couple parts of the what they're doing. So yeah, I thought ritual was actually a pretty accurate word you described it.
It's a fad. It's a fad. It's a trend. It'll go away within a week or two.
I just want to point out that
I hope so. It's so annoying.
There's probably 10 other words that are just as accurate that don't have context behind them.
Well, all
Yeah,
right.
you're dealing with.
L'chaim.
You're dealing with changes that are.
Anyone dumping themselves with a
irreversible.
bucket of water is just showing themselves to be too cheap to give to a charity.
You're dealing with changes that are irreversible that can be prevented. And
Why
that
don't
are
they come up with a ritual word for breast cancer and they can
reduce suffering and so on?
throw some water on that?
If not prevented in those who are trans. And when you say, oh, well, just let it happen anyway, you stand idly by, well, something on the order of a car wreck or mutilation or whatever is happening.
We stand idly by as we let nature take its course and not let the child make terrible decisions.
What terrible decision? Delaying puberty does not...
Any decision you make at 7-year-old is not going to be a good decision.
And that is quite ostensibly false because quite a number of young transitioners...
Using the word ostensibly doesn't prove your argument.
I mean, you can be
What about
passionate
this?
about this, Nadia, but I think the majority of people are going to take the same stance that 7 is just too young.
But let's agree to disagree. Nadia has her point. We have our own. Let's move forward.
Right.
And when puberty starts, it's too old.
I mean, it sucks and it's unfortunate, but I just don't think that most people would go that young. And now if you ask me about a 15 or 16-year-old...
Where do you think they're going? 15, 16, it's already happened. The damage has been done.
I understand that. I'm not comfortable with somebody that young making that decision.
What decision do you think they're making? You think they're getting a
You said to change their sex.
To alter their life
And,
completely
you're wrong.
when they may well just change their mind the next month.
And in that case, they stop taking the antiandrogens the next month.
Yeah, but what if it's not 6 months? You can't just keep pushing this out and pushing it out and think they're going to snap right back.
You guys, this is embarrassing. This is a live conversation, and I can't even believe it. I mean, really?
Yeah,
Let's move forward. Please,
do it all the
stop.
time. I refuse to call natural development damage. Because it's not. By any definition, natural development is not damage.
And how many different kinds of disfigurements and other genetic ailments are quote-unquote natural? I mean, we'd have rats
Not
and
many,
vegetables if
actually.
we didn't actually counteract all these.
I don't know what
hereditary
ailment
ailments.
is natural.
Okay, well, try type 1 diabetes.
Not
You could argue
natural.
nature should take its course. You shouldn't give them insulin.
No, but the
They're
ailment.
only-
You said
they're
the
only
ailment. Never
Type
mind.
1 diabetes.
Nadia, there's a huge difference here. You cannot decide you don't want type 1 diabetes. You can't just wake up one day and say, I want to change this, okay? This is a person making a
wake up one day and say, I don't want to change this.
No, I'm... You know where you're at right now. You do. But I'm not sure a 7-year-old would know that's what they want for the rest of their life. And saying, well, we can just put them on hold, they won't have puberty for 6 or 7 years, is going to put them so far behind. They're going to miss out on something. They're going to grow up, but they're not. It's just, I don't know.
Okay, so like, Nadia, do you think the kings had rights to just kill the female babies that were born because they didn't have a male baby to carry on their lineage because they didn't have the right sex?
What?
I'm asking you the question.
What does that have to do with anything?
The sex of a baby.
Something relevant, please.
I digress.
Wait, what were you trying to say, Ryan?
Yeah. I was just turning the tables a little bit. Anybody else?
I think you were turning it to the extreme there.
Okay, well, honestly, I wanted to interject with something Nadia said. You said, let nature take its course as opposed to insulin. This is a completely different conversation. This is altering the sex of a child versus saving someone's life.
I just want to take a note for everyone here remembers. Nadia compared what's going on with her to having diabetes.
Type 1.
This will probably come up.
Give it all.
Type 1 diabetes.
And in the meantime...
So now I get to compare it to other diseases like she does.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah, it is a physical ailment. It is a physical ailment. It requires repair of the body and so on.
I have a question. What countries are the people participating right now? I'm American. How many Americans? I think real problems are. Let's talk about present day. Let's not talk about hypothetical kids that we don't have, and if we're gonna turn their penises into clitorises.
It's happening here in the U.S. and of course.
It's happening all over, really.
Across Europe, yes. And it is quite appropriate. The gender identity is crystallized at that young an age, and
America.
so on and so forth.
Yeah. Barnes and Noble books.
I would like to know. I would like to go back in time and find out if there's anyone back, medieval times, classical era, that had this issue. Because I would say that probably not.
They did.
How do you know? It's not written down anywhere.
Yeah, it is.
Where?
The guest prisons.
Name me a
at least in classical sources. It talks about drinking a pregnant mare's urine, from which modern-day Premarin is derived.
They probably treated people born differently as Satan.
Demon-possessed.
It's a demon baby.
Or sometimes
they were hydrojules. They joined temples and, well...
I have a question. Why do people not want people to be born left-handed? I'm left-handed. Why? Does anybody know where that old age idea comes from? Is it because the left hand doesn't know what the right hand is doing?
It was a sign of a witch.
It was just like Christianity is now.
The left hand.
It was widely believed, yet not true.
Yes. It was
No, but I know that, but where did that come from?
It was believed that evil was done with the left hand.
No, yeah, in certain cultures, that's where you wipe your butt. It's your left and you shake with your right.
That's true.
Oh.
As far as I'm concerned, one person just didn't like a left-handed person, so they wanted him killed.
Well, it becomes very politicized.
Yeah.
That's good, because I always thought it was the guy who invented the notebook, because he was like, alright, I'm putting a spiral on the left-hand side, and that's just the way it is. So all you other fuckers who don't buy it, they're evil, so buy my Trapper Keepers.
What if I'm born left-handed and I want to be a right-handed person? I want a surgical operation where they cut my arms off and switch them.
Nice.
I want to be black. I am black.
As if I want to be what I am.
I'm black.
I want to be Popeye.
And I need to fix myself.
As if I want to be what I am.
Well, I'm sure we all want to be
I'm
what
sorry
we
that
are.
you're not happy with that, but I think that there's also a lot of other external factors that come into play there, and I don't think it's fair. There's no blanket statement. Regardless, of your opinion and anyone else's opinion, there's no blanket statement that you could say when you have a...
Should it be okay what if the 7-year-old thought he was black and wanted to be black? Do you start dressing your kid in gangsta clothes?
I don't know, what if you turn him white and call him Michael Jackson?
Racial identity disorder.
Would you start injecting him with dye or whatever pigment to make his skin darker, or would you get collagen in his lips? I mean, what do you do to a 7-year-old to appease his notion that he thinks he's black?
There's no such psychological phenomenon.
If he's white, if this kid's white, or for that matter, Oriental, if you'll excuse me, I don't know what you
Yeah,
say,
what if I
Oriental
wanted to
folk.
be Chinese?
Oriental folks say Oriental
eyes.
folk, but the
What if
white
he
man can't.
blindfolded? Nadia, your point holds no water. But hey, you have your opinions, we have ours. Can we discuss something else now, please?
I dare say my point holds a hell of a lot more water than yours. You're going on talking about inflicting the shit I've gone through, my frigging disgusting face, my frigging man's body, everything else on these people who know damn well and have the chance to stop the damage from being done. And
I guess external factors
what the
is
hell?
what I was saying is the things that have happened to you, you're right, I have no idea, but they are external factors. And at some point, I think the nature versus nurture paradigm is actually, or the idea is actually pretty elementary and foolish in itself. So even to boil it down to that sense to me, is irrelevant. But
yeah, the nature.
I'm sorry, Nadia. I'm sorry.
The nature derives from the neurological development in the uterus. And
right. So the womb. Again, I answer you again. I don't know if you saw my answer. The first answer is the womb, where you get to decide what sex you are.
I just want to say when I was
never
7, I
got
wanted
to
to
decide
be
what sex I was.
Anyway,
Let's go on to a new topic because everybody. I mean, this isn't. We're not going to change each other's minds here. That's not what it's about. We're just debating it.
Yeah, and debating is. Let's talk about like real stuff going on, like presently.
How
I was
about
asking you guys if y'all are all in America or not, because there is some stuff going down.
Linda Harvey says that Laverne Cox is in league with the devil.
Well, that's true. Everyone knows that.
Oh dear.
I didn't hear what you said. It got cut off. What?
I said Linda Harvey says Laverne Cox is in league with the devil. And Roseanne Barr, of course, calls Cecilia Chung some kind of bitch or whatever.
Roseanne Barr. I haven't read the news yet.
Yeah, do you have a link to that story?
Yep, that's true. I found out that Pink was a Jew. You know, Pink, the singer? I had no idea she was Jewish.
I had no idea Michelle Obama was a man. That's true.
Uh-huh.
Too.
Oh, I saw that coming as soon as I saw him.
Yep, it.
Yeah, sorry, Reuven. I was thinking of Grover Cleveland, not James Garfield. I forgot that he died in Jersey. My bad.
Wouldn't that be interesting if it was found out that she was a man? That'd be kind of cool.
I would say that would definitely change people's perceptions.
Yeah, I think it would, yeah.
Roseanne Barr tweeting to the transgender law center Cecilia Chung.
Who is Roseanne Barr?
The next question would be where the kids come from.
Wait, how do you not know who Roseanne Barr is?
Adoption.
Adoption.
Wait, are you talking about the lady from...
There's no pictures, no record of her ever being pregnant. Ever.
Oh, yeah, you could go along with that with Prince William and Kate. And Beyonce and Jay-Z.
Beyonce's been pregnant. She showed up
I don't know.
pregnant.
I just Googled for pictures and they don't look doctored. Looks awful fucking pregnant to me.
Oh, Michelle?
Yeah.
Okay.
I honestly don't believe it. I thought it was it was funny when I first heard it.
No, we were just saying it would be cool if it was true. That's all.
Yeah. It would definitely, be a giant step forward and progressive. progressively like, oh my god, we had someone who potentially had power.
And we thought we were just electing a black man. We elected two.
No, it is true though. It's true.
Okay, well, all right, let's go with this
And a gay
Roseanne Barr
one.
thing.
All right, Lycos, what'd you have?
Oh, just what Nadia had posted, that Roseanne Barr thing. Here's something I find interesting. Should we have a third bathroom?
I think we already have enough bathrooms.
Wow.
That's becoming an issue in some schools, actually, and it's for people. Yeah, I've seen them where they have to use a private bathroom.
If you're born different, pick one, sure. But yeah, third bathroom, give me a flipping break. Grow the fuck up.
Honestly, I think men and women could always use the same bathroom. We've just been taught to separate ourselves. But I mean, if we all had stalls, if we all were civil and we all treated each other with courtesy, respect, and we all let our badass dumps fucking shit in unison, men and women alike, if we're courteous, we don't need that. We don't need to be divided. That's another reason of being divided.
Ryan, are you reading my mind?
Bathrooms are a good idea.
You know, Ryan, this is a good night. This is the first time I've been in a hangout with you, and you're making rational sense to me. I'm liking it.
Because he's not drinking.
That's the problem. It wasn't the flat Earth stuff. There's no alcohol involved.
John, the brother John is right. No. I was like, man, every time. Well, and not for nothing. I always kept getting attacked, so I was just hammering it. But yeah, no, I'm staying chill.
No, I totally agree with that. I just think our society's kind of shit, you know?
Have you ever had a window seat on an airplane, Ryan?
Oh, God.
I'm sorry.
No.
Okay, before we go there, Ryan, I think you'll like this link. It's from the Huffington Post.
Really?
Let's see here.
Bone Mars Curiosity. Look, I'm not. No.
I'm not
if you
sure.
don't have control, the only thing greater than control is the illusion of control. If you guys go follow NASA on Google Plus right now, you will laugh your face off at the ISS photos. If you look at those things, you think they're real, and you're also going to remember how you were told that we totally cut NASA's budget. You also notice in Google Plus how they were, hey, we're hiring interns with Photoshop experience. Okay, look, I don't want to get into look. You guys aren't going to agree, and I don't want to sit here and waste my words trying to convince you otherwise.
Let's keep going with other topics. We were doing really good. Let's keep going.
Talking about women. I don't even know what
Let's avoid that. Let's avoid that.
Talking about separate bathroom issue. That's what Lycos brought up. Let's talk about it.
Would women really want to share a bathroom with men?
Probably not.
If they don't have to, would women really go for that?
Nah.
No.
What is there brought up
They couldn't talk about. They go to the bathroom to talk about men.
Right. And they go in groups.
Let's
That'd
just
be
phrase
awesome.
it
What
like
if it was just a big piss?
Let's just phrase it like this. I think pink is a great color for a bathroom. I want equality.
Well, you know what? I think the main problem is people are not just using it for bathroom. People are using it for other reasons, I guess.
Makeup.
Hey, can I say something?
Makeup. There's a huge disparity in sinks. Women have more sinks.
Okay.
And
people
we
can
makeup.
be taught to use different things and to act accordingly. I mean, think about it. We used to make people of different colors use different bathrooms. I mean, the power of persuasion, the herd mentality, is something that should not be overlooked. Which is why.
Ubiquitous, though.
Yeah, never mind. Whatever.
You and Rob needs to be in the same room because you're going to say the herd mentality is bad, and then he's going to say the herd mentality is Christ-like.
Then he'll bring up his wolves.
You two will have a great conversation that I would want to watch.
Two wolves are tearing apart the cute fluffy bunny.
And then Rob
gets more airtime. Rob gets more airtime than anybody I know on Google Hangouts. Maybe that's his plan all along.
Well, he is selling the books.
Yeah, so Rob goes, hey Ryan, I have this 2-hour-long YouTube video. I'm trying to make it viral. Will you help me make it go viral? I go, no, it's 2 hours long. Well, it has 100 views. Great.
Condense it down to 5 minutes.
There are other cultures where unisex bathrooms are already the case, like Japan.
There are other cultures where you clean the corner of your room.
I'll get around
That's
to
a
it.
low blow, man.
Got nuked, and then turned around and nuked themselves. The suicide rate in Japan. Whoa.
If you think that's bad, wait until you see their hentai.
They're what?
I have. Let's not talk about that.
What's that?
Tentacle pornography.
Oh, yes. I've heard, yeah, I know what you're talking
He's
about.
embellished himself. He knows. That's what it sounded like. I'm sorry.
He has
That's what it sounded
briefly partake. I mean, researched.
I had a crazy
Yes.
youth, man. I had a
Right.
crazy youth.
I went to 4chan a couple times, you know.
Hey, let's just say I'll never see Pokemon the same way.
Pikachu! Pokemon, Smokemon. Urotsuki Doji.
Don't know that one.
Legend of the Overfiend is the translated title in English.
I don't think I've heard that before.
Well, how do I even start?
That's okay. I like Star Blazers. That was Japanese. I like Robotech.
So it was like
was
a Cthulhu-like figure, except all the tentacles were penises.
You would like
damn it.
Robotech. It's people like you that ruined my board game.
What?
I used to play BattleTech all the time until the people from
BattleTech.
Robotech started suing them.
I would prefer playing BattleTech over Robotech, but I did enjoy the Robotech series. The Veritech thing, yeah, I was into that big time. Years ago, baby. Good night. I still have my original D&D set, the red box edition.
I actually want to get a D&D hangout going on Google.
That would be interesting.
But the 5th edition just came out. All I have is the player's handbook. I need to get the rest of the stuff.
Though personally, with me, I only really like D&D when you're actually there in the same room with the other people.
I think if you don't know how to play chess,
Go ahead.
no, I was just trying to be funny and interject with, if you don't know how to play chess, but seriously, I get annoyed when people are like, no, I don't know how to play chess, but like, I know how to play checkers really good, but yeah, I know about like patterns, and I know about,
Do you know the Bernard Larson attack? Or the Sveshnikov Sicilian?
No.
Man, that is real.
The Yanish Gambit. The Queen's Gambit declined. Oh, come on. I thought you were a chess player.
Oh, no,
I
sorry, I
love
wasn't
chess.
listening to you.
I'm a horrible chess player, but I love it. I play and I lose all the time. I still go to Yahoo Chess sometimes.
No, see, I'm very good at chess, and if you're not very good at chess, I think you're not very, I don't know, maybe you've just never been taught.
Honestly,
That sounds funny.
I can't believe how many people, when I was first playing chess, would try to king their pawn.
Are you talking like middle school, elementary school? Like,
Yes, I remember back then in the day when nobody knew what the hell they were doing.
King a pawn?
Well, yeah, they would get to the end of the board and they say king mate. No, that's not how it works. You get to do something better. Oh, okay. And then they try to take your pawn by jumping over it. No, that's not how it works.
I get that now. What you're saying, king me.
Yeah, he said king is pawn. He was right. He was smart. So, Nadia, do you know how to play chess?
One might say that, yes.
No, I'm asking you.
Yes.
Okay. Do you know how to play checkers?
Yes.
Okay. What if, like, you could only play chess or checkers, and you had to decide by the time you're 70? You think that's fair?
Oh, god damn it.
I know.
I did not see that coming. That was like...
It was burned into my brain. my neurological development in the womb. I'd play chess.
Wait, Rob might have been proud of that. Was that the Socratic method right there?
Yeah, he probably.
It was called idiocy, but in the meantime.
I don't know, but I'm just really stoked about this.
I don't know, if you asked me if I had to play with my own dick or clit, I'd have to try it out before I could make a final decision.
I was gonna say, I hadn't even ejaculated before I was 7.
I don't think I did.
Let's not go back there.
Yeah, if I would have been told a doctor could do it for me, I would have signed on immediately.
And if a doctor can make me to a werewolf at 7, I'd be howling right now.
Oh, what a load of shit.
Actually, no, I still want to be a werewolf, but that's beside the point.
Seriously, no one wanted to be Gambit. I love Gambit.
Gambit.
Was awesome.
Yeah, no, Gambit was the best. Gambit was awesome. Gambit.
Yeah, everybody likes Wolverine for some reason. He can make playing cards explode.
He can make anything explode.
I liked what they did with him in the movie. I liked that he made his appearance and he had a place in it. I liked the way he was portrayed. It was cool.
They're actually remaking him for the current continuity.
Good.
Have you heard about the leaked Deadpool?
Oh yes, let's talk about that. Much better topic than anything else we've talked about.
What's the Nightcrawler? The Russian, the Nightcrawler. Is that what they call him?
Yeah.
You're talking about the blue guy?
German. He was German.
Yeah, he's German. The Russian was Colossus, who turns into steel.
Well, that was Ilyana.
I'm the Juggernaut.
Okay, that's the Juggernaut.
Juggernaut, bitch. And yeah, I got that joke in the theater. I knew exactly where that came from.
Well, I liked Omega Red too. Did anyone else like Omega Red?
I don't know Omega Red.
He was a bad guy, but he was Russian.
My favorite, I really lean toward DC just because of Superman and Batman, but I don't think I get near as much joy, and I say that word with precision, joy, watching the character on screen work his magic as I do with the Incredible Hulk. Nothing makes me happier than the Hulk. I don't think I could ever be happier walking away from a Hulk movie.
Yeah, I would be okay if we went back to the Avengers, we cut out all the scenes that didn't have Hulk in it, and just watch the Hulk scenes.
Okay, I'm sorry. I know it technically was a different actor, but I literally stood out of my chair and went, "Fuck yeah!" when you heard Hulk smash. I was like, "Fuck yeah!"
Hulk smash.
No, I'm talking about the Incredible
I
Hulk.
am a god. You're another. Bam, bam, bam.
Yeah, that was great. Yep, that was great. And see, the Hulk man was green.
How many of you guys actually have seen the leaked Deadpool test footage?
I have. Share it. I was looking for the link. Put it in the
I'll
chat
see
box.
if I still have it. I know I recorded it, just in case it got taken down.
I can send it to myself in a second.
Did you know that Terrible with electrolysis and laser that's a total lifetime cost, as much as the sensory assignment surgery or more, and it's agonizing, at least for most people. If you know that.
Did you not?
That's the cost of what you don't reverse, or don't prevent, rather.
There you go. There's a link.
That's yourself.
Oh shit, that's the wrong one. Never mind.
Nope, I'm being rude. Stop it.
Oh. There we go.
Did you get it?
Yeah, it's the second one.
Yeah.
Hi.
Facial stabilization surgery.
Would you rather be lead
Reverse.
scientist in your field or have mad cow disease?
I'm sorry, what?
Oh, good. I was afraid you want to have that cat. Where's Deadpool at?
How about that?
No, that's
Anyway, yeah, the facial
No, like
customization.
the other way was better, Nadia. Really,
Reverse the cartilage development.
I think the other way.
That's close to 30 grand. And well, how long do you think it has to you work that before you work up that money before you don't see a man's face in the mirror anymore? I still see one in the mirror now.
External factors again, and inner turmoil, conflict.
And that means what? What does that do to stop the person affected from suffering here?
Well, Nadia, I mean this sincerely. That is something that I'd be happy to talk with you about on a serious note, not in a live group chat. Because I care about you, and I see your trouble now. I'm sorry about that, but there is a way out. I promise you.
Why can't we talk about it now?
Well, I think it's.
You think I'm
I think she's. I'm not going.
You think I'm embarrassed? Tell me now.
No, I don't think you're embarrassed. I think you're hurting, and you want everyone to know how hurting you are.
You're damn right, Joe, because you have the chance to prevent it in someone else. And you deny them the chance by casting this little vote.
Well, if voting ever made a difference, we would never be allowed to do it. I think that's true.
If what?
Hey, I'm really sorry. You know, I feel you. Obviously, I empathize with you because obviously something happened.
You're sorry. It's not your face that's freaking disfigured. It's not your voice. It's not your voice that's freaking distorted. It's not your downstairs that's wrong.
You don't have a bad face, Nadia. I told you that when I first met you. You got a good face.
Yeah, with the caveman eyebrow edges and the Bruce Campbell jawline.
Wait,
that's what you got. Anyway,
you're taking it a little personal, though.
You bet I take it personal.
I would take that personal. Who hates Bruce Campbell?
Yeah, come on.
Oh, I don't hate him, but I don't want to beat him.
Nah, you don't got quite the Bruce Campbell jawline going. You have a good face. It's a good face. I don't give a damn what you think. I'm telling you
It's
what
not
I
a
think.
face.
This is my laughing place. No, it's a good face, Nadia, and I mean that sincerely.
Trouble is, it's not a woman's face.
Of course, I tell my wife she's beautiful, and she don't believe me neither, so I don't know why I'm bothering.
Nadia, ever since I saw you, I had no doubt that you were a woman. I was shocked to find that you actually were a man.
Yeah, me too.
Yep,
I'm not actually a man.
Or whatever you were, to me, you have and for always have been a woman. Now, there's no question, unless you're trying to be a man, you still look like a woman to me.
Well, I have birth defects, and
I disagree.
I've been aggravated by the failure to prevent that damage during puberty.
Now, what do you think about GMOs and the things that maybe have been introduced into your environment growing up, the foods you've eaten, the air you breathe? There's a really good chance that some of that.
Who gives a shit?
Well, again, external factors. I can't say that.
And you say external factors as if it means something.
Nadia, Nathan, I'm sorry.
Nadia, you walked up and you didn't have anything on below a t-shirt, and I was like, "Gams." It distracted me when I was trying to make a real serious point, and hear these legs walk by. I'm like, "Get gams." I just thought I'd let you know.
Well,
you have to love yourself at some point, Nadia.
Apparently.
At what point can you start living with yourself?
Well, you have to work on that.
I don't think
it takes tens of thousands, if not over $100,000 in surgery.
No, I mean to love yourself and the journey that you're in, and quit being. I understand that for you, your ultimate goal is to get the physical appearance that you want. But for a lot of us that hang out with you, and I'm not saying this this isn't what I think, but I've heard multiple people tell me that what they really don't like about you is the fact that you're down on yourself all the time. They don't like that, and they think that you'd be a much better person if you'd understand that you're on your journey, you're on your way, and you have to love yourself even as you're, on your way to getting to where you want to be.
On my way with what paycheck to put money away to get more surgery with.
I know.
Yeah, with what hiring discrimination protections to make sure I get a job so I can actually put money away to get surgery with.
Do you walk in looking like that, telling them you're a man? You should walk in there and tell them you're a woman. Fuck them. They don't need to know what's down there. To hell with them. Lie to them. You don't have to tell them nothing.
I agree.
I don't tell them anything.
Yeah. What do I know? Hulk smash. Fires catches it. Goes.
Hulk smash.
Anyway, yeah. Given that my efforts for 20 freaking years have amounted to nothing.
Not yet.
It would have been better. Either die or have it prevented.
Today's events haven't been written down yet, Nadia.
Speaking of today's events,
they have.
Oh, I've come to the conclusion that Unreal Tournament #1 does not like Windows 8.
You're just now figuring this out?
One of my clients gave it to me on disk, and they're like, I need this to work on my Windows 8 laptop. And I'm like, ha ha ha, that's funny. I've got it to run now, but
it looks horrible?
Well, yeah, it's going to look horrible. It's fucking Unreal Tournament #1.
What a 7-year-old tells you. And you can prevent the damage. You look at me. I'm getting very close to 40 and still undone. And if things were to turn around tomorrow, I'd be working for years and years till I'm 50 or older. In fact, I'm probably not likely to survive that long even. To actually carry out any of the reversals or corrections.
Nadia, can I ask you a question?
That's the difference.
How many people do you interact with?
That's the difference that intervention or not makes.
On a daily basis?
They have no life left by the time they actually put away enough money for it.
Right, but I think what we're saying, well, most of us at least that don't like the age of 7 deal, is that we're willing to take the risk that is the possibility because we're most likely thinking that the person's just too young to make the decision.
And your risk assessment is based on what?
I think we've already went through all that.
How do you know what the odds are without any study or expertise?
Okay, what?
Nature, I think.
Let's cover it again. We all know, even from his personal experience, a 7-year-old anybody is not going to make an informed decision.
Amen.
And that's why it's the delaying process and not a full transition.
And delaying the maturing process for 11 years to the age of consent is not a good choice either.
It is a damn good choice compared to what the options are, and the studies of what these claims are versus the outcomes and such.
Shouldn't you teach
the outcomes tend to be like me. It tends to be, well, someone who gets screwed over with stuff they can't correct, or whether financially or by just did a possibility at all, and you screw them permanently.
Nadia, but aren't you guaranteeing everybody goes through that because you're delaying that? Now, everyone is going
It's not universal mandatory.
development because you delayed it. So then
No,
they're going to join
it's
these
not
later
universal.
years?
It's not like every 7-year-old in the universe have puberty delayed.
That's what you're saying.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying when they present and the assessments are made and so on, that the appropriate treatment is pursued.
So you're saying that if every boy decides to put on a dress, their puberty needs to be delayed until a point where they either decide to be a woman or stop wearing dresses.
It's not every boy.
Well, you weren't too keen on
2 out of
testing
1,000.
either.
It's 2 out of 1,000.
Right, but you need some kind of testing, right? You need something to make sure that it's not just them, being a 7-year-old. Hey, I want to be a dragon today, mommy. I mean, I personally know young kids.
It's not remotely comparable to idiot things like dragons or unicorns.
No. I know. No. I've known 7-year-olds that have gone for months pretending to be something. So
there are adults that do that. Look at like that guy that's put whiskers in himself and filed all his teeth, and they're extreme examples, but people often do certain things that we might consider to be weird.
And they don't often do this. It's 2 out of 1,000.
Can my picture update to the drawing? Because I've tried to.
2 out of 1,000.
I have a question.
What about that 1 in a million talk?
Not 1 in a million. 2 out of 1,000.
I have a question. When we say the best decision, and I'm trying to think of man in terms of energy. I want you to look at this in just terms of energy, whether it's manpower, time. Hang on. Wouldn't it be a lot healthier and simpler if we teach the child to be comfortable in his own skin?
You can't.
Why not?
I agree with Nadia on that. There are people that will not be happy and will not be. Yeah.
You think I haven't had 40 years of freaking flat-out denial pounded into me to quote-unquote make me comfortable in my own skin? No.
I'm talking about from a parent's point of view as well.
And the parent gets a child that's basically tormented and lives a miserable life and gets all the kinds of and who has tremendous financial burdens placed on them of attempting to reverse all the damage done, or which they can't reverse all of anyway.
We should be thankful for your perception, because based on what you've said, I know you don't believe in God, or you definitely don't. No, I would say you definitely don't believe in the true just God. But anyways, look, you have a group of individuals that offered you enough courtesy and time to cheer you up and to basically say, come on, Nadia, let's get over this. And for that, let's be thankful. But come on.
If I could get over it, I would not be what I am.
Well, I'm asking you, how many people do you see? Look, this is not the time nor the place for you to be having this type of discussion. You have people that care about you. You want to reach out to other people.
How's it not the time and the place? It was brought up. I was asked.
Oh, because I don't know. It just seems to be, this is a live forum. I don't know if you remember that, anything can and will be used against you in the court of Google.
Everyone freaking hates my ass anyway. What the hell do I care?
Nobody hates you. I was saying you're pretty fortunate. I would say a bunch of yes, people you converse with, but
I don't think people hate you. Again, I've told you. Other people have told this. They don't hate you. They don't like the fact that you're always so down, and when a lot of people would never care about you.
Red line, they all freaking hate me.
No, a lot of people care about you, actually.
I doubt that. No, very much.
Okay,
once in a while,
you can ask them.
Once in a while, you frustrate the ever-loving shit out of me. But other times, it's not. You're not so bad. I wouldn't be here. You're that bad. God.
Most of the time, they aren't there. They don't let me in either. They make sure they keep their hangouts private and avoid passing the link on to me or inviting me.
Hey, if you want to talk Parsha, you're welcome to the Noahide Nexus every Thursday. But it's Parsha talk, That's the only hangout I do right now. If you want to join in, if you want to sit in, you are more than welcome. But we keep it to Parsha. It's a themed hangout.
I don't know what Parsha is.
It's the Torah portion. That's the Torah, the 5 books of Moses, the Jewish Bible. You read the Jewish Bible throughout the year. You have weekly portions. We read a weekly portion of the Hebrew Bible every Thursday. And you're always welcome to that one. But we are talking Judaism and Parsha here, so.
Yeah, TheIdolSmasher.
And Buddy says they do hate me. He's seen it.
Hold on. She's got 151. I don't hate you, Nadia. You can come over to my house anytime you want.
Also 151. I love you, Nadia.
Yeah, the Smirnoff wasn't doing it for us, but.
And no,
I'm
we
just
don't
getting started.
love you for your booze.
Damn, I don't have any Coke left, or I'd drink with you.
Well, go ahead.
Not to pile on a flatterfest, not that it is, but I just wanted to put in my 2 cents. Like, when I think you're one of the most intelligent and rational and level-headed people I've met on Google Hangouts so far. Like, I've met a lot of people. I like everybody, but honestly, like, you've stood out as being exceptionally intelligent, well thought out, rational, and so there you go. I wouldn't beat yourself up too much saying that everyone hates you.
Planetary Red Line and 13 Heathens convinced enough people.
Damn, when did you sneak in? I didn't even freaking see you, dude. Oh, John May was here too? Shit.
You gotta pay attention, man.
I know, right?
Alright, well, let's, I don't mean to leave, but let's change topics for now. And actually try to stay off the topic. Anyone have anything they want to talk about?
Yes.
Yeah, let's talk about censorship.
My blue girl.
I'm just messing around, man.
Anything by Go Nagai.
By who?
Go Nagai.
Do we want to talk about controversial stuff or just bullshit?
Well, stuff that we won't start yelling at each other about, preferably.
Oh, but that's no fun.
Yeah, but then I get yelled at.
Where's Greensoul? Was Jesus a prophet of Islam?
Oh, he's not in here.
Oh, no. We will not. I know TheIdolSmasher mentioned Judaism. We will, please, no.
Let's try something non-religious for a change.
No faith. No faith.
TheIdolSmasher, what do the Jews have to say about Jesus? I think I remember Maimonides saying, "May his bones be ground into dust."
Yeah.
There are many, many different opinions. You've got your Barbra Streisands, and then you got your Maimonides. But on Jesus himself, some think he doesn't exist. Some say he could be a prophet. Some say lots of stuff. The one thing they do agree on is that Jesus is not God. That's it. That's the only thing they say is that he's not God. Messiah?
I know, Reuven, you're such an hater. Goldstein, like that's a shock.
But you don't you don't call him God. That's the one thing that Jews agree on. And some shameless self-promotion on my part, since we were looking for something to talk about. I run an internet radio station. Link is over here in the chat.
Where?
So check it out.
Okay, actually, I'm going to ask you about that, TheIdolSmasher. How'd you get it? How'd you set it up?
I've been doing internet radio since like 2002.
How much does it cost to run?
Changes formats about every year. But it was for a long time I was doing a lot of audio drama, science fiction, horror, mystery, audio dramas, that sort of thing. And now I've kind of moved on to free jazz, open jazz, experimental electronica.
Okay, I'm looking your page.
Florida is the 16th state for marriage equality.
Yay!
And if you don't like that, there's a lot of other shoutcast stations.
From always something.
All right. Uphold that fourth pillar of the Church of Euthanasia. Sodomy.
Somebody keeps speaking and I can barely understand him. I don't know who it is.
I said uphold that fourth pillar of the Church of Euthanasia. Sodomy.
Yeah, I heard that. I
Oh,
think it's
okay.
Ryan. Ryan, is your mic not very clear, or?
I don't know. Did y'all mess with my mic or something?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe
Ryan's
it
fine
wasn't
on
you.
my end.
I don't know. Never mind.
No, and Reuven, I didn't say your ancestry. You said your last name, bro. You brought your ancestry into it. Smash.
They are somewhat related.
Well.
Yeah, we hear you.
Yeah, it's an insult. Look, I don't come here. You know my beliefs. I don't come here to smash you guys and to change your picture to Jesus never existed. I think is as foolish as anything else, because plenty of historians would agree that he in fact did.
I only smash idols, my friend. I only smash idols, not people.
Are you the
You're
Aryan
talking to
Rhino?
Reuven.
Are you the Aryan Rhino neo-Nazi, or are you the Flat Earther?
I'm neither of those stereotypes that you try to blanket.
He's a flat earther.
into, but
He's a flat earther.
Okay, Flat Earther. Okay.
It's a look. I'm not saying I don't believe in mountains.
No, I know. We're not
That's
saying
good
that
news.
either. If you said that, I don't think I could stand to be in a hangout
The
with you.
truth hurts, Ryan. The Jesus of the gospel didn't exist. The truth does not hurt.
Isn't there like something about what is it? Jesus fucking Christ or whatever, where it's like two clones of Jesus like having anal sex with
Fucking each other. Yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah.
No, but it's okay if you
No?
want to try it. Well, in this case, I never did, Mr. Reuven.
Have you guys
Yeah.
seen the
Here you go, Nadia.
Al
There you
Franken's?
go. Oh shit! I did not mean to paste that long link.
Oh, what did you do?
Mackerel.
That's
it's not
Google.
even-
That's Google's fault, not mine.
I blame you anyway.
Google's fucking off. You could probably find my birth date in there somewhere. All right, there you go.
So what'd you guys do today?
Worked 8.
I saw the
That's
bunch of
it.
cars.
That's it. Yeah.
I pretty much played Battlefield most of the day.
That's pretty cool.
I've been playing a lot of Mountain Blade Warband.
I really miss. I've like cut myself off from Xbox and PlayStation 3 for like a year. And
Why'd you do that to yourself, man?
It's been a tough year because I would FIFA with people across in England for like gratuitous, way too many hours. Which is now, I mean, you always sacrifice one vice for another. Sacrifice, right? But yeah, so that's what I did. But you know what I really want to do is just have a good positive impact on the people around me. And
Bingo, my friend.
That's a good attitude.
It's one of mine too.
Hear, hear.
And so I don't apologize for saying Goldstein, but it's obvious Goldstein.
You ain't gonna put a scratch on
related to
Reuven.
Penstein.
I mean,
Scratch on Reuven.
I mean,
Trust me.
obviously.
No, Reuven, I know. I'm apologizing. I know, he was right. I tried to mince words. But, you guys, I really do want to talk about the freaking things that are going on in America right now. I'm telling you about the devaluation of the dollar and the crises that they're implicating. It started a long time ago.
Well,
and,
they've got all the gold, and there's nothing we can really do about it. They've got all the gold, and they've got an army to protect it. There's not a lot we can do about it.
And what about gay sex? Isn't there a lot of that happening in America now?
And then there's
More than ever, Nadia.
That's hot. Okay, what we got? Che Guevara with Mickey Mouse ears. I like it. It's like Devilman. Almost.
I want to inform Ryan. If you don't devalue the dollar, you don't have credit to give.
Right.
No, you have credit. It's
That's
just
actually-
it's just not based on a
No,
flipping
no,
number.
no. I see what you were saying. No, I see what you were saying. Good point. Could you elaborate just for a second here? Maybe you have, I see what you're saying. That was a short and sweet. That was a good answer.
All credit given in the fiat currency system is through the creation of more currency.
Yeah.
Right, inflation. Right, but now we're not backed by the gold standard anymore, right?
But
I don't disagree.
I want
with
you to think about it.
No, I don't disagree with you. Keep going.
I know. I just want to make this distinction that what makes gold valuable is the exact same thing that makes the dollar valuable. Is that people want it. Changing it to gold.
No, it's a resource because no, hold on. Actually, why we went off of the gold standard is because we transformed the dollar into the petrodollar, and we started exchanging it in Saudi Arabia and in Iraq, in the Middle East, based on fossil fuel. So you had to buy oil with American dollars.
Yeah, that's
what
what
America
did.
If gold wasn't valuable, then why do they hoard it? If gold wasn't valuable, why did they confiscate it in the 30s?
Because people
gold has been valuable since.
But what I'm saying is what makes something valuable is that some people want it.
Guys,
For whatever reason.
That's all you have to work with.
What is the next thing that's going to back a dollar, though? Or what is going to happen? Because I think we can agree we see some kind of deterioration.
But see, that's
Nuclear bomb.
That's the point I'm trying to make. You don't actually need something to back it.
Nuclear bombs.
Oh, right, yeah,
Anything
yeah,
to
like
back
three
it, but that's just
rows,
real
that's-
nice that you can print money for some people and make sure that others maintain their destitute as well.
Exactly, you can't do that.
And at least in gold, it's transferable. And there's a
But
little
we're
bit
not
amount-
backed by the gold standard anymore.
You have to put the gold back into the system in order for the system to work.
Let's just do it like this. Let's get a conspiracy of enough people. They come together and say, okay, there's a quadrillion tons of gold in this bank. And then they shut the door and they never open it. And we just say all of our dollars based off that gold. And then
Yeah, but we stopped doing that.
That's exactly what they did.
Yeah, that's they
used to be
stopped
able to
doing
take
that.
gold dust.
Yeah, but my point is,
I've got even better idea.
You could walk in
My
with a
point is, it
dollar
doesn't
at any
matter.
bank.
Use
You
it.
could walk
use
in with a dollar and
basket.
say, "Give me an ounce of gold," and they would give, or whatever, and give you the gold for that dollar. That's how you could do it. So you could go find more money. But when they confiscate the gold and they take all the gold and they create money and then they create a caste system, and it's
Well, I've got a better idea. You hold the world hostage, saying you honor the dollar, some exchange rate, or we're gonna nuke you.
No, look,
called the
we're
nuclear-
down nuking.
No, but
By the way, hey,
dollar.
look, throw this out there. There's no proof any of you guys know that actually nuclear bombs exist. Radioactive maybe, but anyways, look, let's not go on beyond nukes. Let's not go nuke.
Don't even say it,
Not just
Ryan.
here.
Ryan, you need to stop saying that stuff because your credibility goes to the shithole for most
I missed
of us.
Straight jacket.
Oh my
No,
god.
Just don't even mention it. Don't even mention it. You're a great debater. You're making headway, but when you say stuff like that,
I've never met him. I could debate with him.
I just want to say the
We might
point.
agree
the
too,
point
so it
I
might not be
made-
that much fun.
The point I made with the vault, the idea with the vault is you don't actually have to have the gold in it for it to have
what do you
meaning.
guys think about cryptocurrencies? Do most of you understand how they work? Not just Bitcoin. There's hundreds of them now. But what do you guys actually think about the idea, and what part of it are you guys confused about?
Money is only as valuable as the transfer of goods that it can obtain. So a cryptocurrency of hundreds of them, while as there may be many, and I could say I have 1 million orange coins, but if nobody will sell me, or if I can't buy anything with my orange coin, then I think it's invaluable.
But you
Which
can
is
now.
why, hold on, which is why we have the gold. We used to have the gold standard, and we used to have the petrodollar, which is the big point, guys. Let's not detract from this. We used to be backed by the Federal Reserve with the gold standard. Then we stop backing it, and then we have the petrodollar, which is the oil, which is your money market, which is your energy trade. Now, look at the crisis before us in the present day at August 22nd, 23rd, wherever you are, 2014. Where's the dollar going?
Can I answer the Bitcoin question?
But no. Let's do the Bitcoin. Let's do the cryptocurrency stuff afterwards.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
where's the dollar going?
Nowhere. None of this stuff has much of any effect on it. It's pretty much that faith and credit, whatever U.S. is, and by and large, those gold and actually there was never a true petrodollar. It was the extent it had much of anything to do with petroleum. It was essentially reserve holdings to carry out petroleum purchases, not by the Federal Reserve, but by foreign banks, central banks, and also
because we had the
gold buybacks.
Well,
also the buybacks from the oil-producing states. So
again, where do you think the dollar is going?
There's also a lot of transactions costs when you try and constantly work in a foreign currency with a heavily purchased commodity like oil. It's way easier just to use a single currency. That way you don't have to worry about constantly accounting for exchange rates and all that sort of stuff.
Understood and agreed. Now let's move forward. What have we been building ourselves off of?
Oil.
Leaning away from oil, though, right? Everything's getting greener. We're trying to be more efficient. But what else is happening? The
military domination.
Lots of gay sex.
Lots of gay sex.
And gay sex, too, yes, of course.
Okay, think about this. Where Putin took over, you guys remember a couple months ago, where's the area?
Ukraine?
Yes. Keep going.
Yes,
what was the little part?
We know that there's a planned natural gas pipeline.
Crimea.
There you go. What is that? Energy.
Of course it's energy.
Yeah, cultivating our resources.
You don't think he wants the farms, do you?
I thought he wanted the beachfront property.
But let's take it one step further. Let's not forget about our textiles in the background at China. Just because it's not mainstream news doesn't mean it's not going on. Let's not forget about our overseas productions. Okay. Let's not forget about some of the other the other things that are happening. I'm not being a conspiracy theorist. I'm saying, where do you think the dollar can actually go? This is my theory. There are two.
It's most likely going to go down big time.
Or we can have a globalization currency, or we can have the euro style. Remember when the euro came out? Remember when they got rid of all... Everything got changed to the euro?
Yeah, but the pigs are ruining the euro.
Who are the pigs?
Portugal, Ireland, Greece, Spain.
Okay.
See, it spells pigs. Portugal, Ireland, Greece, Spain. You get it?
Yeah, I do.
Right.
There is like no more Greece though. Greece is not a sovereign nation anymore. Follow the money.
Okay, I'm done.
How about Bitcoin, eh?
Yeah, and Bitcoin. What happened? Dude, they shut Bitcoin had promise. It had a true promise. You could mine for Bitcoin, or it didn't.
Bitcoin has one major problem.
Bitcoin's problem is major exchanges that hold these freaking Bitcoins for people, and then they crash, and then people blame it on Bitcoin, but it's not Bitcoin's actual fault.
The other major problem of Bitcoin is that it's not amenable to co-option by federal governments for their own ends.
Yeah, I think that's part of the plus side to that, though.
Well, it's a plus side for us, but it's not a plus side for the powers that be.
Well, it depends on how you look at it, because if you have a bigger government power, you know, kind of meddling with the money, it kind of ensures the money's going to keep on working.
The problem with Bitcoin is you can't buy groceries with Bitcoin.
You can buy goods and you can trade it to U.S. dollar and any other currency you want to now. You guys
are circumventing the point. The point is it's not as easy as another exchange of currency. The currency only has value when.
It doesn't have as much value as a dollar because you're saying you can't go spend it, but it doesn't mean it doesn't have its place and doesn't have a value.
All right, Joseph, I like you. I want to ask you a question. And this is not Socrates.
Real quick before we go there, I want to point out that if you can circumvent a point, it's no really longer a point.
Or it's just another route to the point.
Mm.
You just go around it, and you always end up back where it is. I like it again. I like that dialect. Dialect is the wrong word.
It'll be interesting to see what happens when the cap on Bitcoin is hit. That's what I'm worried about.
I think it has been hit. I mean,
No. I mean,
you mean the
the
actual
physical cap? You can only have X amount of coins, period, and there will no longer be mined, period.
I honestly think that will be either disastrous or really good. Like
Right.
I would love for them to just have like a 2% growth rate every year, and that's the cap, quote unquote.
Bitcoin has a big flaw anyway. Right now, in the beginning, anybody could mine it, and it was kind of cool. And now you've got these ASICs out there, which are specifically designed computers just to mine, and people are filling data centers full of them.
AKA stock market. Wall Street.
Yes, exactly. And so now that's why these other cryptocurrencies have come along, and some of them have actually put in methods to prevent it from getting too hard. So they want the average person with just a Pentium 4 CPU can actually mine this shit.
Mm-hmm.
The objection of something's cost is only because of the absence of value.
Oh.
All right, so here, Joseph, again, here, check it out. So let's say you and I, just for relatable experience, and because I could talk about this, let's say I'm showing you, hey, Joseph, do you drive a car or a truck or anything?
Yes.
What do you drive?
I drive a Chevy Cobalt.
All right, so let's say you wanted to trade in your Chevy Cobalt and you want to get something new, but you didn't want to spend too much of your Bitcoin. It was a Bitcoin dealer, and I'm saying, hey, nice to meet you. I see your Cobalt. You want to get into? You want another car, or do you want a truck? Do you want an SUV? Just play along, please.
Okay, let's go with an SUV.
All right, good. All right, so you want an SUV, you want to sit up a little higher, a little more storage room. Now, some people only want to buy new things. Some people only want to buy used. It depends on the value, right?
Right.
Are you interested in new or used?
Am I what?
Interested in new or used, both?
Sure.
Okay, great. Now, let me show you this new vehicle. You're going to pay exactly what I tell you to pay on this vehicle. You're going to pay exactly what I tell you to pay on this used vehicle. Okay? So you have two different options. One is a year older and one is a year less. They're the same price. You'd say, well, no, I'm not going to pay the same price for that one. That's a 2015. This is 2014. Are you kidding me? Well, I'll say, sir, this one has a DVD player, and this one has leather. And yes, it's a 2014, but it can jump around corners. It has hydraulic lifts. It's fantastic. It's bejeweled, okay? It's great. Well, I don't want that. So you're not going to pay the same price for something else because of the value. Does that make sense? You're
Still
only
don't
gonna...
get the point. Your point though that Bitcoin's not valuable because you can't buy stuff with it is still.
Oh well, no, actually, I mean you can. I mean, there's been Tesla vehicles that you can buy with Bitcoin.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen that. I'm hip on that. I understand that. I potentially saw. I was really big into Bitcoin. I was a big believer in Bitcoin at first. I was like, man, this is actually a really good idea. I used to listen to certain talk radio stations that would promote it, and I'm like, okay, well, that's a flag for me, though, if it's mainstream terrestrial talk radio, because I used to work for Clear Channel, too, by the way, for a couple of years. But so I was like, okay, well, then there's a problem with that.
Was it Prison Planet? Was that the radio station you were listening to?
Prison Planet. Hey, I love
No, Prison Plane. Get it right. Anyway.
What I mean is, or I could have made the example a little better. I could have told you the one was a busted up piece of junk and one was just as nice. But at the end of the day, you would object if they're the same price because of their absence of value. say, hey, buy this one. It has no side mirrors. It's the same price. Well, no, I don't want to pay the same thing for something that has no side mirrors because there's no value.
Actually, the value is what you gave it. You valued those side mirrors as opposed to something that didn't have side mirrors.
The value is given to the buyer. The buyer places the value. Whatever the buyer pays for something is going to be what the value is.
Well, Ryan,
it doesn't matter what I try and sell it to you for. It doesn't matter how much I tell you a gallon of milk is going to cost you. I don't care if I tell you it's $7. If you buy it, you just agreed that gallon of milk is worth 7 bitcoins.
Do you realize what
You're just proving Bitcoin.
Yeah, I know exactly. Do you realize what keeps the Bitcoin value, like when it spikes and when it goes down? I mean, come on, you're used to Bitcoin, right? The difficulty of it being mined, for one thing.
Yes.
Okay.
I don't believe in speaking of things that I'm not.
All right. So what are you trying to get at exactly?
That they crush Bitcoin.
The only thing that crushed Bitcoin was when an exchange that held an awful lot of Bitcoins, third party, for a bunch of people that mined them using this third party system and didn't take them out of it, went tits up, and these guys stole a bunch of Bitcoins.
Mt. Gox?
Yeah, Mt. Gox.
That's the guy I'm talking about, the Asian guy, right?
Gold.
But Mt. Gox is not
exactly.
Bitcoin. It was just a system that failed. It
No,
failed
I know,
miserably.
man. I know. But what I mean is, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter if it's a Bitcoin or a dollar. It's only we allow, like you said earlier too. Never mind. I'm gonna mute myself. I'm.
What is Bitcoin at right now? 510. Yeah.
Crappy.
But what good is it if you can't?
Now from all 600.
Ryan, I guarantee you, I can sell my Bitcoin for $500 US right now.
Yeah.
So it has some value, obviously.
But what if you sold right now something, amount of Bitcoin that you only got $500 in return, which it was really worth $500,000. So I don't disagree with you guys. I thought Bitcoin was slaughtered because I saw, whenever I see mainstream media attack or promote anything, I think that it is dead. Because I think that it has no longevity. I think that there's, now, I am very happy to hear otherwise, because I always thought Bitcoin was a phenomenal idea. I think you should be able to just, I think Bitcoin is like, should have been like a currency of the future. I think it's great.
It is great.
I don't disagree. It's not that killed it.
I think the only thing that's killed it is the fact that it's so hard to mine now because it was not designed to prevent these people from mining it in ways that we didn't think of in the beginning, you know.
And I think that's a temporary issue.
It is, and for future cryptocurrencies have already solved that.
The name cryptocurrency. All right, fine. How do we? I think Bitcoin is a huge potential opportunity. I almost invested a lot into it. But how do you make it valuable? The only way you can make a currency valuable is if you can exchange goods and services for that currency.
But you can. That's what we're getting at. You acting like it's not worth anything at all. You can't trade it for currency or goods, but you can. Just because you can't buy groceries yet with it doesn't mean it's not worth anything.
What do you think? What can we do with it?
I can't walk.
I'm not disheartening.
Ryan, right now I cannot take a lump of gold into a store and like. They don't have the system to process that for groceries, right?
Agreed.
Does it make my lump of gold worthless? No.
It used to be a scale was all you needed.
Yeah, right.
The TheIdolSmasher. Yeah, I know. Yeah, you used to. You know how banks started?
Gold.
Because they'd hold your gold for you.
Forge gold. You can't print gold.
I don't know. I'm getting better on my alchemy. I can probably forge it soon.
Let me give you my phone number and let's hook up. You're my new best friend. You're my hero.
Once I learn how to transmutate, I'll be rich.
I'm working on it. I just got to get that equivalent exchange right.
We don't know how to transmutate. Tell us the nuclear reactors are a bit more expensive than gold itself.
But Ryan, you could level the same criticism against like 10 shares of ExxonMobil stock. Like you could say, you know, I can't bring that into a store and get goods for it. I have to go through a third step, a second step.
No. because I don't want to transfer, and I'm going to cut you off because you're wrong, and I appreciate your feedback, but I'm not saying transfer. I'm not saying that a stockhold share is the same thing as a currency. Treat a currency as a currency, not a stock. No, not a share. I understand.
But a Bitcoin is a stock. It works exactly like a stock.
Well, then we need to make it a currency, and that is how it will be truly effective. When you
The
can
problem
really
is
make it.
people are worried about it going tits up again. That's why they're sticking with the old system.
Again, that's why I said they crushed Bitcoin.
It's not really a matter about crushing, it's just that people didn't pick it up.
They don't have any faith in it. Price objections are only in the absence of value. Like I said, you're not going to pay the same thing, Joseph, for 2014 compared to whatever, a beater, even if they're the same price, because you say that thing's a piece of shit and this one's great. Well, no, yeah, I'm not going to pay the same thing for a piece of shit. So you're not going to pay. Do you understand what I mean? There is a potential, but who is the leader of Bitcoin?
No one knows.
There isn't a leader.
And that's a problem. There's no organization.
I think that's a good thing. There's
That's a
the
good thing.
Why would that be a
organization.
problem?
Good thing. No, it's a good thing. Why do you need a leader? You're just inviting corruption in now. You're just creating the Federal Reserve all over again.
Yeah, I thought you were against that sort of stuff, Ryan.
Oh, I mean, I don't believe in money or Bitcoin or anything. I'm just having fun sharing ideas. So don't mix the two. I don't. But if you're going to make it work, you would have to have some kind of system.
It
Bitcoin
has a system. It's built into it.
Yeah, but you can't swipe your debit card and pay with Bitcoin yet.
Not yet.
How do you make that happen?
Actually, you
People
can
are
in some
working
places.
about it.
Actually, yeah. Last time I checked, there is a system in place to put Bitcoins on a card, and then you swipe them on phones.
Well, you can just use your cell phone in the near field
Yeah, you can use your cell phone. Yeah, you can use your cell phone.
You can literally walk into a store that accepts Bitcoins, and there's a lot of them. I mean, there's not obviously as many that accepts dollars, but a respectable amount. And just wave your phone
Here you go, Ryan.
across their device, and then boom, you.
There's bit plastic.
And I know that happens, guys.
There you go. There you go, Ryan.
Bigger.
Here we go. We got it.
Oh wait, do you want me to look at that?
Yeah, that's basically
It's
what
just
you're
a
asking
Bitcoin
about.
MasterCard. You can take it to an ATM and withdraw actual
I don't-
cash or
yeah, I know.
buy stuff.
Not yet. But the big idea is, how do we make Bitcoin valuable?
It already is valuable.
Perception is reality. All right, hold on. Let me look at this
Exactly.
one.
Perception
Hold
is
on. Let me look
reality.
at this. Let me look at this one.
If you define value by how much other people value
What are
something,
you?
or
An
what are willing
idealist?
to exchange for it, then
Yeah,
it
if
has
I put
value.
if I put one Bitcoin on my Bit Plastic card and go to an ATM, I can take out $510. You're just not happy that you can't just immediately use it everywhere. That's your problem with it.
No, what I mean is, what if your Bitcoin, you only got $500 for something that should be worth $5 million?
Why should it be worth $5 million?
So your problem is the inflation is actually built into the currency to where it can actually spike, and I
You see,
don't.
the problem is you don't know how to haggle.
If I offer on Craigslist to buy something with Bitcoins, often I get it quite a bit cheaper than cash. People are really wanting Bitcoins.
Yeah, because
Okay.
of the value, they're hoping
You
that
guys
the
are
value
missing
will
the
go
point.
up.
I'm asking you to share good ideas. I'm not disagreeing with you, but how do we all make our Bitcoin a little more valuable?
If I did it, I'd be working right now to actually have bitcoins. My amount of bitcoins is none. Actually, that's actually the same amount of dollars I have right now. Huh.
Ryan, the way you can make Bitcoins more valuable, buy some.
No.
Yes, that's how everything becomes
Or
valuable.
mine some. Either way.
Well, no, I mean,
Yeah, I know,
it
but you
works.
can set up miners.
That's the thing. It works exactly like the stock. Buying Bitcoin will actually make it more valuable.
It will, yeah.
Bitcoin won't be valuable until you regularly exchange it for other goods and services. So how do you do that?
Well, if it gets to a certain point of value where it exceeds the dollar, where people would actually
Well, don't
be getting
you
more
guys realize
money
that was what
for
was
their
really about to
bitcoins,
happen?
then that would happen.
Anybody want to admit that?
It's worth $500 Bitcoin now. It's more valuable than the dollar.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
But that's like saying $1,000 bill could only be worth $1. What I'm saying is they crushed.
What?
If you guys don't realize that they stepped on the Bitcoin throat.
Okay, well, I see we're really missing the point. It's all about Dogecoins.
Yeah, whatever Dogecoin is.
Litecoins is my preference.
Wish I was an early investor in Dogecoins.
It'd be cool to come up with your own currency, like a barter currency.
I like the idea behind a non-coin, but I don't think it'll work exactly like they want it to.
Barter currency is not that great because are you really going to carry around a whole truckload of goods to barter with everywhere you go? Isn't it easier just to carry, if everyone's carrying along a common single thing?
No, what if I offered you to fix your roof and you offered me legal services?
Yeah, you can do that. But what if I want something from... Hold on, what if I want something from you, but there's nothing you have that I want?
Yeah, you could call 50 roofers in the area and say, I need a lawyer, and they'd be like, well, they want a lawyer in exchange, and nobody does.
That's why they have the community, is it Time Bank? Where you go in and do work for someone and you get credit in the bank so you can call for help for someone else.
Yeah,
that's kind of cool.
Yeah.
That's kind of cool.
But you're essentially using your time as the medium of
currency
at that point.
Yeah, he's AFK right now.
Can we all just agree that it's bullshit that for-profit companies in the U.S. are getting cash infusions from the federal government on a daily basis?
Yeah, I can agree with that. No idea what the hell you're talking about, but I'll agree with it.
Yeah, I think there needs to be a certain point. I can understand if it's like a startup company or some shit like that and you want to subsidize some new technology, but when it gets to the point where it's on its own 2 fucking feet, it's time to wean it off the tip.
Nope, just free money. That's how the
I know.
banking system works. For example, right now, the Federal Reserve is allowing all the major banks to hold its cash reserves at the Federal Reserve, and they're paying them interest to do so, which means they're just getting free taxpayer money for just sitting their reserve funds at the Federal Reserve. And they're a for-profit company.
You know what is just as much bullshit as that?
What?
Making your dollar become less valuable just because you make more.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
Yeah, why does a dollar have to become less valuable just because there's more? There's no inherent rule in nature.
Scarcity. The rule of scarcity.
What rule of scarcity? Show me the rule of scarcity.
Well, if it's harder
in reality,
if it's more difficult to obtain something and it's valuable, then the more difficult it is to obtain, the higher the value it will be.
Yeah, but we're talking about a completely artificial system. It could be whatever.
It doesn't matter if it's artificial. It doesn't have
no,
to.
No, it does because it can be whatever we want it to be. It means we could just make the rule that it doesn't get less valuable and it's just as valid as it is now.
You couldn't really make that rule because then take an extreme example. You could give everyone $1 trillion, and you're saying there'd be enough material goods for everyone to use $1 trillion as if it was worth the same $1 trillion as it is now.
No, that's not what I'm saying at all.
But the value of a dollar,
first off, why would you
the value
give
of a dollar is dependent on how much material goods you can get for it. You can exchange it for. So to the extent that you can get material goods for it, if everyone has trillions of dollar bills, then a single dollar bill won't get as much material in exchange for it.
That's your mistake. The price of products aren't based off how valuable the dollar is. The price of products is based off what the market will bear you spending on it.
Yeah, but in this case, we're spending dollars.
It's the other way around. The price is what the consumer will bear.
Well, yeah, I mean, I say market, but when I say market, I mean consumer. I mean, that's what it is, consumer.
Yeah, that's you when you're spending money.
So what are you envisioning here? Like, let's say the federal government passed a law and said $1 is worth. Let's say they like collected a basket of common goods that people bought. Okay, they do that now. That's how they track inflation. And they said a dollar now can buy a certain percentage of this basket of goods. We're going to fix it at this current rate forever. Why couldn't they make everybody materially rich by giving everyone $1 trillion?
They could.
Then, and what effect would that have on the value of the dollar?
It would basically ruin the system because there wouldn't be any goods left.
And why not?
And then
why not?
But see, that's the whole entire point. Why would you give everyone $1 trillion? I mean, that's your critique of the system, is that you could break it?
If you're fixing the value of the exchanging currency...
Well, we already had that system. It's called the gold standard.
No, that was never a fixed currency, ever.
Yeah,
we left the gold standard. That's what I was saying earlier.
We had fractional reserve banking the entire time we had gold standard, so I don't know in what sense you can say it was
but fractional reserve banking has to do with what you can loan based on what you hold. It has nothing to do with the fiat currency system.
It causes natural inflation because you can loan more than you're holding.
No, because if there's only a set dollar amount in circulation, it wouldn't affect how much it's worth. Because we made a treaty. Right, we made a treaty. Was it right after World War II? Well, we set the price of gold.
Bretton Woods.
We set the price of gold. Was it $32 for? I forget what amount, and that fixed the price of money. Period.
I want to hear Ryan's input on this.
You cannot fix the value of money in relation to
we
how much you can
exchange
it to material goods.
I mean, we already did it before.
Then all that's going to happen is that the proportion of worth of $1 according to how much you can exchange material for it will change. So yeah, you can fix the value of the dollar, but it's really not going to make any difference because you can still only get so much material goods for it.
Yeah, but the difference is when they decide to print more money, it isn't a hidden tax anymore.
Why wouldn't it be? Because you're still just able to buy less material things with more dollars floating around because they're more abundant.
Okay, so you're somehow equivocating supply side economics with the printing of more money.
I'm saying that if you have something that's a unit of exchange and you fix its value to say a basket of commodities, and then you have more of those dollars coming out. Are you envisioning like no more printing?
Because if you give it a set value, it would be an imaginary set value, right? Because you're not going to base it off anything.
Well, you could, but you don't have to.
Well, you could, but you wouldn't have to.
That's right.
The only reason why you really need more money in circulation is for there being more people needing more money in circulation.
Yeah, otherwise you'd have regular.
Which means all you got to do is maintain dollar per person in population.
Right.
Which we didn't do before when we had a set price.
Well, yeah, we didn't do it as a policy, but it kind of happened naturally anyway because.
And that's why the currency system was a good idea because it inflated the amount of money in the system.
Yeah, because we want the inflation. It's way easier to have an economy with constant inflation than with constant deflation.
The idea of inflation was also just another controlled scale of economy, scale of economics. I mean, it's look. Buy this house, pay a mortgage. Please, let's just watch Harry and Lloyd. How do I do that? How do I make everybody watch that? How does everybody get to watch that? Everybody like Dumb and Dumber. It's hilarious. The sequel's coming out in November.
We can just click the link.
All right, well, I got to go, but it was nice debating with you guys. And Ryan, it was nice to actually debate something with you that, yeah.
Adios, amigo.
All right.
Yeah, likewise.
All right, see you guys.
Actually, I was going to get off too. See you later, Joseph.
Yep.
Farewell.
Ozzy Jinjo advocates the wampum standard.
The what?
Wampum standard.
What the fuck is that?
It's the shells that Native Americans used to use for money.
Oh yeah. Goddamn fucking Federal Reserve ain't federal.
And see, that's where the idea came from, the natural
bankers.
resources. Hold on. Let's keep it simple though. That's where it's all about the natural resources. Is where money used to come from. To say, hey, look, I have this precious money
I'm going home.
that you.
I advocate the What the fuck was that? Who just said that they were going home?
Someone was talking to Ryan.
Oh wow. I advocate just the tennis shoe standard. Our economy should be based on the number of tennis shoes that are available.
Why not ketchup?
Because my spider's wearing tennis shoes. There's no ketchup
I
in
have a
the picture.
cigarette standard because I like burning money.
What about the Benny drawing standard, where we just base the economy on the number of pictures that Benny has drawn?
We would have massive uncontrollable inflation.
Depends on how many hangouts are running at every time. That's the only time he gets to be creative. What's he drawing today? Seems to be like putting a shadow on his little ball.
Cerberus, would you say you would want like a steady inflation rate that doesn't change? Say 2% per year and that's it, it never changes?
No, I would want it to change with population.
So you would just fix it to population growth?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that would be definitely better than what we have now, for sure.
I think overall the benefits of getting fast and easy capital is completely outweighed by the completely outweighed from the consequences of said system.
Yeah, it does have a lot of value for sure.
Like if you're not investing or trying to be a business, the constant inflation's only a detriment to you.
Mm-hmm. What's really frustrating too is for all those people that keep their life savings, or at least some portion of them, in their savings account, they're just losing money every year. I mean, other than their contribution, I mean, the total value of their contribution is just declining every year because the bank pays just a fraction of the actual real inflation rate in interest. So in actual, how much you can actually buy with those dollars in your savings account, it's just getting smaller and smaller year by year.
Yeah.
Which is kind of tragic for like working class people that are just trying to save.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if you have extra money, I would recommend either buying a bar or buying apartments.
Yeah, don't save in dollars.
People always want to drink.
Yeah, don't save in dollars.
This is actually really instructive to me because most of my savings are bound up in the Australian dollar. Is that a bad thing? Should I be unloading
I would
that?
definitely think about, I mean, if you have cash on hand, I would start up like a 401k or something like that, some tax-deferred investment plan that'll pay you at least 2, 3, 4% a year.
I'm getting about 3% on my money as it is.
Just from your bank savings account?
Yeah, my interest
Holy
account.
shit. Yeah, my savings account here pays me like 0.25%.
Is this an interest account?
It's a savings account.
Do you have the option of putting your money in an interest account?
Yeah, and it's 1%.
Okay, the interest account rate here is 3% for $10,000 invested.
Well, that's good. You could either leave it. Yeah, 3% is not shabby at all.
Yeah, you can get 3% here, but it has to be like a $5. It has to be like a 5-year minimum investment.
Wow.
Seriously? Yeah, and a minimum dollar amount too. Like you have to do like you said, 5 or 10 grand, and they're usually money market accounts, so there's also some risk too.
That's crazy. I mean, for a minimum of 5 years, you can get that 3.20% here for 3 months.
That's pretty good. I would just leave it if it were me.
Yeah.
Our interest rates here are so low because of business.
You mean like cheap lending?
Well, yeah, like everything's geared towards a business and not really an individual.
Yeah.
Wow. Let me show you what I've got.
Yeah, why don't you post your bank statements for us?
Yeah, sounds like a good idea. It's not like there's any predators out on the internet or anything. Here you go.
Meow.
You're transitioning into a cat now, Nadia?
She's trans cat.
No.
Trans species.
No.
Trans feline.
No.
I wonder what you'd have to do that. Inject yourself with, like, cat hormones and shit.
I don't think you can do that.
That doesn't exist.
Come on now. Don't ruin my dreams here, guys.
You would be trans dolphin probably, right? Or trans spider.
Yeah. Yeah.
No such things exist.
Not yet.
Not yet, Nadia.
I think trans speciesism is actually going to become a thing. Like, you know, maybe in 100 years' time, we're going to have like weirdos, like
And
genetically modified.
at first it will be labeled as a psychological disorder, and then it will be labeled as a...
What is transhumanism? I was going to say goodbye, but I got to hear this. What is transhumanism?
Like changing in
Ray
organisms.
Kurzweil.
Like changing.
Transhumanism, like nowadays, kind of refers to kind of the bridge between the organic human and the cyborg human.
Yeah, altering the body with technology, kind of.
Like a peg leg, like a man with a wooden leg.
That's an early form of transhumanism, yeah.
Yeah.
But there's also like biological transhumanism, which doesn't involve like, you know, cyborg implants. You just modify yourself genetically to become different and better.
Is that transhumanism?
Yeah, I think that's transhumanism.
Yeah, technically I think it is. And I still would not let a 7-year-old change his arm into a claw or grow wings.
I want lobster-like claws. That'd be cool. Maybe 4 legs.
Gender is a specific issue, not related to those.
Don't look down on the 7-year-old that wants to be a Spider-Man, okay? They could have problems too.
I'm out of here. Peace.
Spider-Man and...
See ya, James. Good talking to you.
Have a good one, James. Okay. Spider-Man and gender transition have nothing to do with each other.
I don't know. Like, if you feel like you're a Spider-Man, I think you should be allowed to change into a Spider-Man.
How about, what are the ethical concerns of parents in the future being able to, quote-unquote, design their children?
Wasn't that going to be the discussion for next week's Abel's eugenics?
Don't design them with diseases.
Yeah.
No, that's not the discussion for next week.
I don't think there's anything inherently wrong with making your child the best he could be, like physically and mentally. I think the only moral issue there would be is it might be too expensive for everyone to do it.
So you'd have like a caste system?
Yeah, you would end up with a lot of you would end up with a few like perfect fit people and then a bunch of poor people that couldn't do anything about it.
So you'd have like the Ubermensch and the Untermensch.
Well, we've already got it with the transplant, but in any event, subsidizes.
Nadia, what's all that like paper in the corner of your thing? Like all the junk in the corner?
Obviously she doesn't clean her apartment.
I dumped out bags of paper because my cell phone fell into one of them.
Like, it would be like Gattaca, only worse.
Well, what about parents like designing their children so they can have spider legs and 5 eyes?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, like extreme things. Like, you already have parents naming their kids Hitler, so it's not hard to imagine some wackos trying to give their kids like super muscling where they have bodybuilder body like right from birth and through all their life. Like, would that be moral? Like, imagine some bodybuilder couple, these fanatic bodybuilders, and they're like, oh, we're just going to give our kids, like, double muscling, and they're going to be super muscular right from the get-go.
My mic is still on the built-in, isn't it?
We can hear you just fine.
Okay.
Yeah, they're gonna look like those blue blood cows.
Yeah, or those whippets. Have you seen those whippets? The dogs that have double muscling.
Oh yeah. I mean, man, that looks
freakish. Myostatin disorder. Here, let me post an image for anyone that hasn't seen it.
No.
Now, if anyone doesn't know, whippets are like these extremely frail running dogs that are they look a lot like greyhounds. But this is a whippet with myostatin disorder.
What the fuck?
Wow, look at that little kid.
Is that you, Benny?
He's got a fucking 8-pack, that kid. Yeah, that's Benny.
Is that like a shop? It's got to be a shop.
Could be.
It's a shop. Yeah, it's a shop.
Kind of looks like it is.
Yeah, it does. I don't think that's possible.
There's videos of him. Anyway, check out that dog. Isn't that crazy?
So, did they make him? Did they give the kid steroids? Oh, let me look at the dog. It's taking a while to load.
If you gave a kid steroids, he'd have puberty way early.
Yeah.
That's a mean-looking dog. I wouldn't
Why
want
is
to
it that steroids like cause acne? Is that related to the whole puberty thing?
Testosterone. Testosterone.
Basically, yeah.
So does it increase testosterone production? Is that part of what steroids do?
Steroids are
testosterone.
They're just a
Oh, I
synthetic-
didn't know that.
They're a synthetic form of testosterone.
So even like the cortisone that you get shot for like an injury, is that?
Yes.
That's basically a testosterone or a derivative of it?
Yes.
Oh wow, I did not know that.
Yeah.
What are the effects of are there any therapeutic effects of like estrogen similar to like steroids?
I'm not sure. I know they keep me from getting hot flashes.
Yeah, this might be this is kind of a joke, but it might let you get on a good cry.
Mike, that might help you get in touch with your feelings. That is kind of a joke, yeah.
Yeah, I haven't seen. Well, okay, mileage varies, but I haven't noticed any psychological effects.
Yeah, because I read, I don't know if it was Chaz Bono. I think maybe it was an interview. It was some trans person that went male to female, and she was describing. No. I'm sorry. I think it was the other way around. It was female to male, and she was describing some of the experiences she had. Like, she said before, if she was on a bus and saw like someone she was attracted to, she'd be like, oh, they're really attractive. I would love to like go have lunch with them and get to know them and everything. And then when she started on the testosterone, whatever else they give you, her thoughts were like, oh, I'd love to like fuck them right now. I'd love to bend them over and have, fuck them. Like, she got really aggressive and had these thoughts that were really disturbing to her. I remember that. Let's see if I can find that interview. I don't know if that's normal or not, but it was interesting to me.
My perspective might be limited because I don't seem to have ever had much testosterone in my system to begin with. But
It's gone all quiet.
there's yeah, it varies depending on whoever it is, how much of a psychological effect or not they notice.
Is
For me,
when
there wasn't much.
When they prescribe you the treatment or the medication like regimen, do they is everything weight dependent? Like, depending on your weight, they give you more or less of it?
It's kind of supposed to be, but they, in actuality, don't.
It's just a certain amount for everybody.
That's what they actually do.
Oh.
Here are the term deposits for Australia's primary bank. They're actually really good.
Oh, is this a national bank?
Yeah, well, it's not like owned by the government or anything. It's a,
So it's for profit.
The private bank.
Oh, okay.
Rates and fees. So you can get for a 60-month deposit 4%, and over 50,000 10%, which is really cool.
Well, I don't know how much you have, but if I had cash on hand, I would take at least 10 grand and more if I had a lot more money and get into like an index fund, something that's tied to like the S&P or something like that.
Yeah.
Because historically they perform extremely well over the long term.
What are they called?
Just an index fund, like Spider is a really good one. SPYDR.
Very nice.
I'm wondering, is it against? Would it be against the law? Like, it seemed like it would be, but would it be against the law to start a bank? You know, charter it, incorporate it, take a giant loan to fund the bank, give out a giant loan to yourself, and then file for bankruptcy. Have your bank file for bankruptcy.
You could do that, except in the bankruptcy proceedings, I think it would probably backfire on you.
Well, let me see. You don't personally file it because it's a limited liability company.
Yeah, I don't know. I just think there must be some thing that they have a contingency for that. I mean, otherwise it'd probably be happening all the time, wouldn't it?
Well, see, I don't know. There's lots of weird shit like that goes on. Like, have you heard of the patent sniping?
Oh yeah, like the trolling, patent
on.
trolling.
Oh yeah, that's what they call it now. But
yeah,
there's a bunch of stuff out there that can be patented, but
you know, that reminds me of like long shot investing, because you'd never really know ahead of time which patents are going to be very valuable in the future. So you just buy a shitload of them on the cheap, and if a few of them pay off big, it was worth it. Is that how they do that, pretty much?
No, you take, like, the recent one that's going on with, like, the podcasting.
Yeah.
No one anywhere tried to patent. What it is right now is they patented the serial releasing of episodes on the internet.
You're right, which is so broad. It's like...
Yeah, I mean, it's technically can be patented. No one did it. So what they did is they patented, and then they just started suing people.
Wow. So they're just probably mainly going after stuff that's really broad that no one even bothered to patent. That's kind of what they're doing?
Yeah.
And hoping the court upholds it. Or that they can get them to settle.
Well, most of it's settling.
Yeah, that is fucked up. So if they lose, in the current system, if they say lose a case like that, let's say it goes to court, and they lose, the patent's not upheld, do they have to pay the legal fees of the defendant?
Only if the judge deems it necessary.
Okay. I bet that's happening more and more given the recent attention to that issue. It seems like it's almost, other than patent trolls, it seems like it's universally agreed that it's a fucked up thing to do.
But there's a way to determine whether the lawsuit was a valid lawsuit, and having a patent on something that you're suing for is technically a valid lawsuit.
Yeah. I guess it would be, because that's some of the problem with law in general. Like, there's so much gray area, and it's not always a clear demarcation line between good or bad or right or wrong or legal or unlawful. And, that's how these guys work in that border zone. But haven't they been talking about doing like major reforms that would hopefully kind of curtail some of those lawsuits?
Yeah, a lot of I was going to say foreign companies, but I guess we have an Australian in here. So I'll correct myself. A lot of countries that have patent systems that isn't the U.S. have already done a lot of this stuff.
It's okay. You can call him for him.
No, I'm not okay with that.
Not fucking
Just out of
Deist.
curiosity, can I ask a question?
Sure.
The gentleman, Cerberus, is that your name, sir?
Cerberus, but at whatever slide, no one says it right.
Cerberus, okay. Your avatar. Could you give me your purpose and meaning in it?
I'm a Mason, and people have lots of conspiracy theories about them. So I figured I'd be kind of a cheeky bastard and have that as my picture.
So you're what degree Mason are you?
25th as of last week.
Congrats.
Congratulations. And so, can you give me just an idea? And I just want to come in quickly. I don't want to take over your Hangout, brother. But whose Hangout is this?
Reuven's. We don't really have a topic, so feel free to change the topic if you want to.
Yeah, I'm just curious because I've studied quite a bit of that, and I'm just interested. So you're a Mason. How did you become a Mason?
Turned 18, and I wanted to be. Like you want to know the Do you want to know the process, or?
No, I know the process. I'm wondering how you personally.
My father and grandfather are all both Masons.
Yeah, of course. And what degree was your grandfather?
I think right now he's 32.
So he's not quite 33.
33 is honorary.
Yeah, can you describe the significance of 33?
There's lots of significances, some of which I'm allowed to say, some of which I'm not.
Okay.
Like, you aren't allowed to tell us that the reptilians are 33rd degree, right?
No, I don't necessarily believe that. But I do believe that there is a shift in Freemasonry at about the 33rd degree. There's a shift that occurs. Would you agree with that?
I would disagree with that. There's a shift every degree.
Okay, so at what point does it become secretive? Because you said that there's stuff that you can't talk about.
It's always a little secretive, but it doesn't really become majorly secretive until the 4th degree.
Yeah, okay.
You can go on the internet and find out about anything you want about the first 3, almost.
Well, I actually have 4 18th century books, original writings of Freemasonry, so they're actually antiques. They're very, very good books. But with that being said, so you
have like the original.
Yes.
You like the original commentaries on like the story of the widow's son and whatnot.
Yeah, exactly. So what was your fascination with Freemasonry? Was it a personal fascination or was it a handed-down fascination?
It has to be a personal choice.
Yeah. I'm talking about the fascination, not the
it was mainly because of the I would say the moral uprightness, is that's what they all say, but that's really what it is. The charity and sort of the moral teachings is what got me. I mean, it is a brotherhood.
Yeah. Okay. So in Freemasonry, I'm just trying to get your gauge on it. In Freemasonry, what are the typical professions? Because there's specific professions that are, chances are, if this person is in this profession, chances are they're into Freemasonry. Do you know what those are?
Back in the day, it would have been masonry, but now it's anything. There isn't a specific one.
But there are a couple that are very typical.
I wouldn't know.
I know a lot of Freemasons.
We have like every lawyer in the area around where I live is a Freemason. Does that count?
Somewhere. See, now you're starting to open up that book for me, bro.
I mean, they're almost always above average on the success scale.
That's right. Now, is that because they became Freemasons, or is that a prerequisite to becoming a Freemason?
It's not a prerequisite, but I mean, it clearly helps to have a bunch of friends.
Yeah. So would you say that quite a few in law, and we'll just use the three-letter word law, are typical to be members of Freemason?
I would say yes. I mean, the writers of the Black's Law books are Masons.
Okay. So we went from Mason workers, right, to Masons, from Masons to law. Did you know when that jump occurred?
Well, I mean, it wasn't just law. It became a merchant/law.
Mm-hmm. A lot of bankers.
Kind of yeah. Somewhere
also
around.
Celebrities. Did you know that Shaquille O'Neal was a Freemason?
Yeah.
Okay.
So's Kanye West, even though I don't like him.
Right. Yeah.
He doesn't like white people. He
I
said
don't blame
so.
him. We're horrible.
Well,
no,
I'm going to say
that's
somewhere
racist.
around. I'm going to say it predominantly happened around the 1700s, is when there is a huge shift from the physical labors to the more business oriented.
What is your biggest dislike about the conspiracies? When you hear the conspiracies, of which I know that you've obviously educated yourself on them, even if you've done it reluctantly, what is your biggest dislike or concern about the misconception of Freemasonry?
I mean, there really isn't anything in America that concerns me. The distrust of like Masonic orders in the Middle East is still pretty huge.
Mm-hmm. What can you tell me if Freemasonry has anything to do with the education system?
Almost definitely. The Scottish Rites, that's their whole order as of 53, I think, right. 1953. That's we decided to primarily focus on education. The Shriners went to medical, and the York Rite went to kind of like monumental construction.
Yeah. Is that with the graduation hat have any significance?
Not really.
To a Mason, like to a Mason trawl or tool, you like the Mason? Is there a significance there?
To the actual tools of the craft, like there's some.
You know what the graduation hat looks like?
Well, there's more than one.
I'm talking about the squared one, the one that is significant. I'm not going to say it. I want you to say it. The one that is significant to Freemasonry.
Are you talking about like the high school college system graduation hat? Or are you talking about like our hats, like the Masonic hats?
No, not the Masonic. The school, the education. Yes, because we're on education, right? The hat that is thrown in the air all over North America is in respects to graduating. That particular graduation hat.
I don't know specifically, but there's lots of stuff that come from sort of.
I'm not
going to say Masonic methodology, but like the term black belt that comes from us. There's lots of stuff that comes from us that people don't know about.
Oh, tons of stuff. People would be very surprised at how. I want to use this word, but I don't want to use this word in a way that gratifies it, because I'm not gratifying Freemasonry, and that's for my own personal reasons. I'm not saying that you're a bad person. I'm just saying that people would be very shocked at how much Freemasonry has been involved in. Would you agree?
Yeah, I mean, we build our cities in America from east to west in a square.
Yeah.
Which is abnormal from where we came from.
Yes. So would you say that Freemasonry is very, very involved in things that people would have no clue?
Like the order itself is actually relatively limited, but like the overall influence is huge.
Yeah, it's massive. It's actually beyond the grasp of most people's mentalities, I would think.
I mean, it's even beyond the grasp of most Masons.
Yeah, and you don't actually. You don't, go ahead.
Yeah, because we don't really get involved in city building anymore. But the standard of city building is still the same.
It's not beyond the grasp of conspiracy theorists, though. They understand it very well.
Well, they've certainly educated themselves, and I applaud anybody willing to go down a hole just for the sake of education. Would you agree with that?
They educated themselves, but that doesn't mean that what they've educated themselves with is actually valid.
This is how I always test how much they know. Yeah, I always test how much they know by how much they know about the different orders.
I've educated myself greatly in specific sports that I have zero interest in, only because I was in a situation where, you know, I needed to occupy my mind. So I took that time to educate myself on cricket, for instance, or on football. Not because I had a personal interest in either or, but because the material was there, and I chose to educate myself on it. So when you say information being valid, I want to know what you mean by that.
I mean, is it truthful or is it just conspiratorial, paranoid nonsense? It's the fundamental question.
Why do you put such a label to that? Like
because that's what it deserves to be. I'm not condescending. I'm just saying that there are certain ideas out there which I think don't warrant.
Okay, that's better. There you go. Okay, I like that. What did you say again? That you think.
I
so
think
in your opinion.
Well, I think that there are certain ideas out there that don't really warrant much in the way of sort of like to be taken seriously.
Yeah, I would agree. There's a lot of stuff out there that doesn't warrant.
Definitely.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff, but there's also stuff that you and I believe that somebody else, a little more educated, might say that we're believing in something that is incorrect. Would you agree with that?
Definitely.
Yeah. Like, for instance, I'm a Christian. Are you aware of who I am, sir?
You're a Christian. You just told me.
Oh, no, but I'm asking, do you know who I am? Do you know Rand Campbell?
No.
Are you familiar with my channel?
No, sir.
Okay. Is anybody here familiar with my channel? I know that somebody is.
I am familiar with you, not your channel, though.
Okay, I know that Nadia is.
Are you talking about your YouTube channel? I've been referred to it a few times, but I've never watched it.
Yeah, well, I appreciate whoever referred you to it, but I certainly don't appreciate you saying you didn't watch it.
Brandcam, do you mind if I pick up on something you said a second ago?
Sure.
You said that you acknowledged something that Ozzy Jinjo said in regards to that there are certain ideas in existence which are not based in reality but are probably tenuous. So in your view, what's the best methodology we can use to distinguish the ones that are based in reality and the ones that are, say, tenuous or not backed up by evidence? How can we approach everything that's out there to make sure we get to the ones that are truthful and reflecting reality?
I would say that's a phenomenal question, sir, and I would probably start by answering that with this. Because of technology and because of people's ability to manipulate through technology, most of what we think we see to be real, or most of what we see to be real, unfortunately, because of people's ability to manipulate now, with all of these tools that they have before them, I think it's becoming more and more difficult. And I think that what we're going to have to start relying on is our own personal discernment, our ability to just know. Unfortunately, I don't think that mainstream media is telling the truth about a lot of things. I think that people are starting to recognize with the Fox News and CNN that unfortunately we're not dealing with the truth all the time. I think that we've become so enthralled with entertainment that we've almost gotten to a point where it's less important on whether it's true or not and more important on how it holds our attention. So I'll go back to the beginning of what I said and leave it at, I think that we're vastly becoming a people that are going to unfortunately have to figure out a way to know the truth by seeking it within us.
Okay, but to the extent that you said that we just kind of have to identify it through our own personal assessment, would you agree that since we know that there are such a variety of theories out there and that some of them are false, and that the people that adhere to the ones that, say, for example, you might believe are false, wouldn't you say that that demonstrates that a reliance merely on personal assessment is flawed fundamentally to reaching the actual truth?
Yeah, well, I've been saying that about humanity for a long time, my friend. I believe that humanity is extremely broken, and I think that you hit the nail on the head, that our ability to discern truth is broken because we're vastly becoming a dumbed down society in the sense that as long as it's entertaining and as long as it's the newest thing and as long as my neighbor thinks it's cool and as long as the consensus is that the smart people believe, everybody's just going to believe upon whatever the smart person believes because it's the safest place to go. So yeah, I would say that that would be true, but here's what I would say to you, sir, and I want you to just quietly mull this over and then give me what you think after I say it. If there is an epidemic going on in this world right now where people are becoming conspiracy theorists and people are starting to lose their mind to these bits of false information that in my opinion could be, if they're believing in something that is absolutely wrong, and everything that the government has told us and everything that media has told us is the absolute truth, and the conspiracy theorists are losing their minds and becoming absolutely mentally incapable of discerning the truth or trusting the people that we put in power to tell us the truth and to hold us to it, then we have a serious epidemic happening on our hands, because there are millions upon millions of people coming to this conspiracy wake up, for the lack of a better word. There are millions of people that are coming to this, which means that we have an epidemic of people losing their minds. If in fact that is true, then you have to ask yourself why the government hasn't done anything about that. Why are these people not being forced into help? You have an epidemic of people losing their minds.
Well, may I ask a question? Do you feel as though that there is an epidemic, or is this just a hypothetical?
Oh no! If you look around the internet and you look at some of the videos and you look at the amount of views they're getting, and you look at the books and you look at the marches all across, these different places all over the world, and you listen to the discussions and you listen to people's theories and people's beliefs and what. Yeah, there is an absolute epidemic. I mean, 10 years ago, I might have known 3 or 4 people that talked about these types of things. In my world today, honestly, you mention any of this stuff and you're going to get a large amount of people that at least believe some of it, if not completely over the edge. They at least have some knowledge and they at least go, well, I do believe, bam, and they'll hit you with at least something that is in the conspiracy notebook. So,
I got to answer.
I believe absolutely there's something happening.
I got to answer your question. There's no better friend to a person trying to keep a secret than a conspiracy person. Because the conspiracy person may know the truth, but that truth is so deeply buried and crazy, it will never come out.
I agree. But what would you say to what I just said in respects to if in fact there is an epidemic of people in this this conspiracy theory community, which is growing? You cannot deny it's growing. It is growing. I watched a woman's channel. I'm not going to mention her name here on YouTube, but I watched her channel a year ago. Today, actually, this is coincidental, but today I took a look at her channel and she went up. From a year ago, she went up about 2,000 subs. So she's received 2,000 subscribers from a year ago when I was watching it. What that says to me is that there is an epidemic of people believing these conspiracies. If in fact that is true, and all of these conspiracies are a lie, and they're out and out crazy, and they're out and out mental case theories, then we have an epidemic of people losing their minds all across the world. And I'm wondering why the government hasn't done something about this. This is absolutely crazy. If in fact they are losing their minds, because that's what people say, that they're conspiracy nuts, suggesting that they're losing their minds. If in fact that is true, then in 10 years, if this epidemic continues, we are going to have a planet full of whack jobs. And my question is, if in fact these people are saying what they're saying about our governments and about our medias and about our police and about our system and the people running it, then why wouldn't these same people start helping these people and getting them on medication before it gets really, really bad?
Could I answer?
Sure.
First thing is, I think that there are real conspiracies out there. That's undeniable. I mean, there's just tons of documentation.
Could you name one without
well, tons of the public stuff that the CIA has done, like giving people LSD intentionally for experiments.
Are you talking about MK Ultra?
Yeah, MK Ultra. I have huge suspicions about the what was that bay that sparked off the Vietnam War?
Gulf of Tonkin?
Yeah, Gulf of Tonkin incident. I have huge doubts about that. I'm not saying it's definitely a conspiracy. I'm just saying from what I've read about it, something's fishy there.
Yeah.
What about the USS Liberty? The USS Liberty?
Yeah. So I do think that there are real conspiracies and that people in power conspire to bring their goals to fruition. And the hard part is that there are real conspiracy theories and there are wrong conspiracy theories out there. I think we all agree with that. And what I struggle with is, to the extent that we can identify the real ones, we have to use some kind of method to put all of them to the test fairly each week. In other words, the standards that we impose on any given conspiracy theory have to be the same ones that we impose on all the rest of them, just to be fair. So if we're willing to accept one because it meets a certain standard of evidence, then all the rest that we say are true have to meet that standard as well. And the other thing is, I actually haven't looked at data. I don't even know if it exists. Maybe it does and I'm ignorant of it, about the extent to which people are believing in conspiracy theories. I don't doubt what you're saying. I just am honestly completely ignorant on the numbers. But it wouldn't surprise me if it is true, because you said over the last 10 years you've experienced a drastic uptick in the amount of people
absolutely
coming to these conclusions. And the first thing I would, like I said, I'm ignorant of the actual raw data, if it exists. I would say that
here's some data for you. Here's something to think about. You know who David Icke is?
Yeah, David Icke. Yeah.
David. Okay, I'm not a big fan of his. However, some of his stuff is interesting. But you know that he held an event at Wembley Stadium in England, I think it was last year, if not the year before, and he packed Wembley Stadium. Do you know that there was a time when his meetings were held on street corners where he was spit at and had stuff thrown at him and arrested, and he'd be lucky if he got 15 people to agree with him? So that's what I mean by that there is a true epidemic of people either waking up out of some kind of a sleep that we've been put in, or there is a real serious issue of people having this mad mental disorder come out of nowhere, and it is creeping across this planet. And my concern is, if in fact that is true, that they're just completely nuts, and they're just conspiracy nuts as they're labeled, then why is it that nobody is, I've recognized it, why is it that nobody is doing something about this serious issue? Because I believe if they're just crazy, and everything that they're saying is a lie, and they're just believing pure stupidity, then we have a serious issue on our hands. And in 10 years, by the numbers, by the way I see the numbers, we're going to have an epidemic of mental cases running around this planet.
Well, to finish with what I was saying, that is interesting. I didn't know that thing about the David Icke packing stadiums, whereas before he was just, having a few people.
Yes.
But I would say that in general, I think the internet has had a major effect on ability of people to organize, even fringe people or people on the fringes of mainstream thinking. I think that has enhanced people's ability to organize and find each other. So I think that could account at least for some of it. Maybe not all of it, and I'm willing to admit maybe even just a tiny amount of it. So,
yes, sir.
So I think the other thing too is that because of the same phenomenon, more and more people from the general public are aware of these conspiracies that I think are real, because I think there's just an abundance of evidence for them, like the MK Ultra thing and stuff like that. I think that has nurtured a general distrust, a general distrusting attitude, which I think is warranted amongst people, given that now they know with pretty much certainty that the government is capable of doing things like this, or at least some branch of it is, and this attitude has, I think, unfortunately led to or spawned kind of an overreaction to that knowledge, because I still think that most of the conspiracies that I've read about don't seem to pass the test of having a lot of evidence for them. But I think that would also account for it, a general feeling of distrust informed by knowledge because of the internet and increased communications of these actual conspiracies like MK Ultra, like you said. And in regards to the mental illness thing, I'm not a psychologist, and I wouldn't want to diagnose these people or even guess if they're having mental illnesses. I don't even really want to touch that.
So let me ask you this then, and maybe other people in the panel can as well. Say what they feel. Out of all of the conspiracies, which one bothers you the most? Meaning, which one out of all the conspiracies that are out there, because there's plenty, which one has you face palming yourself the hardest?
Reptilian overlords is the one that pops right into my mind. That would be one that I just find totally fantastical.
Well, David Icke is a huge proponent of that. Specific.
Yeah. A lot of his stuff makes me facepalm.
Are you guys talking about the lizard man?
Yeah.
Yeah, reptilian alien species that is secretly in control of all the world's governments, and yeah.
Yeah.
Now it could be true. I don't rule anything out a priori, but I just don't think there's good enough evidence to think that it's true, and that's my own
That's
personal.
a heavy one for you.
That's my own personal assessment of the evidence. Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. What about? I'll just go down a list of the ones that people have a really hard time grasping. Okay, so we'll go with that one. Would you say that's the top of your list? Obviously, that's the lizard people.
That's at the top of off the top of my head list. Yeah.
Okay. Off the top of your head list, let's go with 9/11 inside job.
Well, I would ask you to clarify. I mean, I've heard tons of inside jobs as far as the culprit. Do you mean the U.S. government did it, or the Rothschilds did it, or the Israel lobby did it? Like, or do you just mean that because it was a conspiracy? It was a conspiracy. I think a bunch of Saudi Arabians in lieu with Al Qaeda conspired to pull off. I believe it was a conspiracy. I mean, these terrorists conspired to do what they did. So to that extent, I think it was a conspiracy.
I'll just make it simple. Do you believe that the commission told the truth?
To be quite frank with you, I haven't read the commission's report, and I just don't know enough about the all of the details of the evidence that they looked at to come to a fair judgment. So I'd have to say I just don't know.
Okay, here's one that I'm actually really interested in knowing your opinion on. Do you believe that there is a Satanist movement occurring in the music industry today?
Again, it's an area where I'm very ignorant, but off the top of my head, I would be initially very doubtful of that proposition.
A Satanist movement, even if there was, what's it matter?
Well, no, because we're talking about conspiracies, and my curiosity is that if there is a conspiracy theorist nut movement happening and growing, then we have a serious epidemic of mental cases growing across this planet. I'm just trying to gauge.
It depends. Well, conspiracy in and of itself is an actual charge that you can get. It's a very real thing.
Oh, I know. I've been charged with conspiracy to commit things in this life.
What's the actual legal definition? Can we back up a little bit and actually tackle the word conspiracy?
Well, conspiracy is to conspire means to privately organize something. And usually to conspire something illegal. So, for instance, if I was discussing with somebody the act of killing somebody, that would be conspiracy to commit murder. If I was conspiring to take down a bank in a robbery, that would be conspiracy to commit robbery.
Let's say a bunch of these rockers.
Basically planning something, secretively planning something that would be hurtful, harmful, or illegal. See, I could conspire to throw a surprise birthday party for you, but that wouldn't be illegal, would it?
Great. Will you jump out of a cake?
No, you don't want me jumping out of a cake, bro. I'll have it half eaten before I get out.
Well, here's the essence then. If there is a bunch of Satanists in the music industry and they're putting lyrics, I know you're throwing this out there as a hypothetical, but I'm talking to the weirdos out there that actually think that's happening. Let's say a bunch of conspiracy.
So wait, stop. That's okay. That's where I have my issue right there. What's your name, sir?
Down. You can call me Down.
Get down. So, just out of curiosity, why did you call them effing weirdos?
Well, I didn't actually say the word effing. I didn't say, I might have said effing, but I didn't say the actual word. I'm saying that they're viewed that way.
Weirdos. Why did you refer to them as weirdos?
Because it's not really a conspiracy. If somebody wants to put satanic lyrics in their music or whatever to this imaginary satanic thing, how's it any different than people pushing Christianity and all kinds of stuff in your daily life? There is no difference.
Okay, I'm gonna play. No pun intended, but I'm gonna play the devil's advocate here. How many Satanists do you know?
I've never, to my knowledge, I've never met a Satanist. But anybody else? Go ahead.
Are we talking about? Are we talking about Satanists as in like we dance around torturing people? Or are we talking about people that like worship Satan?
Worshipping Satan, yes. How many people do you know?
None.
Okay. How many people do you guys know that worship Jesus Christ?
Wow, I can't even count my fingers. It's a lot.
One second here. Hold on a second. Let me preface. One second. Let me preface this real quick, though. Do you think that if somebody worshipped Satan, they would tell you? I mean, we live in a society.
Okay, no, you're smart. No, I like you. You're smart, bro. You're smart. We're getting somewhere though, because I'm about to turn a corner here.
No, go ahead.
Okay, so if we all can admit that we know a ton of Christians, right? And I think statistically, there's a couple of billion Christians in the world. Am I correct?
If you generalize
Let's
it
just
as
say
Christian, then
billion.
yes.
Yeah, the people that would claim Christianity. Would it make more sense to use the Christian theme, meaning Jesus, to sell records to those billion Christians, or would it make more sense to use Satan to sell it to not one person that believes in Satan? Because we don't know any Satanists here, right? So who are they marketing to? I say this because I own a marketing company. I own a promotional company. So I always question who we market. Like I want to market when I'm selling a specific tool, I go after a specific industry that would use that tool or appreciate that tool. Right now for instance, I'm selling a buck knife, a specific buck knife, and I sell it to the hunting industry, the gun industry, and people that would use a buck knife. Like that's who I'm selling it to because I market who I see the demographic to be. So in the music industry, if there's 1 billion Christians and nobody knows any Satanists, why would you use Satanism to market? It's just a question that I as a marketing expert, I just wonder.
But what are you interpreting them doing as Satanism, exactly?
Constantly using Satan in music as a name reference. Okay, for instance, you know that Mick Jagger wrote the song "Dancing with Mr. D." Do you know what that song is about?
Dancing with the devil.
Yeah, did you know that?
I'm not a
What
big
about
Mick Jagger
what
fan.
about the other song he wrote? What about the other song that he wrote called "Sympathy for the Devil," which is actually the theme song for Satanism? Were you aware of that?
I wasn't aware of that, but that is a great damn song.
It is a good song, but do you see my point though? Is that okay? So my question is, if you take a look at the music industry today and you see the symbolisms and a lot of the nuances and suggestive wording in music, you see a lot referring to Satanism, or you see a lot referring to that particular, and I'll call it a religion, that particular religion, but yet nobody knows any Satanists. Nobody can ever say, well, yeah, my 6 buddies over there are Satanists, and they go to a Satanist church, and oh yeah, I go to the Satanist church on the weekends, and you know, we have tea, blah 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 blah. You know, I don't even know any Satanists, and I know hundreds upon hundreds of Christians, and my concern is that if in fact nobody knows any Satanists, well, who are they marketing?
They're marketed to Christian. I mean, they're marketed to everyone, but you realize writing a song about the devil is marketing to Christians.
Explain.
Okay,
It's controversial.
It is controversial, but I mean, you call it a song about the devil. You know, it's a symbol. It gives it meaning, a specific meaning.
Hold on. Let me simplify this. I'm not trying to walk on you, but basically what he's saying is Christianity cannot exist without the devil. So if you put the devil out there, it only makes Christianity even stronger. Is that the point you're trying to make?
So that's. So are you saying that's why they do it, or are you throwing a dart at the dartboard?
That's one strain of thought that makes sense, is what I'm saying.
I don't think it's actually
we're trying to make
happening.
sense of it, right? You don't think it's happening?
I think, like, I mean, if you could get the 2 examples you gave me, I think they're using devil as in a kind of a metaphorical sense. Sorry?
Yeah, I gave you 2 quick examples. Okay, what's your name, sir?
You can just call me Doug. Is it displaying on my name, by the way? I tried to change that. I don't know what it's
I
actually
just see
showing.
a guy with a gun pointing at me.
What's the name on there?
I mean, can we step back here though? This whole thing with Satan and the devil and devil worshippers. This is not new. This is not new. Before the music industry, this was in literature. These were in scary campfire tales. This was in the Bible. I mean, it's been going on for centuries here. You know, it's not new. This whole yin and yang thing is not new.
No, we're not saying it's new. We're not saying it's new. What we're doing is we're going through lists of conspiracy nut phenomena that are happening now in the world. And I know that this is one of them. I do a lot of research on the internet, and I like to look at things that other people refuse to look at. You understand what I'm saying?
But I'm not understanding how it's a conspiracy, though. I mean, it's there, okay? How is that a conspiracy?
Well, it's a conspiracy if most people don't know. Hypothetically, let me just throw something at you, sir. Let's say, hypothetically, that Lady Gaga is a Satanist. Let's say that that's what she is. I'm not saying I'm just saying let's say she is. But she doesn't out and out tell you, but if you listen to her music and really discern her words of her music, you can see it very clearly that that's exactly what she's about. Here's the conspiracy. The conspiracy is that she doesn't tell you, but when the song comes on the radio, your 7-year-old daughter tells you to turn it up, and you turn it up and sing it along with her, not even knowing what the lyrics mean. To me, if in fact that is true, that would constitute as a conspiracy.
But people do that all the time with rap music. They're talking about raping hoes and shooting people in the head and stuff. Yeah. I mean, this is all around us, where the lyrics are catchy and they sound good, and there's some deeper meaning to them. But you have no idea what it is.
So what is your... Do you have children, sir? I'm sorry, you sound young, but do you have children?
I'm not that young. I have a daughter.
Okay, how old's your daughter, sir?
Don't want to go into that.
You don't have to tell me her age. Is she a teenager or is she younger than kids?
No, I have a child. Okay, that's all I need to know.
You have a child. Okay. No, that's fine. I understand. No, I understand. I just wanted to know, like, was it a teenager or? Well, because my daughters are in their 30s, sir. So that's why I was asking.
Yeah, well, yeah, she's old enough to listen to music and discern.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know. I don't want to know her age. I just wanted to know if she, like basically, can she go and put a CD in the stereo herself?
Yeah, she can pick music and movies and all that stuff on her own. Yeah.
Okay. So just out of curiosity, what's her favorite music right now?
Beats me. I honestly don't know.
You see, that's my problem, sir.
No, pop music and country.
Okay, that's my problem, sir. Is that you see, in today's society, we don't know what our kids are doing. We don't know what they're being fed. We don't know what they're listening to. We don't know what they're watching. And to me, the fact that we don't know is the open door to what the conspiracy is. It's not necessarily that it is a conspiracy. It's that because we aren't doing the legitimate work, or at least the legitimate research to know what our kids are up to, that is what opens up the door to the conspiracy. What's buddy saying about Swift? Because I just seen something about Taylor Swift today's new song. And Miley Cyrus, yeah, because Taylor Swift has a new song out now, and everybody dislikes it because she's going under a bunch of girls that are twerking in her face, and she's looking up at their vaginas, and that is a complete turnaround from Taylor Swift. It's more of a well, obviously it's more of a Miley Cyrus. And what I'm saying to you is that these girls, when they were younger, attracted all of our children, all of our daughters, and made our daughters watch them. And then if you see what they're doing today, you see what they've held their hands and walked them right into. And so I would say that is not good. What would you say, sir?
I would say that make love and not war. I mean, you grew up on the Alfred Hitchcock hour, and we're a society obsessed with violence and murder.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second now. How old did you just make me, man? How old am I now?
You grew up on the Alfred Hitchcock hour. I mean, you were probably 7 or 8 when that stuff was being aired, I'm sure.
Well, first of all, yeah, I'm not that old, but that's all right, brother. All I'm saying to you is that if it's easy, and this is what I would leave you guys with, because I have to go to bed. I'm too old. Here's what I would leave you, gentlemen, without being, anxiously mean or ignorant to one another. I would just say this to you. There's something going on in the world that we are amiss to. We are not privy to everything. Don't ever think that when you turn on CNN and Anderson Cooper says we're keeping them honest, that's what he's really doing. Do not believe that because people believe something that seems really crazy to you that makes that person a mental case.
Okay, before you leave,
it's sad when we do that.
I want to address.
It's sad when we do that, bro.
I want to address the point you're saying though. You're it's appalling that she's twerking and doing whatever. Okay, here's the point I'm making though. Okay, I don't, I'm not trying to put your age down. I don't know how old you are, but it's irrelevant how old I am or you are. The point I'm making is that we are a society that has had violence and blood and gore and stuff in movies for decades, and this twerking on TV. I mean, it's insignificant to me. I mean, I don't. Same with the Satanist stuff. It's all insignificant. I don't see how that's gonna ruin the minds of our youth. I mean, that's like child's play compared to all the garbage we've had in movies for decades with the violence and the gore and the murders. I mean, we are a society obsessed with killing.
Well, I would agree. If I had to take watching somebody get their face blown off or have Miley Cyrus twerk at my kitchen table, I'm probably going to take the twerking over the gunshot. But that doesn't make that you're taking two wrongs and trying to make a right out of it. The bottom line is that it's not right. It's not right. And what I would leave you with, sir, is that what appears to be heading in a good direction is not what you think it is. Sometimes you have to sit back and take a second look.
Why is it your moral authority to put a filter on stuff, though, anyways? I mean, I admitted that there's some gory stuff out there, but I would still never want to filter that, nor would I want to filter Miley Cyrus. People need to be informed enough to make their own decisions and go from there.
Okay, do you know what that? Do you know where you stole that from, sir? Do you know where you stole that from?
I stole it from my own life experience.
Adolf Hitler.
Okay, no. I'm going to tell you where that came from. That came from the Satanic Bible written by Aleister Crowley, and what he said is, "Do what thou wilt." And did you not see Jay-Z wearing a sweatshirt that said, "Do as thou wilt"? Basically, what you're saying is let people do what they want. Who cares, as long as they're not hurting anyone.
Absolutely.
But you see, what you
As
do
long
is
as my rights
what you
are-
do is you leave. But you leave a door open. But you leave a door open where the hurt is going to happen inevitably because we are broken people, sir.
We're a broken people. Okay, are you a theist? Because you're leaning more and more into being a theist when you say we're a broken people.
What do you mean by theist?
I just
He
want to
already
point out
said
that
he was Christian, so.
Of course I'm.
Yeah, real quick. I just want to point out that that's basically what Jesus allows you to do.
Yeah, it's called free will. Free will, right? Free will. Address
No,
that.
you got to be careful with free will, though, sir. You got to be careful with free will.
Are you a Calvinist?
Do as thou will, but believe in me.
Be careful with free will. It's not what you think it is.
Do you realize that you are delusional, though? I mean, literally, if you are a theist, you are delusional.
Oh, here you go. Here you go. Delusional. Okay, so if there are 1 billion plus delusional people in the world, why have they not been detained and given correct help, sir?
Because we don't have enough mental institutions for all of you. That's why. We got to build more.
But yet there's enough prisons. But there's enough prisons to put people in jail for 30 years for a dime bag of weed in America.
Well, it's because believing in something nonsensical is not against the law. We only lock you up when you're going to cause harm to
But it was
someone.
just referred to as a mental disorder.
Yeah,
But
we only
so
lock
is-
you up if you show to be a harm to yourself.
No,
or
a second.
others.
Christians
So is
have been locked
autism,
up.
but we don't lock people
Christians have been locked up, my friend, for blowing up abortion clinics and other BS they've pulled. Don't say they
So have
haven't.
atheists, and so have atheists for killing millions of people, sir.
No atheist killed millions of people.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm not going to tell you who. I'll just let you research that, sir.
Yeah. Let's bring up Chairman Mao and Joseph Stalin. Well, then Hitler is a Catholic. He killed millions of people too. Okay, now
Catholics aren't Christian. Catholics aren't Christians. Sir.
I love this
Well,
argument.
hold on now. If you're saying Catholics aren't Christian, then there's definitely not 1 billion Christians.
Whoa.
Well, see, I would have that argument as well, but I said people that tag themselves as Christian. I didn't say they were.
Oh,
Every
self-proclaimed.
practice follow
Okay,
comes from Catholicism. Every word you read in the Bible comes from Catholicism. You cannot debate that.
Yeah, that's.
What do you mean
I
every
believe that's
word?
true.
The argument is
Well,
fun.
first of all, smarter theists than I am have read the Bible 1,000 times over and come to the conclusion that not all doctrines match up with each other. Are you aware of that, sir?
I've read all the doctrines from Norse mythology. I have a degree in European history. I know a lot about Norse mythology and all the doctrine there.
Okay.
What makes your doctrine more real than mine?
I don't have a doctrine, sir.
You do have a doctrine. You already said that you follow the Bible.
No, I didn't. Could you reverse this and show me where I said that, sir?
I don't believe he said that.
Of course I didn't. I would never say I didn't say something if I
You
did.
were
because you
giving
look back at
direct
it.
quotes from biblical texts.
What quote did I give, sir?
The one tied to free will.
I never gave a quote. I said to be careful with free will.
Oh. So what's the point
So
of this?
so
Okay,
so
I'm
you
gonna leave you with that. I'm gonna leave it, sir. I'm gonna leave you with that. I'm gonna leave you with that. My name is Rand Campbell. You are more than welcome to add me and have further discussions if you feel that you can speak to me man to man and not refer to name calling. I would appreciate that.
When did I call you a name? I called you a theist. When did I call you a name? I said you're delusional, but when did I call you a name?
Thank you. Okay, no. All right, you've done it twice now.
I
Okay,
called you
so
delusional. Delusional is not that's not name calling. It's a state of being.
okay.
It's a little bit pejorative. Come on. Let's be honest.
He knows what it is. He knows what it is. He's a smart guy. Okay, so at any rate, my name is Rand Campbell. You're more than welcome to come join me in any discussion.
I'm gonna cool my. Hold on a second. I'm gonna cool my jets and kind of sit back here. I don't want to hog it. Before you leave, I want to know if anybody else wanted to talk to you. So I'm gonna hush you up. Go ahead.
I want to say if you mentioned David Icke, I don't know if you trust him as a did you say you
No, I
kinda
already
trusted
stated
him as
that.
a
I already
source?
stated that I'm not a big fan of his. No.
Okay. I was just wondering. That's all.
I'm not a fan of anybody in particular, sir. Even as a Christian, I have my arguments against some Christians. As a matter of fact, I'm right now in the Christian great debate community. I am going after Calvinists. I'm also involved with a lot of videos against God mockers, people that like to mock and make fun of people. So, as a Christian, I'm not quite your average normal Christian, sir.
You said you're going against Calvinists, is that right?
Yes.
Oh, okay, interesting. I didn't hear you. Sorry, I just wanted to.
Well, Benny knows, the guy with the yellow ball here. He knows my channel very well.
Oh, okay. Well, it was nice talking to you, and I would just say you were very polite and calm, which is nice.
Yes, sir. Well, that's what I would hope we could all be, and we can be that if we just talk as men, and you know, if there's ladies in the room, just talk as a lady. It's easy when you're at a teeny bopper birthday party to start a rumor and get a big, you know, yelling match going. But I think as adults, you know, we already know we don't agree on most of the stuff that we're going to discuss. We already know that.
Yeah.
But if we can at least talk, I mean, you know, it's fun talking, right? You may never change my mind, I may never change yours, but at least it's a nice way to kind of sit back for a couple of hours, get away from those stupid television sets, and have nice discussions with decent people. So.
Well, from the short time I've been doing Google Hangouts, I've actually changed my mind on several things already, so that's been a benefit to me.
Hear that. Well, I hope that I'm going to add you and anybody else here that is, you know, interested in having me add them. And like I said, I love these types of discussions, and especially the later at night discussions like this, because, you know, my house is calm and it's very peaceful, so I enjoy having these opportunities. But I'm just going to say farewell, gentlemen, and thank you for having me.
Thanks. It was nice talking to you.
Yep.
Okay, guys.
Have a good night.
You guys have a wonderful evening.
Hey, I look forward to talking
later,
to
buddy.
you. Take care.
Yeah, come see me. Come see me, guys.
What's your YouTube channel, Rand?
Here, I'll put it up here. Just a sec.
Hello.
He's just finding his YouTube link so we can see.
Okay.
Here, I'll put the link up. Just a sec.
So just search that and your channel will come up?
Just a sec.
Cam Campbell.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Well,
there are hundreds of videos. There are hundreds of videos out there on me. I'm probably the most hated Christian in the community.
Wait. You can't be more hated than Nephilim Free.
I'm right up there with Nephilim and G-Man, yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, I can't promise I'll watch all your videos, but I'll peruse a few. How about that?
Do what you want, man. Just add me. I'll add you. And you know what? We'll see where it goes. I like friendships, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
I prefer friendships with people that disagree with me.
Very good position.
At my age, I need as much disagreement as I can just to keep me alive.
And I need as many delusional theists as possible to keep me going.
Thank you, my very, very wise and much smarter friend. Okay, you guys take care.
Okay, see you later. Have a good night.
You too. Thanks for the compliments. Take care.
Yeah, man.
Good night. Well, that was interesting.
I'm sorry, but I, you know, I had to cut into the guy. I just couldn't, you know, the bantering, you know. But I stepped back a little bit to let him catch up again. I just.
It was difficult to like bring yourself to be that mean to him because he was, as Doug was saying, quite polite and he was trying to be like as friendly as he possibly could. But at the end of the day, ultimately, you know, I had to restrain myself too because I found him very boring and he was very soapboxy.
That's why I was trying to you know, to cut the corners when he was trying to go around again and again on his points. I wanted to make him have to stop and think about what he was saying.
And when he was prompted with a question, he would just start ranting about something like teenagers, like 20 minutes before answering the actual question. It was just so tedious. I couldn't handle it. Go on, Doug.
I was just laughing at what Benny said. So I can't even read it. So the true nature of atheists is to attack.
I really apologize though. I should have just sat back and let him ramble on, because he was getting very, very crazy. I mean, his delusionalness would have proved itself. I should have just sat back and let him prove it.
I think it already proved itself. Like within the first 2 minutes of him speaking, I had already had him pegged as what kind of person he was.
Yeah, as soon as he picked up on Cerberus, his avatar, I kind of had my wonderings, and then as it went on, I kind of characterized him. I got to be honest, but I was, like I said, he was like, because the other day, and you were there too, James. What hangout were we in? Abel's hangout on
Was that
eugenics.
Nephilim?
Yeah, Nephilim popped in, and like immediately it was just like an argument about evolution. Immediately it went there.
He was trying to tear apart the whole conversation too. Like we were discussing like the purpose of the hangout, and then he just immediately tries to turn it into a conversation about how evolution is just false.
Yeah.
How boring.
And what I liked about this guy was that, for one thing, he kind of almost used like I know Rob always talks about it, but I admire it anyway. But the Socratic method, where he was kind of mainly just asking questions. Yeah, they were leading questions, but I kind of liked that he wasn't just spouting off stuff like that Ryan guy who was in there earlier. I like him a lot too. I just think he's got a lot of crazy ideas, but there's two completely different ends of the spectrum in regards to like their approach to putting their ideas out there, like Ryan and this last guy. And yeah, I guess that's all I have to say. I kind of lost my train of thought.
Well, he wasn't terrible.
I was really hoping his line of questioning for me was going to lead somewhere really crazy.
I think he was intentionally not doing that. I mean, he seemed very, like in some of the answers he was giving, I think he was very couched and defensive. That's how it struck me. I could be wrong, but I just got that feeling.
I found him to be very touchy.
Either way, I kind of wish there was a little more moderating between these debates, where their side can go for a minute and a half without, that way it'll limit the soapboxing, and then it switches to us, because I don't like to interrupt people. So it'd be nice if we could work that out, where they speak a certain amount of time, and then we have our chance to say, Otherwise, like you saw, they'll ramble on and on and on.
Well, he was certainly he enjoyed hearing the sound of his own voice. Let's just put it that way.
Well, he does have his own YouTube channel.
Well, he's no Rob Beasley. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah, Rob is prolific. That's for sure.
I'm still confused by Rob Beasley, because he does not self-identify as a theist.
Well, he's definitely not one. Yeah.
He's an agnostic, I think.
Is he? Does he even label himself? I don't know.
I think he's agnostic. I don't know, but he's certainly decided to dedicate his entire life to these theories about religion.
You know what I find interesting? It's just a thought. Like, it seems like it seems like a lot of the people that interact with him that I've come across have a similar opinion on his ideas and stuff like that. But he always ends up kind of coming up in conversation. You know what I mean? It's kind of interesting. Like he's often a topic of conversation, which is kind of.
Well, he's a character. He's a personality, and a lot of people really don't like him because he's very antagonistic and just a little arrogant.
Please don't say that he has any theories, because a theory.
Okay, hypotheses.
Not even. He doesn't have a hypothesis. Hypothesis is an educated guess. Nothing he says is an educated guess of anything. Suppositions is what he has. Suppositions.
Okay, that's fair.
Well, does he really have like any substantial evidence to sort of like corroborate any of his ideas at all? Like I know he's got.
No, I think he's got some good points. I think that just his broad picture is held together very like tenuously. It's just not well put together. Like I had this whole disagreement with him on dating the Book of Daniel, and like when we finally got to the end of it, like he ended up just using a different book to date Daniel. And I'm like, well, you kind of have to use what's in Daniel to date Daniel. You know, you can't go off of what's written in some other book by some other author to date another writing. But anyway, that was just...
I mean, the foundation of his theory about how empires and religion kind of work together is that Cyrus the Great changed the Jewish religion. And his evidence for this is just that...
The Cyrus cylinder, yeah.
Well, no, it's not even that. I mean, he says the Cyrus cylinder, how it corroborates the general history of of what the Jews are writing at the same time, which is true. But his evidence for that it corrupted the Jewish religion is that the people in Judea started referring to God as the Father, and that's his whole evidence. That's what he bases it off of.
That's it.
I've had this argument with him forever.
That's it.
Well, and he says that the Pharisees at that time had like great political power and were able to kind of work with Cyrus, or at least Cyrus was controlling them or something to kind of spread his altered Jewish religion throughout the land, kind of.
So has Beasley just taken the fact that the Pharisees had power and just used that to sort of like just assume that because they did, therefore that they were sort of like manipulated by Cyrus, and there's no real connection beyond that?
And I always point out all accounts of Cyrus, even accounts outside, they all state how I don't want to say it's like he was for everything. Like he was kind of for religious freedom of cities that he conquered. He would always go in.
That was a common policy of empire. Like the Romans did the same thing.
Well, I mean, at the time, like from then through antiquity or the classical era, that's how it worked because it was better. I mean,
yeah, it was easier to keep an empire intact by doing that. Yeah.
And Rob does not agree with that premise, that it would be easier that way.
Well, I think he always counters that, because I brought that up to him too, and he always says that, well, that's what they said, but that's not what they did. Like they kind of clandestinely promulgated this corrupted religion amongst the people by using the Pharisees and books of false prophecy and stuff like that. So yeah, on the one hand, they were saying that they were publicly saying that you guys can practice whatever religion you want, but then on the other hand, they were kind of subversively, altering these people's religions unbeknownst to them. Which I just don't think there's evidence for that. I mean, there's a couple things, like he says, that are kind of interesting, but it's not definitive, and like he says it is.
You guys think that not only are Rob Beasley's theories substantiated by fairly tenuous evidence to begin with, that their whole theories themselves are just frankly bizarre. Like they're just based on something that's just so strange and obscure, something that nobody would have really thought about. So we've been confronted with the conspiracy theory that Jews manipulate the entire world by nut jobs all over the world.
Well, that's a really common conspiracy.
Yeah, I know, but he's sort of taken that, but made his own really strange, idiosyncratic sort of twist on it, and has replaced the Jews with the Persian.
And according to
yeah. The guy, I mentioned him already, but the Ryan guy who was in here, I guess you guys are saying he's a flat earther or something like that. A lot of the stuff he was saying about the Federal Reserve and all that stuff, like the International Space Station isn't really up there, and he was reminding me so much of my grandpa Ed, who was in the Navy, and he always used to tell me all this sort of stuff, like we didn't land on the moon. Like he told me that the radiation is so strong outside of the Earth's atmosphere that the capsule would have had to have 6 feet thick lead walls in order for the astronauts to survive the trip, and that there was no way we could lift a capsule that heavy into space, and all this weird stuff. And even this was when I was 8 or 9, and even back then I'm okay, I didn't suspect it as being delusional. I'm just like, it struck me as out of the ordinary because like I was obviously like everyone else exposed to the mainstream story, and then as I got older and like realized that, oh wow, tons of people believe this stuff. You know, it's just kind of like, it seems like a lot of people just have a conspiratorial mindset where
Yeah.
it's not just one single conspiracy, it's just a conspiratorial thought pattern,
Well,
and they see conspiracies everywhere.
What I like to say is that conspiracy theorists are never content to just end it with one conspiracy theory. So you'll never meet a conspiracy theorist that believes that, oh, the Masons control the world, but everything else is normal. No, they'll always have to like have every single conspiracy together, always
Or at least a
happening.
lot of them.
Yeah, pretty much. So if the Masons control the world, then the moon landing was fake too. They can never just say, no, that's enough. One conspiracy theory is enough for me. And there's got to be like 50.
Well, there's several I believe in. Like I said, I believe in the conspiracy theory that Saudi Arabian guys flew planes into 9/11. I believe in MK Ultra. I have doubts about the veracity of the official story of the Gulf of Tonkin, but yeah, I mean, I'm not into
They're
the
a bit
whole slew.
different though. They're actually substantiated by evidence, and the idea that the Masons control the world or the moon landings were fake is just pure fanciful.
Yeah.
So there's a distinction to be made there. But regardless, Beasley's conspiracy theories, if you can call them that, they're definitely really weird. Like, I've never seen them before. They're totally idiosyncratic to him. They're completely his own creation. I've never seen them outside of him.
Well, I was doing some searches on Cyrus the Great,
Yeah.
and there are some other conspiracies out there about like him kind of corrupting, or it's not necessarily corrupting the Jewish religion. Like that I've only heard from Rob, but there is some stuff about like some kind of connection between Cyrus the Great and like the modern like standard conspiracies like the Rothschilds and the Jews controlling everything, Jew bankers, like all the standard stuff you hear from like your run-of-the-mill conspiracy theorists. Like there are other people who are making the connection to Cyrus the Great in the Persian Empire.
By the way, I found a copy of Rob Beasley's entire book online, if you guys would like to have a look at it.
Oh yeah, he's posted it a bunch of times.
Oh, here's the Google.
Ooh, you're not supposed to do that. That's only for people he wants to see it.
I'm having a look at it now.
You're supposed to pay for it unless he gives you that link.
Really? Well, it's on Google Books. I can't help it.
Rob Beasley.
What is this thing called good? It's not a very catchy title.
But again, Rob's another guy I really like as a person. Like when I come to Australia, I'm definitely gonna meet up with him if he has the time. For sure, yeah. I think he's.
I mean, I'll come. I'll be there.
Okay. Yeah, I think he's a super nice guy. I bet he's really fun to just hang out with.
Mrs. Beasley.
When are you going to Australia?
Well, I was planning on doing it 2015, but I'm probably going to end up going to Hawaii then, so it might not be till 2016.
Australia is one of the most expensive places to fly to.
I know, it's bullshit.
I mean,
it's like on the exact opposite end of the earth.
It's almost $2,000 to fly there.
No, is it that much?
No,
yes.
no.
Round trip.
It depends on when you fly. Like, I only paid $1,200 to go to New York this January.
Oh, this is a little side note, but I found Kent Hovind's dissertation.
Oh, his bullshit.
If you guys want to link to that.
Yeah, let's have a look.
Have you seen his university? It's like a trailer, like a mobile trailer classroom.
Who's Kent Hovind?
Ken
like
Hovind's like a
his
young,
personal
famous.
one. Yeah.
Well, it's not even. It's from like a bullshit university, like a degree farm, a degree mill.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. He's not a doctor.
Somebody's phone is ringing.
Not mine.
I haven't read
Patriot
through it yet, but
University.
supposedly there's a bunch of spelling errors.
Patriot University. It looks like a mobile home.
How do you pronounce that name? Cerberus? How do you say that?
Cerberus.
Cerberus. What's that mean?
It's the three-headed dog.
The
I talked to you on Stickam. I talked to you on Stickam a lot. Is that right?
Me? No.
Okay.
I've never been on Stickam.
Well, good, because this is far superior to any other site, so that's good.
By the way, Cerberus, I put you on my A-list.
You have an A-list?
Yeah, I have a non-crazy list, and you're on it.
Oh, I
You're
guess
still
I did.
undecided.
So far, I've divided the people I've met on Google Hangouts into crazy, not crazy, or borderline, and you're in the not crazy list.
I'm probably on the borderline list.
I don't know enough about you yet, so I haven't put you in a category.
What about the people who are obviously crazy but are just so entertaining that just makes them
Well,
good?
they still go on my crazy list, but I still like to be on Hangouts with them.
What would you say Benny is? Benny wants to know. He's asking.
I can't decide if Benny is... I mean, obviously, no, he's a great artist. That's obvious. And he's highly entertaining. But I just don't know enough about him because he doesn't talk on the mic and he doesn't really express his opinions. A+ list. They might associate with Atheism Plus if you go on that list. You don't want to be in that.
What did you think of his question though earlier when he said to me, if Christians are so delusional, the billion of them or whatever he was saying, how come they're not locked up?
Yeah, that was the crux of his argument. If we're so insane, why hasn't the government put us all in
I think your answer to him was perfect. Like, just having a delusional belief is not a criminal. So enough said.
Well, actually, that wasn't my answer. My answer was that we don't have enough nut houses to lock you up, and so you're lucky.
Well, then you're in the running for my crazy list then.
Really?
That was my answer, by the way.
Oh, okay. No, I'm kidding, Down. That I know that was probably a cheeky answer, but
yeah. Well, it's really not a cheeky answer, though. I mean, Christians have done a lot of harm. Look through history, the 30 Years' War, the Crusades. I mean, even today they're still bombing abortion clinics. It's not that far-fetched to say that a lot of them belong locked up.
Yeah.
Well, to the extent that they've committed a crime, yeah, I think that they need to be locked up.
You commit a crime when you propagate terrorist literature, as they call it. I mean, even having a copy of the Anarchist Cookbook, or during the Red Scare, if you had a copy of Das Kapital or the Communist Manifesto, they could discipline you somehow. They could lock you up. They could file charges against you. So why should Christians be treated any differently?
Because I don't think the Bible could be argued to be terrorist literature.
The only reason that I wouldn't lock somebody up for the Bible is that along with the Bible, I think you have the right to read Mein Kampf and whatever else you want to read. So I'm not an advocate of censorship or locking people up for having a copy of Mein Kampf. So yeah, I mean, I agree with you. Over in Germany, if you have a copy of Mein Kampf, they can lock you up.
Oh yeah, if you even display the swastika, you can go to jail.
There was a guy who was a Holocaust denier back in 2006.
Yeah, I think he's still in jail over there.
Yeah, he actually was in England as well, and they extradited him to Germany, and they put him in jail.
Yeah, that's retarded in my opinion. If the guy wants to be a Holocaust denier, whatever.
Now,
That's not a jailable offense.
What if you're an old school Buddhist and you have like the swastika?
I think that that's treated differently.
I thought that was an Indian as in a Native American symbol.
Well, it's an everything symbol. The swastika is a pretty common geometric shape.
Yeah,
It
but where
appears
did
in
it
every-
originate from?
I think it originated in India.
Oh, okay.
But I'm pretty sure it's been developed independently in other places too.
Seriously?
Well, it's just for two lines, you know, in a different shape, crossed together. You'd expect
Yeah.
it would show up, just like a cross. It's not hard for someone to have drawn that in lots of different.
Or pyramids like Mayans and Egyptians.
Yeah, yeah.
Jainism. Oh, that's okay. Yeah, that would be India.
Yeah,
But,
this is pretty boring.
But anyways, with the whole Christian thing, though, I wish somebody would have said to him, well, you know, you're kind of outnumbered by the Muslims. There's more Muslims than Christians, basically. I wish.
And aren't there more of one of the Eastern religions too, of Christians?
No. Well, if you don't count Catholics, there are more Christians than everything. If you do count Catholics, which he didn't seem to do.
Well, he did count them because they're self-professed, but he personally didn't think they were Christians. Although I'd be wondering what his definition of Christian is, because
I know,
most
exactly,
Christians
yeah.
I talk to say you accept Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior, and that He died in remission for the remission of your sin. But if that's the definition, then Catholics are definitely Christian. So I wonder what his criteria are.
A little fancy pants fucking bit of snobbery where they can say these right wing, you know, new right crazy evangelicals can say we're so much better than Catholics. That's why they pull this shit.
Yeah, I think it's like a subtle form of exceptionalism.
It absolutely is.
It's still the ripples of the Martin Luther, I think.
See, this is what I was confused about. Doesn't in their belief, you really only have to believe in Jesus' sacrifice to get into heaven. That's what He came here for. So doesn't that,
Salvation
in a way,
by faith alone? Yeah. That's what Paul said.
Yeah, doesn't that give you permission to be a Satanist?
Well, I don't know, because like in Peter, in 1st and 2nd Peter, it says, well, even the demons have faith, so faith by itself can't be right. But I think that Paul and Peter are using two different definitions of faith. Like I don't think Paul would agree that the demons have faith. So I don't think you could be a Satanist and be a Christian. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, you wouldn't be what I would consider a Christian, but I mean, if you believe that someone named Jesus sacrificed himself for all your sins, if that's the way the faith goes, then you could basically be whatever you wanted to.
It's kind of, He did sacrifice Himself so that all your sins could be done away with, but you still have to repent for your sins and accept the forgiveness. So there's kind of a second layer to it.
Okay, let's go get weird because we're going to get into this conversation, but I don't think Jesus ever says you have to repent. I think that's a Catholic thing.
Let me think about that.
And here I am arguing, Bible says Jesus. Would have said Jesus never said you have to repent.
Yeah, as far as I know, and Reuven can probably correct me if I'm wrong, I think that comes mainly from Paul. Yeah, it's the same Greek word, but I mean, Reuven, don't you think that if they were real people and we had them here today, don't you think that they would have a disagreement on their definition of that word? I mean, it just seems like Paul is using it in a different way than Peter. Okay, yeah. So there you go. Jesus definitely taught repentance. Oh yeah, of course he did, because even like when the scene of his baptism, I mean, and John was preaching the same thing. John the Baptist, repent, for the time the end is near. The axe is even at the root.
I mean, repentance is kind of coming to terms with your sin. That's what baptism is. Could you also just baptize yourself?
Yeah, you could, but again, I think baptism requires like a cognitive acceptance of the ritual requirements of baptism. Like you can't just perform the ritual, not and cross your fingers and you're saved.
Well, I know, but what I was trying to point out is they're not mutually exclusive behaviors or beliefs.
Sorry, could you say that again?
They're not exclusive beliefs.
What? Repentance and
no, believing in Jesus and repentance for your sin, and also being a Satanist.
Well, I'd ask you what you think a Satanist is.
I'm not. I mean, what would a Christian would say a Satanist would be someone that.
Well, I think the guy
the devil does.
Yeah, I think Randcam would probably say that a Satanist is someone who literally worships Satan, which I don't think there's actually any people that do that. Maybe a few really nutty people, but like the Anton LaVey types, like the Church of Satan, they aren't really Satanists in that way. Like they're more like, I don't want to say libertines, but they're kind of like do whatever feels right, and that's
they're hedonists.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, but not exactly. But yeah, pretty much that's a good word for it.
Yeah, I was always fuzzy on that too. Okay, of idolatry. I mean, I don't think it specifically prohibits the worship of other gods, just as long as it's not worshipped above Yahweh, right?
Yeah, I don't know what
or
it
am
means.
I wrong on that?
Reuven could probably clarify, but like we're all familiar with "You shall not have any other gods before me." Like, what is that the best English translation of the Hebrew? I think the Torah.
Yeah, that's not what
the Torah is strict about. You're only supposed to kind of worship Yahweh. But then again, like, it seems like the Torah tacitly acknowledges the existence of other gods.
Yeah, you can't put anything on the same level as me. So you could have a pseudo god or like an angelic thing you worship. So you could worship Satan as long as you believe Satan's below God.
But would that, okay, from a Hebrew perspective that would work, but what about from like a Christian perspective? Like the problem is that so much of Christianity is from Paul. So much of the belief of Christianity is Paul's writings that you kind of have to decide ahead of time to answer this question. Like, are we going off of Paul's writings or are we going off of what Jesus said in the Gospels? Because they're not exactly in agreement on everything. Yeah, or they just iron out the differences and say that the differences are actually in agreement. I don't know. Who fucking cares? I'm not Christian.
I would like to. I need to go research this because I would like to make the and be a Christian.
Then your best bet is to just go off of Gospel Jesus, but then again, I think you might be headed toward a dead end.
Oh yeah, I mean, I can't think of a specific flavor of Christianity that would accept that as being okay.
Well, the nice thing about the Bible is you can call upon any interpretation that serves your desire.
My thing hasn't changed yet.
What?
My display changed.
You're like, we can't understand you. You're breaking up really bad.
Yeah, you're breaking up very bad.
You're turning into a robot.
He's turning into Reuven, one of Reuven's minions.
Is that strictly a Google thing, or is it just that his connection's very slow?
He lives in Australia, and they have horrible internet over there.
Well, I'm on DSL as well, dude. I live in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, this is more about your response time, though, and not really so much your bandwidth.
Yep.
Okay now.
Who's Ashmedai?
No, it still sounds very robot-y. You might want to reload.
Is that, where's that from? From Hebrew religion? Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah, Lilith. That's another thing that I think most Christians are totally clueless on. Maybe not, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, they completely exclude her from any sort of storytelling.
Oh yeah, completely. Like
Hello?
I had never even heard of Lilith until listening to the Bible Geek.
How is it now?
Much better.
Much
Very,
better.
very good. My Google Plus picture still hasn't changed though. I changed it to something else, and it still remains the same. How do I change it?
It takes a while.
How do you even make a Google Plus picture? I mean, I'm very not tech savvy with any of this.
You just go to your Google Plus profile and you click on like your actual. For you, it will probably be like the anonymous bust, and you just click if you hover over it, it'll have a picture, and then it'll let you upload a picture for your profile picture. Reuven, is that in the Torah? That stuff about Ashmedai and constructing the temple with Solomon?
Did it change? Did it change? It's fantastic.
Where does that come from?
Hello?
You're still Spider.
Damn.
While he's typing, I'm going to take a wild guess and say Oral Torah.
Talmud?
Well, the Talmud, I mean, which Talmud? The Babylonian Talmud or the Israeli Talmud?
I don't fucking know.
Which book of Harry Potter? Harry Potter 1 or Harry Potter 2?
Oh yeah, I know they're not very different.
Reuven, are you a Harry Potter fan?
Somehow I think he is deep down inside, but he won't admit it.
I'm not ashamed to admit I enjoyed the books a lot.
Yeah, I'm the one that told you that she wrote those books while she rode the commuter train around London, I guess.
I thought she wrote them in a coffee shop or something like that. Maybe both.
Yeah, she may have done both, but she would just ride on the train for like hours and just write.
You're Slytherin, huh, Reuven? I should have known.
You know, I liked that guy earlier though when he said that he was going to conspire to have a birthday for me, and then I asked him if he'd conspire to jump out of my cake.
And he said he would eat half of it.
Yeah, that was good.
We all do, Reuven. Some of us just admit it. Why are you pro Sith? They're like the quintessential evil.
No, they're not.
Come on.
The Sith in the movies are quintessential evil. Like the philosophy isn't inherently evil.
No, but I'm talking about like the Star Wars universe as given to us by George Lucas. Like they're like the Nazis. They're just total evil. Am I wrong? I'm up for correction. I'm not a Star Wars expert.
Like I would say in the movies you might be able to equate them, but like as far as like the extra canon stuff goes, they're not really Nazis.
Okay, now I have a question. I'm ignorant when it comes to the book stuff. Did George Lucas invent the Star Wars universe or not? Okay, now are the books spin-off? Are they orthodox? Are they canon?
Yeah, I think.
Or do the movies supersede the books as far as canonicity?
I'm pretty sure they're done the same way the Star Wars books are. They have to be licensed in order to be published.
So he approved them, so they're official.
Yeah.
Because aren't there like hundreds of Star Wars books out there by tons of different authors?
Yeah, but none of them really deal with the same story.
No, but I mean they must touch on common parts of the Star Wars universe. For example, like the demeanor and character of the Sith and the Empire and all that.
Well, yeah, but if you go into the extra canon stuff, the Sith, like you probably still think the Sith are like the evil Jedi, right?
Yeah, I think that.
Yeah, they're not.
Okay.
They're a race of people.
But are they not also evil Jedi?
I mean, yeah. I mean, a Jedi, a Force user can be evil. But the like the good, the Jedi and the Sith sort of Force users, they're not. It's not about good and evil. It's more about order and chaos.
So, in what sense are they not evil?
There's a few examples of Sith Lords that weren't evil.
So, like, because to me, just based off the movies, because I haven't read any of the books, it seems like there's a clear separation between the light side and the dark side of the Force. And the people who use and specialize in the dark side seem to be characterized, like, over and over as just pure, unadulterated evil. And from the movies, it seems like the Sith fall into that category.
Well, yeah, but I mean, the dark side of the Force is emotion. It's not evil.
Yeah, but I mean, it's not love either, right?
No, it is love. That's what changed Darth Vader into what's his name into Darth Vader.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm way off then. I thought it was like all the negative emotions and like greed and selfishness and like hate. Hate was the big one. Hate. Hate. Come on.
Was that Yoda?
Yeah, hate seems to be like the primary the primary emotion of the dark side or the dark forces.
There's a bunch of little different angles that's been taken on it in like the literature.
Darth Reuven and Darth Malak.
Now, was it Malak? Malak's in one of the video games, but if I remember correctly, in the book, they kill him.
Okay. Reuven's talking way over my head here.
Oh, they're talking about the Mandalorian Wars?
Yeah, I don't even know who those people are. I know what the Republic is. So, Reuven, do you think that the rebellion shown to us in the original 3 movies was justified. Okay. That's all I wanted to know.
And keep in mind the Jedi's change sides in that. I mean, the Empire
What?
is the Republic.
What?
The Republic is what turns into the Empire.
Oh
So-
yeah, right. That's shown to us in the prequel movies, right? How it becomes corrupted by Palpatine.
Well,
right?
it was in the books before it was in the movies, but yes, it's in the movies.
Okay, yeah. But that's pretty much it, right? Like he takes control of the Congress and becomes like a dictator, essentially, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Darth Sidious is Emperor Palpatine, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I think that's his name, Sidious.
Yeah. Oh, so he's Darth Sidious even before he's Palpatine. It's not a power corrupt situation. It's like he's already corrupt, and yeah, okay.
Yeah, the whole story arc of the movies is him getting his revenge
On what?
on basically the Republic destroying the Sith Empire.
And why did they do that?
Because they were opposing government forces.
So wait, okay, so is it kind of like the Sith are like freedom fighters, kind of, and they're just demonized by the Republic?
I mean, a little bit. I mean, most of your Sith Jedis are. I mean, obviously they're kind of drunk with power.
Yeah, because I mean, it seems like there's an obvious characterization going on with all the Sith and like dark people as being evil and immoral and governed by like negative emotions.
But like the Force programs, or like the Force training academies and stuff that Sith had, they weren't about being evil. They were about like tapping into your emotions to gain power.
Well, I guess I would consider that kind of evil. If they're driven if they're driven toward power, I'd say that that's not a nice characteristic.
Well, I mean, Jedis are driven towards power too, but they do it for order.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense.
Where, I mean, when you're driven by your emotions, you're kind of, I mean, it's driven for freedom, essentially. That's always the dichotomy I use, order and freedom.
Oh, okay. So you'd say that the Sith are libertarians, and the Republic, or the Jedi are more like Republicans.
I probably wouldn't say
couldn't
Republicans.
resist.
I would say probably more socialists, only less fuzzy.
Hindu, I can't see that. My contacts are getting blurry. Hindutva? Shiv Sena, Google it. Okay.
Yeah,
A chauvinistic Hindu nationalist political organization. Okay, I get the gist. So that would be your Jedi, right? And am I right saying that the Sith are like anarchist capitalists or libertarians? Wow. Well, who the fuck are the middle of the road people?
Luke Skywalker, I think, is the only one that falls in the middle somewhere.
Poor Luke, trapped in a world of extremists.
The books that have to do with him after the movies is him, like, because like the whole thing is like bringing balance to the Force, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's what they talk about. Ben's talking to him about, and he's both equal parts light and dark side user.
Oh, so he's like the embodiment of balance.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, cool. So, is there like any acknowledged influence by George Lucas of like Hinduism or Buddhism? on the Star Wars universe and the whole light and dark and balance thing, because it seems pretty.
I mean, it's not a new idea. I would assume there might be like some Taoist stuff in there.
Yeah. Oh, Reuven said yes. He has said from the beginning he was influenced by all Oriental religions and has admitted Taoist and Hindu influence. Oh, cool. What does that mean? Does that mean he's like, what's an Orientalist? That just means he's interested in that culture. So he's a believer, or he's just fascinated with them? Oh, okay. Oh, cool. Yeah, like Steve Jobs. I also heard that he wrote I think it was at least the first movie, maybe all three of the originals, while listening to Holst's The Planets, specifically Mars, the Bringer of War. And he told George Lucas to theme the original Star Wars motion picture soundtrack. He wanted to sound like that composition, like Mars, the Bringer of War. And if you listen to that song and you get past the intro, there's tons of like Star Wars sounding pieces in there. Like the way I learned that is one of my friends, his name's Robbie, he went to university to study music, and I had downloaded whole stuff and listened to it, and I listened to Mars, and it immediately reminded me of the Star Wars soundtrack, and I just happened to mention it to Robbie because we were chatting, and I knew he was like a music major, and then he told me that whole story about George Lucas like listening to this song while writing at least A New Hope, but maybe all of them, I don't remember. Yeah, but seriously, if you guys listen to that song the whole way through, I guarantee you'll have undeniable, like, you'll be like, whoa, that's Star Wars right there. The themes are undeniably there. But I'm not bagging on George Williams or that Star Wars soundtrack because it's genius. Anyway, I'll be right back.
Oh no.